After she was gone, deafening silence befell in the restaurant. Selfie kept her widened eyes affixed on Felix's wet lips, feeling like her heart was about to burst apart. This was the first time she sees a kiss happening before her. It just had to be her crash tonguing down on his girlfriend. She is really the incarnation of the devil. Thor sighed sympathetically as he eyed the shell-shocked Selfie. How can she do that while emphasizing the term friend before her? As expected of Miss Asna. Mistress Candace smiled happily. She has really done her dirty. The tenants knew that there was absolutely no recovery from that. Asna had established before Selfie that Felix was her man and property. Damn, to worsen it, she left them after doing so. Jormungandr smiled wryly. It's like telling her that she wasn't a threat whatsoever. The tenants knew that in this round Asna had emerged victorious. 15 minutes later, Felix could be seen sitting with Asna on the couch, having a serious and silent stare-off. He had to cut the dinner short after the violence that Asna inflicted on Selfie. Although he loved the kiss, and would have preferred if they kept on it for even hours, he still felt that it was too much for poor Selfie. She was too pure and immature to have her heart get dealt such a massive blow. So, he apologized for Asna's behavior and promised her with another dinner. As for Asna, she had absolutely zero remorse for what she had done. What? Don't tell me you intend to take her side. Asna looked away, too annoyed by the whole situation. Although Asna was the most beautiful girl in the entire universe and every single man desired her, she still got jealous of Selfie and a bit threatened by her. Beauty was one thing, but mentality was another. Asna must definitely fear of losing Felix to anyone, even if that was unimaginable. Take her side? Never. Felix shook his head. Still, what you did was improper. I don't care. I will do it every time I see her, Asna said stubbornly. I can't stop you. But Felix shrugged his shoulders while standing up. Then, he went and sat next to her with a faint grin. Just like I have no issues with you kissing me whenever you like, I expect you to be the same. The moment Felix finished, he closed her lips with his, not waiting for her to even retort against his reasoning. UPRICK. Asna resisted at the start and tried to push him away, but Felix kept attacking her lips and tongue, making her lose strength in her arms slowly. Her mind felt fuzzy while her eyes turned hazy due to the heat rising from within. The kiss was simply too passionate and hot for her to handle. When she realized that it was hopeless, she gave up and closed her eyes, sinking in the pleasure. All right, this is getting haram. Jormungandr turned off the connection after seeing that things were getting too heated. Damn you old snake. It was just getting good. Thor cursed in irritation while throwing his wine jar at him. Pity. Mistress Candace also sighed in disappointment as she was eager to see them going at it. Too bad, Lady Sphinx and Jormungandr were against it. Thor could easily peep on them if he wanted, but even for him it would be too creepy to watch them alone. In the end, they broke their gathering and went to do their own things. As for Felix and Asna, they were still making out passionately on the couch, and it looked like they weren't planning on stopping anytime soon. The next morning, Felix and Asna could be seen cuddling in her mansion while watching a movie in his consciousness space. Unfortunately for Felix, last night didn't end with anything beyond second base. Still, he was happy with being able to hug Asna and kiss her whenever he liked without her being all timid and defensive. At the moment, Mistress Candace was traveling towards the closest wormhole that would bridge the chasm between them and Icarius Galaxy. Hence, the reason he was hanging with Asna in the consciousness space. Felix, stop spooning. It's time for your math and physics lessons. Unfortunately for them, Lady Sphinx wasn't concerned with their romance or cuddling. The only thing she was focusing on at the moment was making Felix master those two subjects. She wasn't joking when she has sworn that she would teach him in a month. Sigh. Coming. Felix sighed in frustration while pulling away from Asna. There was no way he was going to reject Lady Sphinx's teachings even when believed that physics and math weren't really that useful in battles. The fact that you think this way is another reason why you need to master them, Lady Sphinx said calmly. I have never seen anyone using them before, Felix retorted while sitting next to Lady Sphinx. That's because they are just as dumb as you. Lady Sphinx smacked him in the head with a ruler for talking back. She's right, you know. Thor supported, the stronger the foes you face, the more precise your attacks needs to be. Having a perfect understanding of physics and math will help you in your accuracy significantly. There is a huge difference between someone throwing a projectile by mere eyesight and another by calculating all elements affecting the projectile. I see. When put like this, Felix realized that he was indeed going to benefit immensely from those two subjects, especially when his senses and cognitive reasoning were enhanced significantly. Now that he saw an actual use of them, he paid more attention to Lady Sphinx's lectures. On the other hand, Lady Sphinx didn't care if he actually was going to use them or not. She simply didn't want him to remain ignorant about such basic subjects. She couldn't handle another embarrassment before her peers. After Felix finished with his session, he sat before a whiteboard that had multiple elements on them with the name of their primogenitor written next to them. Felix had finally decided that it was time to choose a bloodline. He understood that the moment he reached Icarius Galaxy, he would devour a shitload of natural treasures and enter one of the longest slumbers in his life. When he wakes up, he must have already his new element at 100% affinity to start the integration as fast as possible. Have you decided yet? Asna asked while sipping a cup of tea next to him. No. Felix shook his head. Since last night, he had been spending hours staring into those bloodlines and contemplating which one would be the perfect choice for him. Replacing Cow's bloodline was a big deal. Void abilities were simply too godly, and if his foundation were stronger, he wouldn't have given up on them at all. Although he was given list that included 3 Lord Primogenitors, who were confirmed dead as well. Felix had to ignore them for now since Lady Sphinx wasn't certain yet if she could help him secure their elemental manipulation. That's because their inscriptions were simply too complex compared to poison, lightning, fire, and other common elements. In other words, even if he had chosen a rare element and the primogenitor found no problem with passing along his manipulation, Felix's body wouldn't handle such a complex inscription sealed with the other two. To not risk his life, he was told to focus for now only on uncommon and common-based element primogenitors. I have lightning, so I don't need wind. I am mobile enough. Felix glanced at the water element and murmured. On other hand, water can act as a conductor for my electricity and also give mass to my poison. Felix knew that water would dilute the potency of his poison, but at the same time, it would make it extremely hard to handle it. For example, fire was poison ultimate nemesis since it could evaporate it immediately, but if his poison was placed in water, it would be a different story. Those were the only 2 primogenitors with common elements that were both dead and also had the highest chance of bestowing him their elemental manipulation. I am not feeling it, though. Felix scratched his head in frustration and eliminated water element again. Sure, water element would work well with his elements, but Felix felt that he required an element that had its main form as solid. Like earth element, plant element, ice element, metal element, etc. His lightning element was energy-based, and his poison element was in a gas/liquid state. He believed that an element with a solid state would boost his defenses immensely while also working well with his other elements. Now that he wouldn't have Void Realm as a crutch to lean on, defensive element was out of utmost priority. Alas, almost all primogenitors with these kind of elements were alive. Ice would have been perfect. Felix thought out loud while eyeing the list. Felix always had his eyes on ice element ever since he heard that Fenrir was part of his master's faction. However, because Fenrir wasn't dead but simply in hibernation within his own ice world, Felix knew that getting his elemental manipulation was out of options. In fact, if his masters requested, he had no problems with using his bloodline even if it meant that he wouldn't be getting his elemental manipulation. After all, Fenrir was their brother, and he felt that it was his duty to at least get them together after such a long time. But they never made such request. Are they hesitate because they don't want me to waste a spot for another elemental manipulation, or because they aren't ready yet to meet him? Felix thought as he glanced at his masters, who were playing chess. He was informed about the bad blood between his masters and Fenrir before. Well, it was a bit much to call it bad blood, but they definitely weren't in the best of terms. His masters had reached their limit and given up on life, leaving Fenrir to fend for himself against the Darkin faction. They could be excused since they believed that the Darkin faction would kick the bucket too eventually. Sadly, the illusion primogenitor intervened and rescued all primogenitors from their crippling depression. When they were feeling all vigorous and better, there was no way they would miss such a free opportunity to take down Fenrir. Thankfully, Fenrir had activated his defensive protocol that encased him in an unbreakable ice world. It was cold enough that even the primogenitors would get frozen solid instantly if they were touched by the chill he was releasing. Ever since then, Fenrir was slumbering within that star-sized ice world. Felix truly wanted to free at least a wisp of his consciousness, but he couldn't do so without his master's permission. "What do you think?" Thor asked as he moved a pawn forward. "He is really into ice element," Jormungandr replied. "It will be really astonishing if he has gotten ice manipulation too." Thor chuckled. "He will be truly carrying the hopes and weight of our faction alone." Jokes aside, I think we need to reunite with Fenrir. Jormungandr smiled bitterly. "We have to get him out of the ice eventually. I think it will be better to tackle our differences before then." "I agree. I am not really ready yet to see him again after what happened, but I doubt I will ever be ready." Thor sighed. "I am all in favor of awakening Fenrir, but I prefer if it didn't mess with Felix's future." Lady Sphinx interjected composedly. "He can't afford to lose another manipulation, especially when we don't know the limit yet of the bloodlines he could contain." So far, everyone believed that Felix could hold 7 types of bloodlines in his 1% human bloodlines just like the rest of bloodliners. Whether he could go for more or even struggle to reach that number wasn't known yet. No one could truly be certain about it since Felix was the first human to tread on this path. In addition, the primogenitor's bloodlines were trickier to deal with than the usual bestial bloodlines. In conclusion, the fog would clear out only when Felix reaches the 6th stage of replacement. "I understand all of that." Jormungandr nodded in agreement. "Still, we can't leave our brother in eternal slumber when we have the option to wake him up." Thor frowned. "That's why I suggest that we wake him up using another body," Lady Sphinx suggested. Jormungandr and Thor were surprised by her proposal. Since other humans can integrate with primogenitor's bloodlines just fine, then it's safe to assume that Fenrir's wisp of consciousness will wake up after the bloodline get 99% integrated. Lady Sphinx clarified. "I can extract the wisp of consciousness and transport it into Felix's consciousness space without him needing to integrate with a single bloodline drop." "I never thought of that." Thor raised an eyebrow in surprise. "It's more than possible, it's doable," Lady Sphinx confirmed. Ever since Lady Sphinx found out that integrating with 99% of a primogenitor's bloodline can awaken a separate wisp of consciousness, she always thought of many useful possibilities that weren't related to Felix at all. She even thought of using slave bloodliners to integrate with dead primogenitor's bloodlines to extract memories from them. Primogenitor's memories equals new knowledge. Lady Sphinx was truly too thirsty for any type of knowledge. Still, she didn't act upon her devilish plans since it was a breach of trust with her peers. Although they were dead and wouldn't know what she did, she would know about it. Anyhow, her experiments were paused due to her morals, but she still discovered many other interesting facts. One of them was this unique strategy. Though, if we did so, doesn't that mean the human will unlock Fenrir's ultimate ability? Jormungandr frowned. "I am all down for allowing Felix get my ultimate ability, but I don't feel too thrilled with having random humans own my brother's ultimate ability." "Same." Thor nodded. "Especially without his permission. Ultimate abilities were the most precious thing to any primogenitor. There was no way Fenrir would accept having his ultimate ability get inherited by some nobody. At least, if it was Felix, he would be backed by his masters. We can just force him to etch another ice ability and replace his bloodline." Lady Sphinx shrugged her shoulders. "I don't care even if we killed him to not waste time." "I don't mind either." "Same." The 3 primogenitors absolutely didn't give a shit about other human lives. At the end of the day, they were still primordial beings and humans were just ants before them. "Felix wouldn't like that though." Thor scratched his beard in irritation. "He might be guilt-tripped if he found out about it." "I can already see it happening." Jormungandr sighed. "So, no killing?" "No, think of something else." How about we use his friends then?" Thor suggested. "He has already given Fenrir's bloodline to that boy Noah and girl Sylvia." "Still, they will also unlock Fenrir's ultimate ability." Lady Sphinx shook his head. "Even worse, They will not be able to replace it since they have already reached 6th stage of replacement. In other words, they will have it permanently. Still, that Noah kid might be liked by Fenrir. Their deposition is exactly the same. Jormungandr chuckled. They both consider words as a limited resource. I feel the same. How about we do this? Lady Sphinx proposed. We will awaken Fenrir within the kid. He will decide if he doesn't mind leaving his ultimate ability behind. What if he rejected? We can extract his ultimate ability using the genome needle I am developing for Felix. If the kid wanted, we can replace it with another ability from a different bloodline. Lady Sphinx said. If it's like this, then I am up for it. Thor agreed. Same. Jormungandr nodded. When we bring Fenrir with us, we can convince him to put down his weapon and rest with us. Just like them, Fenrir was also suffering from depression in his days. The only thing that kept him going was his unwavering hate towards Mananangel. If he wants Mananangel dead, he needs to pass the baton to Felix. Neither Fenrir nor them were capable of slaying Mananangel even if he had remained standing before them. They knew that he had trillions of blood drops spread throughout the entire universe. Each blood drop represents a new rebirth. He wasn't called the true immortal for no reason. On the other hand, Felix had a slight chance of maybe killing him once and for all. Unlike them, his potential was limitless. The fact that he could learn all kind of peculiar stuff would enable him to figure out a method of getting rid of Mananangel. Even if the chance is merely 0.0000001%, it's higher than our 0% chance. Thor said with a hopeful tone. Let's inform Felix first and see what happens. Who knows, that kid Noah might not take part in this. Without further ado, Thor called Felix and updated him on their current plan. I am in. Felix agreed instantly, not caring that Noah would know about the presence of primogenitors and true secrets of his bloodlines. Felix stopped caring about hiding his secrets ever since the primogenitors and their champions knew about it. At the moment, the public was the only one who was still ignorant about his bloodline's origin. He preferred keeping it hidden to avoid unnecessary annoyances, but it didn't mean that he couldn't share his secrets with anyone. As for having Noah owning Fenrir's ultimate, he would love it if Fenrir decided to let him keep it. In fact, he would be more than glad if Olivia and the rest of his teammates owned ultimate abilities too. Felix wasn't a child who gets upset if he didn't hog all the toys. If things could be shared and benefit him and the people he cared about, he wouldn't hesitate to do it. I will set up a meeting with Noah now. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix emailed Noah, informing him that he would like to have lunch with him today. In a few minutes, he got a reply. It was an email that had a thumb-up emoji. He will really hit it off with Fenrir. Thor's eyelids twitched after being reminded of his brother's muteness. Sometime later, Felix could be seen sitting in front of Noah within his UVR's room. He had to pause his journey to Icarius Galaxy so he could enter the UVR. Felix wasn't alone as he was accompanied by his masters and Asna. Though, they didn't show themselves for now as they wanted to avoid crowding Noah. How is your progress going with integration? Felix asked while pouring Noah a soft drink. 34%. Noah replied while picking his drink. Not bad. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. He knew that Noah must be integrating with 2% each time and in short periods of time to reach such a percentage. After all, it wasn't long since had given them the primogenitor's bloodlines. Others would definitely be still at 16% or even less. I know that you're busy, so I will make this short. Felix coughed and asked him with a serious tone, do you want to reach origin purity in your mythical bloodline? Noah's indifferent expression was broken apart at the sound of that. In his mind, he believed that he wouldn't be given the rest of his mythical bloodline until the day he earned the organization's trust. Olivia and the others thought the same too. He didn't expect that Felix would be offering it so soon. Noah nodded immediately in agreement. Before I can do so, you need to know the whole truth about mythical bloodlines. Felix took a deep breath and started confessing the truth about his organization and the bloodlines. He told him that the organization was just sham created by him to keep suspicious off him, and that the bloodline's origins were from primordial beings called primogenitors. In addition, he told him about Fenrir and that his bloodline was his, and they intended to awaken him within his body after he reached 99% in his integration. Noah didn't interrupt him no matter how shocking and unimaginable the stuff he was being told. He merely kept listening with a dazed expression until Felix had updated him with the full picture. When Felix finished, he remained quiet for a few minutes, allowing Noah to digest everything. Still, he discerned that Noah was confused about some matters. I know that this is a lot to handle at once. Felix paused and asked, "Do you have any questions? Will I be safe if Fenrir was awakened within me?" Noah asked with a serious expression. Noah refused to talk all right, but when it came to serious matters related to his life and death, he becomes as fluent as everyone else. Felix knew that Noah wasn't afraid of death itself, but the thought of leaving his sister all alone behind him. Instead of answering him, Felix called out, "Masters, I think it's best if you were the ones assuring him." Following his call, Lady Sphinx, Jormungandr, and Thor appeared akin to gods above them. Noah glanced above him and felt like his heart was about to get crushed when he came eye to eye with them. Immediately after, he lowered his head, not daring to glance above him again. When Felix saw this, his eyelids twitched, knowing that his masters must have increased their pressure a little to put him in his place. After all, talking about primogenitors was one thing, but meeting with them for real was another. In the case of Noah, who never knew that such beings existed, their pressure would make him understand that he was dealing with the real deal. "Child, your safety is guaranteed," Lady Sphinx assured calmly as she took a seat next to them. Noah nodded in understanding while sweating a little from his forehead. Although she didn't explain much, he could feel that her words were full of conviction, and it would be blasphemous to even question them. Luckily for him, Lady Sphinx wasn't a bully as she led him on their plan. "If you agreed, the first thing you will do is pack up your stuff and travel towards the Witch Empire. I will be waiting for you there." Noah knitted his eyebrows the instant he heard that he was required to leave to another galaxy. When he left Earth for the training camp, he was always worried about his sister's well-being. That's while he was merely a few million kilometers away from her. Don't even mention tens of light years away. "You can take your sister with you, but I honestly prefer if you leave her behind," Felix assured with a firm tone. "She is my cousin as well, and I will make sure that no harm befall her while you are away." Upon hearing so, Noah was somewhat relieved. He knew that if Felix decided to protect someone, there was simply no way for them to die. After all, he was the leader of the Federation and the Void Commander. No human was sane enough to fuck with him or those close to him. Seeing that Noah had nodded his head in agreement, Lady Sphinx carried on, "After you reach my castle, I will handle everything else." In other words, Lady Sphinx would help him with the rest of the bloodline and also deal with Fenrir when he awakens. Lady Sphinx had already figured out an alternative method of filtering the primogenitor's bloodlines from beasts just like Asna. As one of the smartest beings in the universe, it wasn't that hard for her. As for her method of dealing with Fenrir, she intended to put a wisp of her consciousness within Noah. This would ensure that Fenrir wouldn't act against Noah immediately after opening his eyes. "By the way, my master will help you grow a bit stronger with a couple of unique potions if you desire," Felix tempted. Noah nodded with a subtle eagerness in his face. Honestly, he was already planning to help out Felix even if he had nothing to gain from this. In Noah's mind, he owned Felix far too much, this without even mentioning being given a primogenitor's bloodline. Just the fact that he had established a safe environment for his sister to live her life without worrying about anything was already the best favor he could ever ask for. "I guess this is all?" Felix smiled as he said, "Tell me when you are ready to leave, and I will prepare the best spaceship and escort for you." Noah raised 3 fingers, implying that he need merely 3 days. "All right. Greet your sister and the team for me," Felix requested. Noah gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, then he turned to the primogenitors. He bowed his head respectfully and excused himself from the meeting. Good kid, he might really get Brother Fenrir's approval. Thor praised. "I wish that too," Felix hoped. Felix truly desired for Noah to get as strong as possible. That's because he had no idea how the fuck he would be entering the Origin Realm when he had used Primogenitor's bloodline as the last one. To enter the Origin Realm, one needed to use the Strengtheneth 1% human bloodline and devour the 99% of the last used bloodline. In Noah's case, he would be trying to devour Fenrir's bloodline while he had been integrating with garbage bloodlines from beasts. Felix didn't even dare to imagine his fate if he went for it. Don't mope about it, he has chosen this path on his own. Asna yawned. You didn't force him to integrate with Fenrir bloodline, and you definitely informed him about the disadvantages. I know. Felix shook his head and dropped those thoughts. In his eyes, all would be cleared out when the time comes. As for now, it was time to carry on his journey. 1 month and a half later. Sir Felix, we are about reach the wormhole connecting Icarius Galaxy and the Dwarven Galaxy. Mistress Candace announced as she traveled at unprecedented speed. Mistress Candace chose to travel through the Dwarven Galaxy since it was the closest to their position. All right, you can leave the Void Realm now, Felix informed. We need to pass the customs with our spaceship. Felix had a legitimate permanent visa that allowed him to enter and leave Icarius Galaxy. It would be foolish to not use it and sneak inside the wormhole without getting registered. That's because he would be easily found out when he tries to buy anything. Thankfully, there wasn't a long queue to enter and leave Icarius Galaxy. The moment Felix showed his visa, he was given access automatically by Queen AI and welcomed with open arms. Because the 4 main wormholes connecting with the outside of the galaxy were situated near the capital planet Sham, Felix continued the rest of the journey in his spaceship. Let's check on Noah. Felix contacted Samir and asked him about their current whereabouts. We are 10 days away from the capital planet Fimagroth. Samir reported. Good. Inform me when you arrive, Felix said before hanging up. Felix wanted to be updated about Noah's situation always since his newest bloodline depended on him heavily. At the moment, he couldn't decide anything until he sees if Fenrir was willing to bestow his elemental manipulation to him or not. In his eyes, he honestly believed that it was far-fetched fantasy since Fenrir was still alive. Nevertheless, his masters had convinced him that they would try their best to make it happen. That's one big-ass planet. Asna commentated in intrigue as she eyed a massive green planet that was at least 100 times bigger than Earth. It had 3 sets of blue rings, which made the planet appear extra glamorous. It was truly worthy to be the capital planet for the dragon race, one of the biggest creatures in the universe. In a few hours, Felix reached one of the many space stations situated around the world. It was clearly built in mind for dragons instead of other smaller races as everything was enlarged in size, making it seem like Felix had drank a shrinking potion. There isn't that many dragons around, Felix thought as he rode on a hover taxi within the spaceship. As he mentioned, there were barely even 5 dragons in the surrounding area. Still, the space station wasn't running short of travelers at all. There were many humans, witches, vampires, orcs, goblins, centaurs, and other unique-looking races going back and forth in hover taxis. Felix knew that unlike him, the majority of them were either slaves or workers on a job visa that needed to keep updated every 3 months. If a worker got fired from his job, he would immediately get deported outside the galaxy if he didn't find another job before the duration of his visa ends. In Icarius Galaxy, it was extremely difficult to secure even a janitor job. That's because the metal race was providing them with their latest and best AI bots. Every time there was an opening for jobs, the applications for them could reach up to billions. Who could blame them? Even though the dragons were hard to deal with they were incredibly generous in their pay and benefits. All in all, working in Icarius Galaxy was a dream job that was highly contested. Everyone with a work visa take pride in it, and they get treated with respect from the outsiders. In a short while, Felix had arrived at the space elevator that was designed for smaller races. The dragons either enter their planet by simply piercing through the atmosphere or with their spaceships. Only the other races weren't allowed to enter with their spaceships unless they were high-valued guests. Why are you taking the space elevator? Asna asked lazily. Isn't your title allows you to be treated exactly the same as dragons? Yes, but you need a place to park your spaceship first, Felix replied. I don't even have a place to spend the night in yet. Plus, I want to avoid beaming my spaceship as I will need all the space in my spatial cards. Call that lass. I bet she prepared a warm bed for you. You're right. I should inform her about my arrival. Felix acted on her teasing and called Selfie right away. Bastard. Just like Selfie was waiting for Felix's call, she immediately picked it up and greeted him with a delighted expression. Felix greeted back and checked on her well-being. It's been a while since he had spoken to her since he had no connection to the outside world after he entered the Void Realm. Honestly, after what Asna pulled off in their dinner date, he was a bit awkward to deal with her. Are you in a space elevator? You already arrived at the capital, or did you stop by in a different planet? Selfie raised an eyebrow in surprise after seeing his background. I just arrived at the capital, Felix confirmed. So fast? Selfie said in astonishment, I guess you were somewhat nearby the 4 main portals. Somewhat like that. Felix agreed, even though the truth was far from that. Which space station did you enter? Selfie asked. The 44th. That's quite far from the White Dragon clan's territory. Selfie sighed. I think you should travel through the Void Realm after you enter the planet. The journey will take a few days, even with the fastest transportation method in the planet. The planet being 100 times bigger than Earth posed a great challenge in transportations. That's why there were many space stations spread out on it. So, the visitors would pick the nearest one to their destination. I was planning to, Felix informed. I decided to check on the city first before meeting up with you. Felix didn't pick this space station randomly. It was connected with one of the biggest hubs in the planet. Felix did his research before entering the galaxy, making him pinpoint the best hubs for selling natural treasures and other goodies. I see. Selfie's expression turned a bit saddened. She clearly wanted to accompany him. I will be just taking a look. Felix comforted her. I won't be buying anything for now until I study the market first. Good. Don't buy anything until you meet my friend, Selfie bragged. Anastasia is the heir of the royal family brain and intelligence. They handle everything related to the economy and business side of their empire. I know. Felix nodded. Felix would be a fool if he didn't run a thorough background check on all 4 clans. After all, he couldn't interact with them if he had no idea about their strength, weaknesses, conflicts, enemies, allies, etc. Since his aim was the ancestral scales, he needed to make sure that he wouldn't make a wrong move due to his lack of intel. Still, with his current layer in the UVR, he didn't have a bigger access to important details about the 4 clans. Thud thud. Abruptly, the elevator shook a little. We will be starting the descent soon. Let's talk later. Felix waved his hand and hung up after she wished him a safe trip. Felix turned to the window and glanced outside the moment the space elevator pierced through the atmosphere. The sight truly dazzled him and made it hard for him to move his eyes from the window. Blue clear sky, white thin clouds, and greenery was everywhere. The trees came in all sorts of colors and unique shapes never seen before. Their sizes would make the biggest tree in Earth appear like a sapling. Felix knew that in this breathtaking forest, there were thousands of low-graded natural treasures spread out akin to wild plants. The galaxy wasn't known for being the richest in terms of natural treasures for no reason. In every planet, people could find natural treasures lying around them. Unfortunately, the dragons didn't bother too much about them, and the other races had to be given a gathering license to pick them. Felix knew that receiving such a license was as hard as climbing a mountain of needles. When the elevator got closer and closer to the ground, Felix's eyes were switched to a magnificent iron city that was built within the forest. Although the trees reached 100 meters in average, the buildings still overshadowed them with their towering height. From a design standpoint, there wasn't much to speak about as they were looking as modern as other cities. That's because this hub was segregated from the dragons and was built on unclaimed territory. It belonged to everyone and no one at the same time. Sure, dragons could come here and pull their weight if they wanted, but none of them was that bored to waste their time on bullying weaker races. In other words, this city was free of dragons' presence. No wonder it's called Freedom City, Felix murmured as he zoomed on the streets and buildings, not spotting a single dragon flying by. Sometime later, Felix was spotted walking on the sidewalk with Nemo. Both of them were looking around them in intrigue, appearing like 2 countrymen visiting a city for the first time. Nemo was intrigued by, well, anything new. As for Felix, he was a bit astonished that workers from different races had come together and built an entire city just for themselves. Honestly, if it were any other race, this wouldn't have been acceptable at all. Thankfully, the dragons treated other races the same as pets, not giving a crap about what they do outside their presence. Naturally, as long as they didn't break any rules. Lord Sharks's store should be here. After walking for a few minutes, Felix stood before the entrance of a thin skyscraper that was fully covered in tint glass, making it resemble a dark pencil. Felix walked inside after having his bracelet get scanned at the entrance. Then, he went to the receptionist and asked for the floor of Lord Sharks' store. The store owns from the 20th floor to the 30th. The receptionist disclosed to learn about their floors and the items they are selling. Please climb to the 20th floor and ask their receptionist. Thank you. Felix nodded and scanned his bracelet on a device with her name on it, tipping her directly 10,000 coins. The receptionist bowed her head in his direction and returned to take the next person. However, when she took a glance at Felix's direction, she realized that he was heading towards the leftmost elevator. It was the only one empty and without a queue before it. Ah, he gave me a big tip. I can't let him embarrass himself like the others. The receptionist excused herself from her desk and walked with quickened steps towards Felix. After she caught up to him, she leaned next to his ears and whispered. When the people standing before the queues for the other elevators saw this, they chuckled to themselves. Another new idiot who got too comfortable in the city. Sigh. He actually took the name Freedom City a bit too literally. Those people knew that even though the city was built for the workers and that dragons almost never bothered to step foot in it, the buildings were still designed for their sake. The leftmost elevator was exclusive only for dragons' use. In a sense, it was actually exclusive only for royal dragons since they were the only ones capable of taking a humanoid form. But in reality, royal dragons or not, this elevator was almost never used ever since it was built. Although it was being wasted and that people were forced into longer queues because of it, no one dared to complain out loud. Why is he still going there? What's going on? The queued people's chuckles were cut short after noticing that the receptionist was sent back to her desk with a dazed expression while Felix continued on his merry way to the elevator. When he reached it, they were all prepared to laugh their asses off, knowing that he would be denied access by the queen. Alas, the moment Felix ran his bracelet on the scanner, the elevator's screen turned green and it started to open up slowly under the stunned eyes of the nosy spectators. Felix stepped inside and pressed on the floor he wanted. Then he turned around and raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw that everyone was looking at him with widened eyes. Thud. The elevator's door closed a second later and started its journey to the 20th floor. As for the people in the first floor, all of them felt their hearts skip a beat at the implication of that elevator getting used. A royal dragon. That's a royal dragon. A royal dragon really visited the city. Dear Lord, I was chuckling at him. I am really seeking death. Without exception, everyone believed that Felix was a royal dragon in a humanoid form. Who could blame them? Felix was wearing thick clothes and a hoodie that was hiding his face. In addition, he had sunglasses and a soft disguise that changed his face's features, making it hard to assume his identity. If Felix was removed from the equation, the only plausible guess was a royal dragon. I need to inform the floor's lords. The receptionist opened her contact list and sent a unified message to all the floor's owners in this building, warning them that a royal dragon was amidst them. If they weren't warned, they might end up offending him and get themselves killed on the spot. In the Icarius galaxy, neither the slaves nor the workers were protected by the SG Alliance against the dragons. In other words, if they pissed off any dragon, he had every right to turn them into ashes. Hell, they could even raise the entire Freedom City if they were extra pissed off. No one would make a squeak about it. In the 20th floor, an old wrinkled red goblin was walking around many shelves while using a crutch. The shelves looked proper and clean, making the items on them appear even more precious. Although there were merely a few customers in such a big floor, the old red goblin seemed happy with their presence. 200 customers in a half day. Business looking terrific today. The red goblin grinned widely in happiness, exposing his non-existent teeth. This was Lord Sharks, one of the biggest shop owners in the entire city. As a red goblin, he was naturally known for his stinginess and skillful negotiation skills. Still, his shop was always populated since he was selling almost all known items in the universe. He had 10 floors in this building and each floor had a unique selling point. There was a floor for potions, a floor for artifacts, a floor for energy stones, and most importantly, even a floor for natural treasures. This was just the things on display. It was believed that his warehouses were flooded with all sorts of treasures. Ring ring. Abruptly, Lord Sharks's expression turned solemn after seeing that the receptionist at the first floor had rung the emergency alarm meant only for Dragon's presence. Lord Sharks swiftly opened his AP bracelet and saw the feedback of everything that went on the first floor. When he saw that the mysterious figure was coming to his store, he felt like soul was about to leave his body. Which god decided to pay attention to my little store? Lord Sharks gulped a mouthful in worry and sprinted as fast as he could towards the elevator. The crutch he was using was merely to make him appear weak and fragile, so he could draw sympathetic points from his customers. The moment he reached the personal elevator for the staff, his bracelet rung again. This time, the call was from his own receptionist in the 20th floor. Treat that customer with the hoodie like your lord and savior. I will be there to accompany him right now. Lord Sharks yelled out a message to his receptionist immediately. The receptionist was startled by her patron's message. Is this man a big shot? The receptionist thought as she eyed Felix, who was sitting in front of her with his head lowered. When Felix entered the 20th floor, he immediately asked her to take him toward her boss as he had serious matters to deal with. That's why she called her boss in the first place. A short while later, Lord Sharks emerged from the personal elevator with an agitated expression. When he saw Felix sitting calmly without a single drink in his hand, he felt like the world was collapsing on him. This fucking idiot is gonna get us killed. Lord Sharks glared at his receptionist, making her title her head in confusion. Fortunately for her, Lord Sharks wasn't planning on leaving Felix wait for another second. Esteemed guest, would you like to join me in my private room? Lord Sharks wanted to kneel down as the true proper greeting before a royal dragon, but he would rather not do so in public. In his mind, the royal dragon was hiding his identity to avoid attracting attention, and he wanted to avoid being blamed if he exposed him. With pleasure, Felix replied politely. His accent is off. Lord Shark's wrinkles were stretched as he thought deeply. He even responded politely. Besides the gentle white clan dragons, the others wouldn't even bother to give me a head nod. Lord Sharks had lived in Icarius Galaxy for more than half a millennial. He wouldn't claim himself as knowing everything about the dragons, but he was greatly knowledgeable about them nevertheless. Based on his hunch, he could feel that something was off about Felix. Still, he didn't dare to ask him out loud. He took him to the private room and closed the door behind him. The moment he did so, he fell on his knees and smashed his forehead on the ground, scaring the shit out of Felix. I greet the royal dragon. This loyal subject deserves capital punishment for the poor treatment his highness has received. Lord Sharks shouted with a stern voice, leaving Felix utterly speechless. Royal dragon? Did he mistake me for one? Felix murmured as he remembered that he wasn't really displaying his identity. I think you should keep the misunderstanding. Mistress Candace suggested. Royal dragons are treated like gods in this galaxy. Even if you decided to rob the entire store clean out of treasures, no one will make a complaint against you. Indeed, Felix grinned widely. He understood that if he displayed his identity, he would never match the same treatment as real royal dragons since his title provided him with mere red dragon status. Red dragons didn't enjoy the same perks as the royal family. They could act as freely as they wanted, but if their actions crossed the line, they would have to answer to the Green Clan officials. The Green Clan dragons could be considered as the police in the galaxy that handled cases related to dragons. But, if you did so, won't you be in trouble too? Asna wondered. I doubt that causing trouble as a fake royal dragon won't go unnoticed. Since Felix enjoyed the perks of a mere red dragon and get treated the same, he would be subjected to the same punishment by the Green Clan if he was caught. How is it my problem that I am being mistaken for a royal dragon? Felix snickered. I just don't want to expose my identity. If there is someone to be punished, it won't be me. Plus, I am not planning on going too ham in my purchases. Felix said, I am not a devil to ruin someone's job for no reason. Based on your purchase list, I doubt he will be thankful after you leave. Asna giggled as she eyed Lord Sharks, who was shivering while still in a kowtow posture. He was getting more scared and nervous every second Felix remained quiet, making him feel like he would die at any given moment. Fuck, if only I had a sponsor. Lord Sharks knew that as a free worker, he had no master to lean on in such dangerous moments. If he had a sponsor, he could have easily started the conversation by introducing his name. This would assure his safety since sponsored workers and slaves were considered as private property. If a royal dragon went and killed any other dragon's property without a plausible cause, he would have to answer to the Green Clan if the owner decided to file a suit. Since all dragons were prideful creatures, you bet your ass the owner wouldn't settle things quietly even if the culprit was a Dragon Clan head. In the same coin, being a sponsored worker meant that recruitment contract was as close as a slave contract. The hired workers would lose most of their freedom, making it hard for someone like Lord Sharks to even open a reputable store like this. Stand up and go bring me everything in this list. Felix ordered calmly as he forwarded a holographic list. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you. Feeling like he was given another lease of life, Lord Sharks stood up with a relieved expression. I assure you that not a single item will be missed. Lord Sharks's sentence was cut off short after his eyes finally aligned with the holographic list. He was absolutely mortified, feeling like he was seeing the world collapsing on him. This much. Who could blame him? The list included hundreds of high-rated materials, tens of thousands peak energy stones from countless elements, and lastly his entire stock of B and A graded natural treasures. The total price of the items listed should have crossed 2 trillion worth of coins. However, because Felix was considered as a dragon, Lord Sharks was obliged to sell him everything with the original pricing in Icarius Galaxy instead of the known market price in the UVR. In other words, the B and A graded natural treasures prices would go down as far as by 90%. Is there a problem? Felix frowned. No, not all. Lord Sharks immediately shook his head after hearing the displeased tone of Felix. Knowing that his innate stinginess would get him killed if he remained here any longer, Lord Sharks bowed at Felix and dashed outside the private room while assuring him that he would bring him everything. Although Felix knew that Lord Sharks would suffer from heavy losses in this transaction, he didn't care much. He understood that Lord Sharks was gaining shitloads of coins from ripping off other buyers by selling the same items at the price a little lower than the market. If he had his shop open anywhere else, this would have made him seem somewhat generous. But in Icarius Galaxy, where it was rich with natural treasures, energy mines, and a paradise of materials, he was still octupling his earnings at minimum with every item. This was the benefits of being a free worker with licenses to mine energy stones, gather natural treasures and materials in this galaxy. He merely needed to pay yearly taxes on his profits to the royal family, and they would never bother him or his business. After all, he was ripping off the other races, not dragons, and they were fine with anything as long as he stays above the line. This is really going to be his worst day ever, Mistress Candace chortled. He shouldn't feel too sad. Felix smiled faintly. He isn't my only stop. Felix wasn't planning on leaving the galaxy until he reaches 6th mark and also prepare enough natural treasures for at least 5 more marks. In other words, he would be the Grim Reaper for those free workers with stores. 15 minutes later, Lord Sharks could be seen handing Felix a spatial card with his hand spasming. Felix ignored the depressed look of Lord Sharks and picked up the spatial card. All here. Yes. How many natural treasures are in here? Felix asked. 50. 54. Lord Sharks bit his tongue as he answered with great difficulty, feeling like his soul was being cut apart with each coin lost in this transaction. He didn't dare to calculate his losses, knowing that he would absolutely go insane. Not bad. Felix smiled at his collection. 54 might seem little, but it was consisted of only B and A graded natural treasures. In addition, this amount came merely from a single store. Outside the galaxy, all of those natural treasures would have sold nowhere else but in private auctions. Queen, please calculate the total, Felix requested, rounding up 352 billion SC. Queen answered in a split second. Dragonslayer title is really a cheat. Felix grinned inwardly while wiring the correct amount to Lord Sharks. Tearing. Lord Sharks's shoulders tensed up the instant he heard the wiring notification noise. This noise was his highlight in the day, making him smile foolishly every time he heard it, knowing that his account balance was growing fatter and fatter. But now? He didn't dare to even glance at his bank account, knowing that he might unconsciously assault Felix if he saw the wired amount. Breathe in, breath out. What's done is done. Now, I can only try to gain other benefits from this shitty transaction. Lord Sharks was a veteran goblin merchant, all right, as even a loss of trillions coins wasn't enough to completely cloud his judgment. Your Highness, I hope you are pleased. Lord Sharks smiled sincerely and suggested, this lowly goblin is short of high-graded natural treasures since my store is not mainly focusing on them. I can recommend you to a couple of stores that have at minimum hundreds in their warehouses. This cunning little bastard. Asna giggled. He is trying to bring down the other stores with him so he will have an easier time recovering from this loss. That's normal. Felix wasn't really surprised as he had anticipated this much from a goblin. When it came to money, the goblins had absolutely no loyalty to their race, kin, or even family members. Wasn't Perlubi cheated on by his wife and brought to ruin simply because she sought another goblin that would offer her more benefits? Forward their names to me. Felix ordered while standing up. I will be visiting them in a while. Of course, of course. Enlivened and delighted, Lord Sharks swiftly gave him their names, throwing their asses under the bus with him. After Felix received the list, he checked it quickly. When he noticed that there were a couple of hidden black market stores, he couldn't help but smirk faintly. Today will be truly productive. After he finished his business, Felix left the building and took a taxi towards the second biggest store in the Freedom City. Based on Lord Shark's intel, there were 2 public stores and 3 black market stores, which sell natural treasures. Naturally, Felix had been given the location of those hidden stores. He wasn't planning on leaving the city until he cleaned everything in it. Meanwhile, back in the 20th floor, Lord Sharks was sitting in the private room in front of multiple holographic screens. Each hologram was displaying a shadowy figure. Those were the owners of the other stores in the city. We have heard that a royal dragon has paid you a visit. Are you connected with him somehow? One of them asked. No. Lord Sharks replied he came to buy some stuff and left after getting them. What did he buy and in what quantity? Not much. I think he was passing by and needed to snack on some natural treasures. Lord Sharks lied through his non-existent teeth. He wasn't a retard to confess that Felix had emptied his stock and he was gunning for theirs next. He understood that if even one of those shrewd businessmen realized that their stocks were in danger, they wouldn't hesitate to empty them in spatial cards and send them away. I see, his visit is really unexpected. One of them asked, did you figure out his identity, or at least his clan? You think I am a fool to seek death like that? Lord Shark sneered. I didn't spend even a second staring into his face. The others nodded their heads in understanding, knowing that they would have done the same if it were them. As free workers, they would do anything to avoid getting killed or deported from the galaxy. That's why, even though Lord Shark suffered immensely under Felix, he was still relieved that it ended with one transaction. Should we kill the news from traveling outside? Since the royal dragon is hiding his identity for some reason, I believe that's only proper. Lord Sharks gulped a mouthful. What if this was related to upcoming heir's ceremony, and by blowing the royal dragon's identity, we ruin his plans? All of them felt chills course on their spine at the sound of that. They knew that if the royal dragon believed that it was their fault, he wouldn't hesitate to raze the city to the ground. Without further ado, all of them contacted the other leaders of the Freedom City and made sure that they keep quiet about this. When it came to the survivability of the Freedom City, no one would hold back from doing the right thing. It might seem like they were overreacting, but they really weren't. There were a few cities like this one had been brought to ruins by the dragon's fury. It happened too many times for them not get the message. Oblivious to any of this, Felix kept organizing the materials into batches within the cab. You have 20 batches now. Asna wondered, are you certain this will work? It should. Felix replied. The tests in the UVR have been more than positive. TSK. Still giving me work. Asna clicked her tongue in annoyance. You have been lazing around far too long. Felix's eyelids twitched. It looks like you are getting used to it. Felix didn't buy those energy stones for no reason. He intended to use the batches of materials he bought to concoct multiple elemental potions. Since it was just a rank 3 potion, he was able to concoct them easily after some training in the UVR. Felix was planning on consuming them and unlocking tens of random affinities and then increasing their rating to 100%. By doing so, he would be able to consume natural treasures of those elements. In other words, he wouldn't be forced to target only natural treasures of 3 elements but from tens of elements, which would increase the quantity to an astonishing level. The only problem with this plan was the fact that the elements gotten would be random. This signified that he might unlock rare elements. Since natural treasures of such elements were either extinct or impossible to find, it would be the same as unlocking a useless element like his illusion. Thankfully, the materials in the Icarus galaxy were available and cheap, making it possible to keep unlocking elements continuously. 1 hour later, Felix could be seen walking in an empty alley while being guided by a blue arrow. He had already paid the second shop a visit and emptied his stock too from natural treasures and other goodies. Although the shop owner was just as mad as Lord Sharks, he also recommended Felix to the same stores, hoping that he would target them and leave him alone. Right now, Felix was attempting to pay a visit to the first store in his black market list. As expected, it wasn't easy to reach. He had been walking for over 10 minutes now through one of the most complex alleys he had even tread on. Should have asked for a map. Felix murmured in irritation as he kept following the arrow. Soon, he was forced to stop after seeing that the blue arrow was now pointing downward. Felix glanced below him and noticed a black drain cover. Felix picked the drain cover and looked within. The moment he was hit the terrible stench, he closed the cover immediately and pulled back a few meters. "Jump in," Asna egged him playfully. "Fuck that." Felix used his infrared vision on the ground and noticed countless humanoid red auras 300 meters below ground. Felix was surprised by this as he expected to find a single store like Luby's Bloodline shop, not an entire market under the city. "Let me help you, Sir Felix." Mistress Candace opened a void rift next to him and extended her beautiful hand. "Thanks." Felix smiled as he took her hand. Mistress Candace transformed into small aircraft and took him to the location of those people. Good thing Felix had used Mistress Candace, as the gate to the black market was right next to the sewers. Mistress Candace ignored the guarded gate and entered the black market. She searched for a hidden empty spot and dropped him. Felix nodded in appreciation at Mistress Candace and fixed his attire. As for Nimmo, he was left behind with Mistress Candace before entering Lord Sharks, knowing that he might misbehave while he was negotiating. Felix lowered his head under the hoodie and joined the crowd heading towards one of the marked stores by Lord Sharks. It looks like when the Freedom City was built, the black market was the first thing that was taken into consideration. Felix thought inwardly as he eyed giant pillars spread throughout the entire black market. They were supporting the ceiling and allowing the workers to build up to 3-story buildings. It was truly a new world under the ground. Sometime later, Felix reached his targeted store. It was a 3-story building with a sophisticated design to it. One glance at it and anyone would know that this store sold only for those with deep pockets. "Welcome, sir." The moment Felix's foot stepped inside the first floor, a green lizard man in a formal suit welcomed him with his head bowed. "Take me to Mr. Zaslat," Felix requested while tipping him handsomely. "Please wait in the lounge for a few minutes. I will be contacting Mr. Zaslatl for you." Felix went and sat in the empty lounge without causing trouble. He glanced around him and realized that he was the only one shopping here. Their prices must be insane. Felix thought inwardly. His given intel ended at the store location and the name of the owner. While he was sitting and checking the place, 2 lizard men were watching him from a hidden security camera at the corner of the floor. One of them was the receptionist, who greeted Felix, and the other one was Mr. Zaslatl. Fuck, he really came here as well. Mr. Zaslatl cursed in his mind, not pleased whatsoever that Felix had targeted his store too. He predicted as much would happen when Felix attended the second store on the surface. How did he get inside without meeting the guards? Mr. Zaslatl knitted his eyebrows. "I paid them to alert me if he came. Fucking useless dogs. Boss, should I kick him out or tell him that you are away?" The receptionist wondered. "Idiot. Are you trying to get us burnt to ashes?" Mr. Zaslatl cursed while standing up, finally deciding to balls up and meet with Felix. "Go withdraw the dragon scales and other parts from the shelves as fast as possible," Mr. Zaslatl said. I will buy you some time. Is he? Is he? Upon hearing so, the receptionist finally realized their guest's identity. Yes, fuck off already. Without an ounce of hesitation, he dashed to the third floor and started to remove the mentioned items with a horrified look. He didn't dare to imagine his fate if a dragon saw that they were selling their race's body parts. Unbeknownst to them, Felix had been using his infrared vision ever since he entered the store, making him observe the receptionist sprinting from a shelf to another. Felix got curious and activated his X-ray vision too. The moment he spotted a couple of giant bones on display and that the receptionist was beaming them away, he immediately realized their origin. As expected of the black market, they are daring enough to sell even dragon remains. I doubt they will have any boundaries. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. For them to remove them, it looks like he has been tipped off about your fake identity too. Asna chuckled. You know what to do. Ha, I won't be called Felix if I don't rip them off clean. Felix grinned. Hello, kind sir. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Zaslatl bowed with his hands held together respectfully after emerging from behind a door. Drop the pretense, you know me. Felix replied indifferently. Thud. Instantly, Mr. Zaslatl fell down on his knees and greeted with a devoted tone, this lowly subject is honored to be in the presence of a royal dragon. Felix made a noise of acknowledgement and forwarded a new list to him. Get me everything on this list. Mr. Zaslatl took a deep breath and lifted his head. The moment his eyes came in contact with the list, he almost fainted on the spot. This. He was completely frozen in shock and horror. He wasn't even concerned about the fact that Felix was requesting his entire stock of natural treasures or materials. How could he when all dragons' body parts were written on the list too? There was the heart, the bones, the tendon, the gland, the liver, brain, and the list goes on and on. Royal Dragon, Idon. The first sentence that comes out of your mouth better not be a lie. Felix interrupted with cold eyes. Mr. Zaslatl swallowed the rest of his sentence, feeling like he was truly seeking death attempting to lie before a royal dragon. Your order will be completed in 10 minutes. Mr. Zaslatl assured while standing up. Then he turned around and went towards his receptionist, who was still getting rid of the dragon's body parts. Felix watched him slap his receptionist in the face over and over again before pointing his finger at the first floor. He is really venting his frustration on his worker. Asna said, well, either that or he will have a complete breakdown. Felix snickered. Dragons' body parts are extremely rare and useful, making them overpriced as hell. Now, he will be handing them over to me without a single coin charged. Although the price wasn't discussed, there was absolutely no way that Mr. Zaslatl was going to sell them to Felix. In his eyes, he should be relieved that he still had his head attached after being caught red-handed like this. That's because selling dragons' body parts was banned universal-wide. Queen was entitled to report anyone owning them to the proper authorities. Unfortunately, whenever there was shitload of money to gain, there would always be people finding loopholes to make it happen no matter how illegal and risky it was. For them to not get reported, they must have used a solution to disguise the dragon's body parts and fool their bracelet scanning system. Felix guessed inwardly. He wasn't certain if his guess was right, but he knew that many black market merchants use a special solution called the modifier for many banned items and treasures. In addition to a shitty first-generation AP bracelet that had the worst scanning system, the merchants were capable of beaming banned items into their AP bracelets. Since Queen AI was allowed to only report those with possession of the banned items, the merchants were safe even if they literally sold them while saying their names. Felix knew that the SG Alliance could easily reinforce the rules and make all their efforts go for naught. But just like slaves, the black market was too big to be given up on. After all, the race leaders and other authoritative figures were actually the ones taking the most advantage of the black market since the things they usually want were always banned. For example, tasting the meat of a dragon or other exotic creatures, banned potions that had absurd effects, slaves from protected strong races like high elves, etc. Hence, SG Alliance turn a blind eye on the method used by the merchants and keep the status quo as it was. Still, this didn't mean that if one got caught red-handed, he could walk away without suffering the consequences. Mr. Zaslatl was more than caught red-handed. 10 minutes later, everything is here. Mr. Zaslat said as he handed Felix a spatial card with his heart beating rapidly in agitation. In his mind, he was still not completely out of the danger zone. Total. Please, consider it as a gift. You have already paid me with your honorable visit to my unworthy shop. Mr. Zaslat stressed. Do I look like a beggar? Felix frowned. No, I am sorry, I am so sorry. Mr. Zaslat stuttered with his head affixed on the ground, feeling his back turning damp from the cold sweat. Seeing that Mr. Zaslat wasn't having a good time, Felix decided to lay him off for now. He wired him the money for everything besides the dragon's parts. If it were up to him, he would have taken advantage of Mr. Zaslat and took everything for free. But he knew that would draw suspicion on him, since it was a universal truth that dragons never receive gifts unless it came from others of equal status. Thus, to keep the ball rolling in his court, he had to keep acting as a true royal dragon. Felix exited the Mr. Zaslat's shop a few minutes later. The moment he was gone, Mr. Zaslat closed his shop, too stressed out and scared to dare sell anything for today. I bought so much, yet I paid even less than at Shark's store. Felix smiled. Black markets are really the best. Naturally, the merchandise in the black market were not taxed. In other words, Queen AI consider them without owners since no one paid taxes for them. If it was up to those sellers, they wouldn't blink an eyelid before paying the taxes. That's because having tax products meant that Queen AI was their insurance in case their products got stolen. The thief would get caught eventually and their products would be either returned or at least compensated. It was like paying for insurance as well as taxes. However, because the origin of those black market products wasn't really legal, taxing them meant that the first person to get fucked by the system would be them. For example, the natural treasures and materials here were definitely harvested without a proper license like the one Lord Sharks owned. If the gatherer decided to legalize his harvest, he would be reported instantly by the queen. The softest punishment would be deportation from this paradise. Do you want me to steal some items for you, Sir Felix? Mistress Candace inquired causally. No need. Felix shook his head. Although he was more than able to take everything here without any of them making a complaint about it, Felix didn't feel like it. He knew that the sellers here had taken considerable risks to get their products and sell them here. He wasn't such a dickhead to rob them clean when they hadn't done anything wrong to him. 1 hour later, Felix could be seen sitting on a soft king-size bedroom inside a breathtaking suite. He already raided the other 2 stores and also a few more unrelated to the items he sought. Unfortunately, the other 2 stores didn't have dragons' remains. Felix had made sure that they weren't lying to him by abusing his fake authority. Honestly, he wasn't that surprised about not finding any. The only method to find dragons' remains was true sheer luck. That's because when dragons die in fights against each other, the winner makes sure to completely erase the loser's remains to avoid ending up in the hands of the wrong people. Everyone knew that dragons' bodies were treasures on their own. No dragon would want to have his corpse getting devoured or used as material. This left the only proper method of finding their remains was by exploring deserted planets in the galaxy and hoping to luck out on dragons' burials. Fortunately for the explorers, dragons' bodies were almost immune to decay and decomposition, making them strike rich every time they find a burial. I got half a heart, a quarter of a liver, a quarter of a spinal cord, a couple of teeth, the gland, and lastly, red reflective scales. Felix thought while eyeing the content of his spatial inventory. Felix didn't know if Mr. Zaslat had already sold the rest before or this was the only parts he managed to secure. After all, he wasn't an explorer but a mere trader. Master, do you have any good recipes or better methods to use those parts? Felix inquired. He knew that the most common method of receiving benefits from the dragon's organs and flesh was by eating them. But it was believed that method didn't really make the best use of them. The only recipes I own that involve dragon's parts are higher than rank 5. Lady Sphinx replied. I see. Felix smiled bitterly. Felix had a feeling that she would answer like this since he had never seen or heard about a potion that involved dragons. Not even a rank 5 one. He had read a crazy number of books about them. Well, it was to be expected. Dragons were superior beings and it was impossible to create a potion recipe when the materials were almost non-existent. Even the UVR would help just a little. So, there is no way for me to use them properly now before then? Felix really wished to concoct a potion with them, as he knew that the minimum benefit obtained from eating the heart or other organ was a significant empowerment to one's physical strength. Based on the forum's posts, it was believed that the minimum increase was 5,000 BF. In other words, hitting half a devourer's mark with a single meal. If this was the minimum enhancement, Felix couldn't imagine how much strength he would obtain after using a proper recipe. You can forget about potions for now. Lady Sphinx suggested it's much better for you to simply use a cooking recipe. A cooking recipe? Yes, I have many of them that can enhance the taste and, most importantly, the benefits obtained, Lady Sphinx disclosed. Felix was a bit speechless, as he had never expected that Lady Sphinx would be a master of cooking too. The horrible taste of the potions she made still haunt him to this day. Lady Sphinx ignored his skepticism and shared, I have 5 cooking recipes for the heart, 6 for the liver, and 20 for the meat. Choose wisely which one you will use, since each recipe has a specific benefit. What do you mean? Eating green lavender dragon heart stew will help you increase your fire resistance significantly, though you will lose out a bit on the strength enhancement. I see. Felix nodded his head in understanding. He was still somewhat surprised, as this was the first time he heard the cooking recipes could play a considerable role in the benefits obtained from the ingredients. It's all about the right ingredients and cooking sequence, Lady Sphinx clarified. If they don't match, you will actually make it worse than just eating the meat with a simple recipe. This is a whole new domain that is mostly explored by the primogenitors and other superior beings. Thor said. It made sense that not everyone was knowledgeable about those kinds of cooking recipes. After all, it wasn't a common experience to eat exotic ingredients that were even rarer to get than natural treasures. Without further ado, Lady Sphinx handed Felix all the recipes related to the ingredients in his possession. Felix read them carefully for the next minutes. When he was done, he couldn't help but marvel at ingredients involved and how meticulous the cooking steps needed to be. For example, the green lavender dragon heart stew needed 10 graded, natural treasures. Each was playing an important role in the recipe, making it possible to bring out the most of the dragon's heart. I have ingredients for only 4 recipes. Felix smiled. Still, I am quite satisfied with them. Although Felix had emptied the entire Freedom City of natural treasures, he was still missing significant ones for some recipes. Verar. Abruptly, Felix's AP bracelet started vibrating. He glanced at the screen and noticed that it was Selfie calling him. He picked up the call. I hope I am not bothering you, Selfie said. I just called to check on you and see if you need any assistance in the Freedom City. So thoughtful. Felix smiled in appreciation. Thank you, but I have already finished with my business here. I will be arriving at the White Clan in the next hour. Good, safe journey. Selfie hung up with a clear, excited expression. Look at her. Getting all happy and chirpy on meeting you in the real world. Asna snorted in irritation. Felix acted deaf to Asna's spiteful comments and entered the UVR, hoping to spend the next hour honing his cooking skills. The recipes were too strict in their preparation and required immense control over the ingredients. If it was possible to practice the full recipe in the UVR, he wouldn't have been this worried. Unfortunately, the SG Alliance had banned cooking and eating any sort of meat related to intelligent life forms. The people were free to cook anything in the UVR and go absolutely insane in it, just not with intelligent life forms' body parts. Although it was just UVR and everything was virtual, the 10 rulers couldn't stomach the notion of having their race members being eaten by others in the UVR. If it wasn't banned, there would be no shortage of freaky bastards who would eat humans' flesh, vampires, witches, sages, heavenly turtles, and mostly dragons. If the dragon's organs and meat weren't highly beneficial to his growth, Felix wouldn't even glance at it. All in all, Felix had to take on the recipe in the real world straight away. He wanted to avoid screwing up something since the ingredients were finite. If it wasn't for this sort of advanced cooking wouldn't be hogged only by primogenitors and other superior beings. 1 hour later, Felix finally embarked on the journey towards the White Clan's territory. Since Mistress Candace was taking him through the Void Realm, he reached it in less than 5 seconds. Instead of going straight towards Selfie's given location, Felix exited the Void Realm a few kilometers above the White Clan territory. A real dragon city. Felix couldn't help but stare at the city below him in admiration and fascination. It was built on a silver mountainous circular chain that was spread for hundreds of kilometers. The ends of the mountainous chain were connected with each other, making it resemble men's wedding ring. There were countless uniquely designed buildings on those mountains. Half of them were on the outside while the other half was carved inside the mountain, making it seem like the buildings were rock sculptures. All of them were painted milky white, creating a breathtaking contrast between the black color of the mountains and the buildings. As for their sizes, Felix knew that the buildings were merely the surface front as the real living place was inside the mountain. In other words, each mountain could be considered as a single house for a dragon. Yet, none of this was as overwhelming as the inner city within the silver ring. Everything was built in mind for Dragon's presence, making each building to be 100 times bigger than normal. Since the dragons couldn't run efficiently without workers and slaves, there were many districts prepared just for them. At the very center of the city, a sole towering white mountain stood proudly. It was surrounded by hundreds of gigantic statues of dragons in varied positions. Unlike other mountains, there was no other construction on it besides 4 wide open caves that were carved to resemble gates. The White Clan Palace. Felix thought inwardly as he eyed the White Mountain. Felix knew that only the clan head, the elders, officials, and the heirs were allowed to enter and leave the White Clan Palace as they pleased. As for other white dragons, their living spaces were on the mountainous chain. Although every White Clan member was considered to have the royal bloodline, not all of them get treated in the same manner. It was the same as the cousins, aunts, uncles, and other family kin of a human royal family. Felix knew that there were some White Clan members that spend their entire lives without glancing even once within the clan's palace. You are probably the first human to be invited to a clan's palace. Asna chuckled. Not probably, Felix said with a certain tone, most definitely. Felix knew that not even the Bardo Empire councilmen stepped foot inside the White Clan territory or any other major clan territory. The royal family only invited high-profile people from the top 10-20 races during their gatherings and ceremonies. The rest? They could enter the capital planet but remain outside their territories. Such a high level of disrespect could only be achieved by the dragon royal family and stay unaffected by it. Let's go. Felix stopped sightseeing and blinked in front of Palace's gate. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of a sleeping white dragon, who was situated next to the gate. The white dragon opened his eyelids slowly, exposing gorgeous glowing pink eyes. He glanced at Felix with the corner of his eye and warned lazily, "Human, turn around and leave while I am still being nice." Instead of answering, Felix removed his hoodie, sunglasses, and lastly the thin mask that modified his features. You, the Dragon Slayer. The laziness of the white dragon was nowhere to be seen, as his eyes snapped wide open in shock after recognizing Felix's identity. In this galaxy, unless a dragon was in a slumber, all of them knew about Felix without exception. How could they not know the only player to slay not 1 but 4 red dragons? Holy shit! I am a big fan, the white dragon exclaimed in excitement while jumping in his place akin to a child being given candy. Felix was left at loose for words, not expecting such a reaction. Based on the size of his gem, he must be still a child in his early years. Mistress Candace shared while eyeing a small pink gem in the center of the white dragon's forehead. No wonder. It was hard to figure out a dragon's age based on their size and features. That's because not all dragons could grow to 50 meters or higher. Some of them, like Prince Domino, had hit their size growth limit at mere 20 meters or so. The white dragon before Felix was at least 30 meters in height, yet he was still displaying a pure childlike reaction. Felix didn't dare to imagine how much bigger he would become after he hit puberty. "Can you sign on my gem?" The young white dragon requested with a cheerful tone while leaning near Felix's face. "Is that proper?" Felix looked around him in worry, feeling like he would get assaulted by other clan members if he did so to one of their kin. This was truly a new experience for him. He believed that he had fans throughout the entire universe from almost all races, but he never thought for a second that a royal dragon was one of them. It was insane just thinking about it, since red dragons didn't even fan over each other, don't even mention other races. "Don't worry, Everyone in my family knows that I worship you, the white dragon assured Felix with sparkles in his eyes. Knowing that he would be devastated if he rejected him, Felix shrugged his shoulders and decided to give him what he wanted. Well, fuck it, I can't say no to a fan. What's your name? Izzy. Felix pulled a pen and jumped on Izzy's head. Then, he wrote a cheesy sentence dedicated to Izzy and signed underneath it. All done. After Felix jumped down, Izzy manifested a giant holographic mirror and looked at Felix's signature. Whoa! So darn cool. Izzy liked it a lot. Seeing that Izzy was genuinely happy about his signature, Felix couldn't help but ask, why do you like me? Isn't there other strong royal dragons in the Empyrean rank to take as an idol? Isn't that obvious? Izzy scoffed. Their battles are too boring. They either dominate the weaker races with their flame orbs or engage in barbaric battles against each other. On the other hand, your battles are always unique and fun to watch. Izzy grinned happily. I can respect that. Felix nodded in satisfaction, quite pleased that he was being looked upon much higher than even Empyrean rankers. I forgot to ask, why did you come here? Izzy titled his giant head in confusion. Are you trying to enter the palace? Yes. The moment Felix confirmed it, Izzy grew nervous as he kept shifting his eyes around. He leaned closer to Felix and whispered, I can assist you sneak inside if you promise to stay hidden. No need to get yourself in trouble. I have a proper invitation from Princess Anastasia. Felix smiled while displaying a holographic written invitation. If even some white dragons couldn't enter the palace, there was no way Felix would be able to enter it without someone from the inside making it happen. Sister Anna has invited you over? Izzy's eyes widened in happiness. Did she bring you over as a surprise for me? Ha! Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. You are Princess Anastasia's little brother or a close cousin? She is my biological sister, Izzy answered. Doesn't that make you the son of the current clan head? Felix asked speechlessly, why are you guarding the gate? Guarding the gate? Izzy titled his head in confusion. I wasn't guarding it though. I just like to take a nap in the open. Felix had no comeback for his reasoning. Jump on my back. I will fly you to my sis. Izzy offered happily. Knowing that it would be futile to argue with him, Felix did as he was told. The moment he landed on his back, Felix sat in a mediation position while using his electromagnetism to affix his butt on the white scales. Hee, that's ticklish. Izzy giggled while spreading his massive crystal white wings. Compared to red wings, they appeared more refined, elegant, and less dreadful. Then, Izzy flew rapidly within the gate. As he was flying, Felix kept roaming his eyes around in wonder. The inner side of the White Mountain was in complete contrast to the simplistic surface. The walls were curved beautifully with dragons' own ancient language while many sculptures stood before them. This time, the sculpture displayed dragons in their normal form and also their humanoid forms. After the long corridor ended, Felix was met with a vast leveled hall that was connected with hundreds of rooms and stairs leading both upward and downward. This time, the hall wasn't empty as a few white dragons were seen either climbing those stairs or flying through one of those entrances. My sister's room is near the summit, Izzy shared while flying higher and higher through one of the stairs. I should probably notify Selfie. Seeing that he was getting closer to Selfie, Felix felt that it was only proper to update her about his arrival. Izzy. However, just as he wanted to call her, Izzy stopped abruptly in the middle of the staircase and shouted excitedly, Big sis. What a coincidence. I was just bringing you your guest. When Felix heard so, he immediately lifted his head and was met with another white dragon flying towards them. With a single glance, Felix had no doubt that this was Princess Anastasia. She was way smaller compared to her little brother or even Prince Domino, yet the royal pressure she was naturally exuding would make anyone lower their heads in respect before her. The white dragons were already elegant and beautiful in their appearance compared to the other dragons, but Princess Anastasia still had a one over them. Princess Anastasia folded her wings gracefully and stood next to Izzy. Without further ado, Felix stood up and greeted with his head bowed a little in respect. Felix Maxwell, greet the honorable princesses. Likewise, Princess Anastasia said while eyeing Felix in intrigue. Felix, you don't need to be formal in front of us. Selfie sulked, not liking being addressed formally by Felix. She was already struggling to get out of the friend zone, and now she was getting treated like an acquaintance. I don't mind either. Anastasia smiled kindly. A friend of my sister is a friend of mine. Thank you for your hospitality. Felix smiled back. Knowing that this wasn't the place for conversations, Anastasia led the way to her territory. After reaching it, Felix was surprised to see that she owned an entire floor just for herself. Instead of taking them to her main chamber, she guided them to her guest room that was built for accommodating other smaller races. The moment they arrived, Felix and Selfie were placed on the floor. Then, both Izzy and Anastasia transformed into their dragonoid forms. Only now did Izzy finally physical form matched well with his mental maturity, as his height was reduced to merely 1.5 meters, making him resemble a human teenager. As for Anastasia, she became slightly taller than Felix. Look how pretty she became, Asna snorted. You must be happy to spend time with two beauties. No wonder you fell for me. Looks like your sense of beauty is universal. Felix's eyelids twitched as he eyed Anastasia's dragonoid face, feeling absolutely no attraction to her whatsoever. It was called dragonoid form for a reason. Even though the dragon obtained the shape of a human, everything else stayed the same. From their scaled skin, wings, tail, and sharp fangs. Sure, in the eyes of other dragons, Anastasia must be the prettiest dragon of them all, but just not for Felix. Please, act like you're in your home, Anastasia said with a kind smile while extending her hand for Felix to enter her guest chamber. Felix nodded in appreciation and stepped inside. Although Anastasia called it a chamber, it was more like a mansion with countless bedrooms, 2 kitchens, 2 living rooms, and at least 8 bathrooms. You can pick any room you wanted besides room number 1 and 2, Anastasia said. When Selfie heard so, she eyed Felix with a look filled with expectation, making his lips twitch a little. He knew that she wanted him to pick the 3rd room so he could be next to her. Alas, Felix wasn't known for seeking death. I will go for the furthest one, Felix clarified. I intend to set up a concoction lab, and I don't want to annoy you with the noise or the smell. Selfie's shoulders slumped a little in disappointment, but she said nothing to convince him to change his mind. This girl has really fallen too deep, Anastasia smiled wryly. I don't know what she sees in him, but might as well be a good sister and help her a little. That's thoughtful of you, Anastasia smiled as she suggested. But, if you want to concoct potions, you can head to the lab. I have one set up for the sages that pay me a visit once in a while. Selfie's disappointed expression was revitalized at the sound of that. I will make sure to use it. Felix accepted, knowing that he couldn't reject using a professional lab. He had many potions to concoct, and he wanted to minimize his failures as much as possible. Should I make the maid prepare the 3rd room for you then? Anastasia said. Oh, no. I am still taking the furthest room. Felix sighed bitterly. I will be integrating with a new bloodline later on. All I can tell you is that I get pretty noisy during the process. Seeing that Felix was adamant in choosing the furthest room, Anastasia could only drop trying to change his mind for the sake of her friend. Felix was still her guest first and foremost. She didn't want to make him feel pressured or unwelcomed, especially when her little brother literally worshipped him and spoke about him every single day. In a few minutes, Felix had settled just fine in his room. It was big, clean, elegantly designed, and had everything that he hoped for. As for the girls and Izzy, they left him the moment he was dropped at his room, believing that he was tired from his long journey. Felix took advantage of their absence and continued his cooking practice for now. In the main bedroom, Anastasia, Selfie, and Izzy could be seen hanging out together. Izzy was sitting in front of a mirror, taking selfies with Felix's signature while the girls were sitting on the bed. I truly have no idea, what do you see in him? Anastasia shook her head in disapproval. I know he is capable, but there are plenty of other capable suitors. In Anastasia's eyes, Felix was good but not great. The fact that he slayed 4 red dragons might be good enough to make a fan out of her little brother. But she knew that against real royal dragons, he would be embarrassed. She wasn't thinking so out of spite. It was simply a fact. I told you many times that you won't understand where I am coming from. Selfie chuckled, your marriage culture depends heavily on pure strength and authority. Unless a dragon possessed them both, you wouldn't feel an ounce of attraction to him. In other words, no matter how much she tried, she would always see Felix as unworthy of Selfie, since she kept casting her own way of seeing love in their relationship. I know, but all I am saying is that you need to be careful. Anastasia sighed. You have shown me his girlfriend, and I am certain that even the royal princes will be attracted to her. I find it hard for him to give up on her and choose you. In my opinion, it's much better to just cut off your feelings right now and wait for another worthy ma. Enough! Selfie hardened her expression for the first time. She knew that Anastasia meant well with her advices, but she couldn't listen to her anymore, especially when she knew that it was simply impossible to give up on Felix. Elve's obsession wasn't to be underestimated. I am sorry for lashing out. Selfie quickly apologized. No, it's my fault. Anastasia smiled kindly. As you said, I am uneducated in your marriage culture and keep butting in needlessly. Don't worry. I won't be bothering with this anymore, and will make sure to support you all the way in your mating quest. Stop. I told you many times don't call it that. Selfie's cheeks reddened in embarrassment. How can you steal him if you get shy with just a term? Anastasia chuckled. You need to be bold and assertive. Easy for you to say. Selfie pouted. Anyhow, I will be going to inform my father about his arrival. Want to tag along? Anastasia asked. No, your father gives me the creeps. Selfie shivered a little after the image of the clan head surfaced in her mind. He will be really upset if he heard you say that about him. He treats you just like his daughter. Anastasia laughed. I don't care, I am not meeting him. As you wish. Let's go, Izzy. Anastasia and Izzy walked out of the guest section and transformed back into dragons. Then, they flew towards a staircase that was leading to the mountain's summit. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by father for letting the Dragonslayer sign your gem? Anastasia asked. It's worth getting scolded for, Izzy said with a determined voice. You are truly hopeless. Anastasia smiled wryly and stopped mentioning this matter. In a short while, they arrived at the door leading to the courtroom, where the clan head and officials gather to discuss important matters related to their clan and the galaxy as a whole. My apologizes, Princess. The courtroom is in session, and I was told to not allow Izzy's entry. Unfortunately, Izzy was denied access by another white dragon sitting before the closed shut door. You're in luck. Go back to my residence and play with self. Before she could even finish her sentence, Izzy already took off rapidly towards the stairs in excitement. He was clearly relieved that he wouldn't need to meet his father and hear his scolding over the signature. This brat. Anastasia chuckled while turning around. The moment she faced the door, the white dragon was already opening it slowly by pushing it with his scaled, graceful white tail. Kathud. After it was opened, Anastasia was met with a pressuring sight that would make anyone piss in fright. 20 humongous white dragons were sitting in a round table carved from the mountain's body. When the door was opened, all of them went quiet and turned around to face Anastasia. I am glad you joined us, little Anna. Take your seat. Our current discussion is related to you. An old white dragon with visible wrinkles all over his face smiled kindly at Anastasia. Compared to the rest of the surrounding dragons, he was clearly the oldest and most respected. That's to be expected as he was the current White Clan head, and also the 9th-ranked strongest being in the Alliance, Curson White. Is it about the heirs ceremony? Anastasia wondered while sitting in an empty seat next to her father, marking her current position in the clan. Although she gave off a kind and simple vibe, she was actually one of the smartest royal dragons in the galaxy, making her assist the clan tremendously in the management. Indeed. Clan head Curson nodded. We were just deciding on your team. As the captain, it's best if you give us your input. One of the officials disclosed while displaying tens of holographic pictures of dragons. The list included white, red, and even green dragons. The ceremony is still 4 years away. Anastasia was a bit startled. Aren't you elders a bit too hasty? If we don't prepare early, we will get swept away just like in the previous ceremonies. Clan head sighed. Upon hearing his reasoning, Anastasia knew that her father and the elders finally had enough of their losing stream in the ceremonies. But she understood that even if they prepared 10 years earlier, it wouldn't change the fact that the Black and Green clans were going to wipe the floor clean with them. After all, how could they deal with the Black Dragon's corrosion flames and the Green Dragon's soul-burning flames with their healing sacred flames? For the past millennials, all the teams led by the White Dragon clan were defeated. To make matters worse, even the Red clan's teams had performed better than them. If we continue this losing streak, it won't be long before everyone starts to consider us as the weakest dragon clan in the Empire. We are already giving a weak impression to others by handling the business side of the Empire. The Green Dragon clan was considered as the police of the Empire, while the Red clan represented the Red Dragons throughout the universe and gave them a voice against the other three royal clans. As for the Black clan, they were responsible for approving any of the decisions taken by other three clans that could affect the Empire as a whole. In other sense, they were the head of the snake since the current Elder Dragon was from their clan. The White clan's responsibilities were truly unworthy of the tyranny and authoritative that dragons should own. Dragons were born to rule, dominate, eat, fuck, and sleep, just like kings, not manage the economy and businesses. Well, all I can promise is that I will do my best as the captain. Anastasia smiled wryly. But don't put your hopes too much. I am not confident in being able to take down Prince Domino and Prince Orentis. Those little monsters have truly developed quite well over the years. Clan head Curson expressed. That's why the other four teammates need to be adequate to take them down. Since Anastasia's sacred flames were oriented towards healing instead of causing damage, this meant that she would be considered as the support of the team. In other words, her teammates truly had to be the best of the best to handle the other three heirs. I will leave choosing my teammates to you, elders. Anastasia informed. If I don't like anyone you picked, I will tell you about it. That's fine by us. Oh, I almost forgot, the Dragon Slayer has arrived and he is currently staying with me and Selfie. Anastasia shared casually. The Dragon Slayer? That human child? Clan head Curson raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why did he come? Why is he your guest? It is unclear to me why he visited our galaxy, but he is a close friend with Selfie, and she asked me if he could stay with her. Anastasia answered. He most likely came to buy natural treasures cheaply, one of the officials guessed. As a human with a title that enabled him to receive the same treatment as dragons, he will most definitely take advantage of it. Well, he can buy all he wants, it's not like he can smuggle them outside without paying the customs. Another official shrugged his shoulders carelessly. Although Felix was receiving the same treatment as dragons, he would still be required to pay a sizable number of coins for each natural treasure he decided to take with him. That's because even the red dragons were under this rule. He will buy what he needs to use and leave it at that. All of them nodded in agreement. They knew that humans couldn't eat every single natural treasure in sight as their bodies were incompatible with many of them. In their eyes, the quantity of Felix's purchases would never hurt their market even if he went ham. If he decided to empty the market and resell them, he would need to pay the taxes just like the rest of the vendors. If only they knew that Felix possessed the Devourer's heart and was planning to unlock tens of affinities, they would most definitely find a reason and kick him out of the galaxy. Treat him well. He is the first player to challenge red dragons and slay them, Clan head Curson said with asserted tone. He has earned our respect. Agreed, the news will go public soon, and we don't want the other clans to speak ill of us if we mistreated him. How about we set party to welcome him? One of the officials proposed. We held one for the elves' ambassador, and it won't look good on us if he didn't do the same for him too. Agreed. That's only proper. I think we should make it public and set it in 7 days to give time for the other clans to participate. Clan head Curson smiled. If we are doing so, we might as well go all out since this is the first time we are having an actual Dragon Slayer amidst us. Everyone else supported his suggestions, believing that it was the right thing to do. I just wanted to keep them updated. Seeing that her father and the officials had already decided to make it happen, Anastasia could only hope that Felix wouldn't get bothered by it. After all, she didn't know whether he wanted to keep his whereabouts hidden or not. A few hours later, Felix could be seen standing before 2 long tables that were packed with many batches of materials and glassware equipment. 2 silver cauldrons were situated in the middle of them.
Sister Anastasia really didn't lie, this is 10 times better lab than the one I own. Felix nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the cauldrons and the equipment before him.
He knew that only sages would be able to get their hands on such high-quality equipment since they were crafted personally by dwarven forgmasters. Honestly, if Felix requested, he would be given even better lab by Lady Sphinx. But he never felt the need for an upgrade since the potions he was crafting were still below rank 5. When it comes to resources and money, the White Clan is one of the richest backgrounds in the universe. Selphie approved while sitting next to Anastasia. Both of them decided to watch him concoct potions live after they spotted him heading towards the lab.
Felix didn't have an issue with them watching as long as they didn't ruin his focus during his concoction.
As for finding out that he was concocting tens of elemental potions, Felix had already told him that he decided to unlock most of his elements to assist him in picking the next bloodline. They didn't find it too weird since they knew about Felix's primogenitor's bloodline path. "I will be starting now, ladies," Felix requested politely. "I hope you sit a bit further and refrain from talking loudly."
Both of them nodded in understanding and went to sit near the wall, putting a considerable distance from him.
Then, Felix beamed a material that was capable of turning into a bubble and seal him with the lab inside. It was also able to purify the air to avoid any complications from arising.
Without further ado, Felix started preparing the materials exactly as the recipe required from him.
This wasn't the first time concocting the elemental potion, as he practiced it numerous times during his climb to the Grandmaster rank. The materials for the elemental potion were the same ones that he spent so much effort in gathering the first time. It was quite surreal for Felix to see himself preparing those materials. He still recalled when he commissioned Witch Hala to make the elemental potion for him. She had 50% success rate, one of the highest of any master potioneer. Yet, Felix was still nervous as hell of her failing since his future was on the line. Yet look at him now. He had tens of batches, making him unbothered even if he failed once or twice. That's if he even failed, as his success rate for rank 3 potions had already surpassed 70%. When he finally started the concoction process, he left Selphie and Anastasia gazing at him in awe and amazement. "He is so fast and precise," Selphie commentated with her eyes brightened up. "Easy there. You are about to salivate." Anastasia's eyelids twitched after seeing her sister's disgraceful reaction.
"Still, I have to admit that he is indeed much better than even grandmasters." Anastasia nodded in admiration. He has already reached such a level in a mere few years as expected of Lady Sphinx's student. If he kept at this pace, I believe it won't be long before he even surpasses Queen Allura. Selphie tightened her hands in excitement.
As much as I hate to admit it, humans truly have the potential to excel at everything if given the proper tools. Anastasia nodded, supporting Selphie's claim. Meanwhile, Felix paid no attention to how he was being perceived, as his entire focus was put on dealing with the dark reaction. Because his mental capacity and control had blown up significantly due to the fairy's blessings, he had a much easier time saving an insanely large portion of the potion. After he finished this step, he picked up the saved portion and placed it within a second cauldron that was already filled with the supplement materials. Felix increased the heat next and closed the lid on the cauldron. Now, he could only wait and hope that luck wouldn't screw him over and fail the concoction even when he had saved more than 70% of the mixture. Fortunately, nothing too crazy happened, as the cauldron stopped moving at once and emitted a fragrant smell throughout the bubble.
The girls weren't able to smell it due to the bubble, but seeing Felix's wide smile, they knew that he had succeeded.
1 down, 30 more to go.
6 hours later,
Felix could be seen wiping a sweat drop from his temple with a big relieved smile while sitting in front of a table. His eyes were affixed on the 28 elemental potions placed neatly on the table. This was his final result from more than 31 attempts. He was beyond satisfied with his success rate. "You will put master-ranked witches out of business if you ever bothered to join the market," Selphie joked as she approached him with Anastasia. "I am not too interested in that." Felix smiled faintly and beamed the bottles in his spatial card, leaving only 2 potions. They were the only ones different from the elemental potion.
Felix picked them both and handed them to the girls. "This is for you."
Selfie and Anastasia were surprised by his gift as they didn't expect that he had concocted a potion even for them. I couldn't. Selfie shook her hands with a faint blush, feeling too embarrassed to accept it. You have to accept it. Felix smiled. This potion can be used only by high elves.
Oh ho? Is this a new recipe or something? Anastasia got curious.
Indeed, it's called Runic Potion, and it is a 4-star difficulty rank 4 potion. It enables the user to see the runes much clearer, which will assist him to understand their complexities faster. Felix explained while showing them the beautiful bluish content within the vessel. There is such a potion? Both Selfie and Anastasia were left in disbelief as they had never heard about a potion related to the runes.
It's a new recipe created by my master. Felix cleared their doubts.
Selfie raised her head and came in contact with Felix's sincere eyes, not knowing how to feel about this. She knew that Felix must have worked really hard to practice this potion since it was a rank 4 new potion. Don't look at me like that. Felix shook his head. You have been helping for a while now without asking for anything. I really dislike being indebted to anyone, especially my friends. The moment Selfie helped him in the individual game of the event, he knew that he had to pay her somehow or at least give her a small gift to repay her good intentions. Since Selfie was the daughter of an actual primogenitor and an heir of one of the strongest races in the universe, he knew that there weren't many things outside her reach. So, he requested a recipe from Lady Sphinx related to the runes, knowing that even Lady Yggdrasil wouldn't have such potions. After getting it, he worked in his spare time to practice it until he was adequate in its concoction process.
Please take it, and if you really consider me as close person to you, never hesitate to ask me for more. Felix said while placing the potion on Selfie's stiffened hands.
Thank you, I will cherish it. Selfie said while hugging the potion like she was holding the most precious thing in her life.
Felix's eyelids twitched, having a bad feeling that Selfie wouldn't want to waste the potion since it was a gift from him.
So troublesome. I should probably make a few more for her just in case.
Good. Keep spoiling her while leaving your girlfriend to hang out with those old fogies. Asna murmured with a jealous tone. Why are we being cursed too? Thur showed a wronged expression while eyeing Jormungandr.
Just ignore it. She is like a loose cannon when it comes to girls around Felix. Jormungandr sighed while picking a card from Asna's hand. Felix did exactly so.
What about me? Anastasia asked while eyeing her potion in intrigue.
At the start, she wasn't really interested in Felix's gifts, planning to accept it as a good gesture and keep it somewhere. But now, she was quite eager to see what he concocted for her.
This is Sunbright Potion. It's a rank 4 potion that will make your scales shimmer brighter under the sunlight for the next 10 years. Felix said. Oh ho? I have never heard of such effect. Anastasia got a bit excited at the thought of her scales always illuminating.
As female dragon, her scales maintenance and care was equivalent to make up for other females.
Just like most girls, she was easy to please with a product capable of enhancing her beauty, especially if the product was used only by her. I love it. Anastasia took the potion without hesitation and beamed it in her spatial card, planning on using it later.
I'm glad you liked it. Felix smiled. You know us dragons, we don't accept gifts freely. Anastasia informed. Follow me to my treasury. You can pick anything you liked in it. No need to repay me. Felix shook his head. You're already doing too much by welcoming in your home and providing me with this lab. I don't want to hear it. Anastasia locked her hand around his arm and dragged him along towards her treasury. Sigh, all right. Knowing that it would be rude to reject her goodwill again, Felix could only tag along unwillingly. In a brief moment, they reached her treasury. As expected of dragons, they really loved to sleep near their treasures and precious items. The gate to the treasury was literally connected with a gigantic nest made out of the smoothest white feathers. Anastasia dropped Felix and Selfie on her nest. Then, she opened the gate by having her AP bracelet scanned. Dear Lord! The moment Felix's eyes aligned with the treasury interior, he couldn't help but gasp audibly in shock. Who could blame him?
The treasury was just as vast space with a few dozens of pillars holding the ceiling. From the door to the edges, not even an inch of the ground was visible.
Everything was covered in gold pieces, diamond, precious gems, real artifacts, natural treasures sealed in containers, ancient items, accessories, and the list goes on and on.
Sorry about the mess. Anastasia's side, I have received many gifts and treasures throughout the years from other clans, ambassadors, and guests. Since I can't reject them, I just threw them here. Over the years, they piled up like this.
If it's this mess, I doubt anyone would feel bad about having it. Felix's eyelids twitched as he eyed the thrown-out hundreds of natural treasures in solid containers. He knew that there must be at least hundreds more buried under the pile of precious metals. Are you interested in natural treasures? Anastasia smiled after seeing that he kept glancing at them. Indeed. Felix nodded truthfully. I need a large sum of them.
Then go ahead and pick anything you fancy. Anastasia giggled, you will be doing me a favor by cleaning a bit of my treasury. Don't mind if I do.
Felix grinned widely, knowing that she said so to make him feel more comfortable taking as much as he wanted. It was good effort from her, but she didn't know Felix well enough yet. When it came to gaining strength, Felix's shame gets thrown out of the window.
Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix rolled his sleeves and jumped into the pile of treasures. Then he activated his supersonic mode and started sprinting all over the place while making sure to pick only natural treasures.
The girls could only stare at his electrical shadowy figure with speechless looks, not knowing how to react. Humans are really hard to understand. Anastasia covered her face with a hopeless expression, not planning on trying to figure out Felix anymore. Tell me about it. Selphie couldn't help but agree with her. This was the first time she sees Felix's shameless side.
If it were her, even if Anastasia offered to pick anything she liked, she would still be moderate.
But Felix? He was already close to clean all the natural treasures on the surface of the treasury.
If I picked up everything, I will have enough to reach even mark 14 or 15. Felix's grin grew wider and wider as he kept beaming the natural treasures containers without even checking on their names. He knew that it would be shameful to gift below grade B natural treasures to the White Clan heir. In less than 2 minutes, Felix had emptied the entire surface of the treasury, collecting up to 200 B and A graded natural treasures.
To gather this much, it must have taken Anastasia hundreds of years of receiving gifts at minimum.
He only spent 2 minutes to reclaim them, yet he wasn't done. Not caring about his face, Felix used his bracelet scanner on the entire treasury, making the queen lock only on containers-shaped objects. He knew that it would be impossible to scan for the natural treasures since they were buried deeply under piles of solid items.
However, separating shapes was much easier. Why does he even need this much?
I don't know, but I don't think he is going to sell them. Selphie assured, knowing that Felix was too rich to bother with such a hassle.
He must be needing them for something. Anastasia's eyelids twitched. I doubt that he just wants to clean out my treasury.
Maybe he will use them in concoction? Selphie guessed. Probably, but it's best if we asked him. When he is done.
Felix didn't bother even glancing in their direction as he kept digging all over the place, securing one container after the other. Half an hour later,
Felix was seen digging through a giant mountain of gold, trying to pull out a scanned-out hexagon-shaped object.
Since the natural treasures were gifts, they were naturally placed in unique-shaped containers. When he reached it, Felix extended his arm inside and caught it with his fingers. However, the feedback on his fingers wasn't that of a container. It was cold, smooth, and hard as stone. Curious, Felix decided to pull out.
What is this?
Felix thought in wonder as he eyed a smooth white crystal hexagon-shaped object.
Based on its heavy weight and appearance, Felix guessed that it was a unique diamond refined as a hexagonal prism.
They are really gifting her all kind of weird thin. Just as Felix intended to retune the crystal hexagonal prism back to its place, Lady Sphinx exclaimed in utter disbelief, "It can't be? What is it?" When everyone saw Lady Sphinx's reaction, they knew that it was something serious.
In this universe, there weren't many things that could surprise one of the most knowledgeable beings in the universe.
Remember when I showed you a hexagon-shaped egg and told you that this is related the gem primogenitor? Lady Sphinx disclosed slowly with a stern expression. This is it. You being serious?
Felix was so shocked by her revelation, he dropped the hexagon-shaped gem on the pile.
The tenants in his mind were just as stunned as him except for Mistress Candace, who kept looking left and right in confusion.
She wasn't there when Lady Sphinx proposed the egg theory. She believed that the universe had given birth to many eggs like Nemo.
Eggs targeting the elements without a primogenitor or other beings who overstepped their boundaries and had to be replaced. The gem primogenitor was the first one to off himself due to depression in the primogenitor era. Instead of doing just that, he bestowed his perfect gem manipulation to his descendant. The light primogenitor and the others decided to test out if it was possible for a single individual to hold into two perfect manipulations. So, the light primogenitor had agreed to partake in this experiment since he intended to off himself too.
Unfortunately, their experiment ended up in failure and the descendant died, which resulted in the loss of two perfect manipulations forever.
That's until the existence of Nemo showed up. How certain are you? Jormungandr asked with a serious tone.
40%. Lady Sphinx replied with a frown. The exterior is exactly the same, but I am not feeling any type of aura from it like with Nemo's case.
That's why I am asking. Jormungandr confirmed. It feels dead just like a normal gem. Asna and Thor nodded in support. When Felix first approached Nemo in the ruins exploration, his evil aura was so thick, he was scared shitless about touching it. When he finally grabbed hold of it, Nemo's consciousness had invaded his mind.
But in this case, nothing unique about the hexagon gem besides its extraordinary weight. If it wasn't for Lady Sphinx, he wouldn't have bet a second glance at it.
Felix, take it with you for now, Lady Sphinx said. I will study it later and check whether I am right or not.
All right. Felix was still not convinced that this was the gem primogenitor's egg.
He didn't believe in fate or such, and he most definitely knew that his luck wasn't so great to find two eggs of peak beings. Is there a problem? Anastasia asked from afar after seeing that Felix hadn't moved for a while now.
No, I was admiring the stone. Felix smiled while showing her the hexagon gem.
Oh, if you fancy it, you can take it. Anastasia offered causally.
Thank you. Felix nodded in appreciation and beamed it in his spatial card.
He expected that it would be this easy since Anastasia had an ocean of precious metals in her treasury. If she rejected him, it would be the same as a billionaire refusing to hand out $1 to his friend. Not to drew suspicion about the hexagon gem, Felix continued digging for the rest of the natural treasures like nothing happened. In a short while, he stopped on his own after realizing that the rest of the natural treasures were dug deeply under the piles, and it would take him immense effort to get them out. Although he was shameless, his face wasn't thick enough to go that far. I can't express how grateful I am at the moment. Felix bowed his head in appreciation after standing before Anastasia.
It's no biggie. Anastasia waved her hand in a carefree manner and asked with a curious expression, though, I do wonder why you need this much?
Is it for potion making? Selphie wondered.
Yes, I will be pushing soon to the sage rank and I will need insane amount of natural treasures to start working out on my master's recipes. Felix lied through his teeth without a change of expression.
As expected. You have already reached such height. Amazing. Selphie's eyes were filled with stars as she stared at Felix like he was her idol. Both of them believed in his bullshit since it was known knowledge that rank 5 potions require natural treasures to concoct. That's why they were 10 times harder than even the most difficult rank 4 potion. If it wasn't for this insane difficulty, there wouldn't be less than 20 sages witches in the universe. Ladies, I will be returning to my room to rest for a bit, Felix disclosed. All right, we won't bother you anymore. Anastasia smiled. I will call you in the evening if you are interested in grabbing dinner with us.
It will be my pleasure.
Although Selphie wanted to hang a bit more with Felix, she could see that he was asking to not be disturbed in a polite manner. So, Felix returned to his room alone while the girls went back to their room. As for Izzy,
he was most likely napping outside the mountain's gate again.
The moment Felix returned to his room, he closed the door behind him and beamed the hexagon-shaped gem.
So, how are you going to study it, Master?
It will take a while for one of your personal delivery worms to come get it. Felix inquired while checking the gem from all corners, not feeling an ounce of energy. I believe Lord Cow's subordinate must be on the way as we speak to deliver your new void suit. Lady Sphinx said, I will ask for his services when he arrives.
Lord Cowes had promised Felix that he would make him a suit immune to void in a mere few days after Felix requested it. Knowing that Lord Cowes wouldn't break his words, the suit must have already been created and delivered towards Felix. However, because Lord Cowes was living at the edges of the universe, it would take a while for his subordinate to arrive even by traveling through the void realm. I am still failing to understand why doesn't the gem have an aura, energy, or anything that can separate it from an inanimate object? Asna said. Likewise. Felix nodded. Felix wasn't even curious about how it landed in Anastasia's treasury. He knew that dragons were known for their lack of precious materials, making them the biggest hoarders in the universe. Since Anastasia was a female dragon and also an heir to a royal family, it was to be expected that an unfathomable number of gems would come in her direction. It wasn't too far-fetched for this gem to end up its journey in Anastasia's hands. Honestly, he would have been more surprised if he found out in a ditch or something. If this gem is an actual egg as I hope, then I believe that its situation is even worse than Nemo's case. Lady Sphinx clarified. When we found Nemo, he has already developed a consciousness, an aura, and even a bit of control over his egg. Making it shapeshift as he pleased, he must have definitely absorbed plenty of void energy for it to happen. Then he was caught off and landed in the hands of my worshipper somehow. What you were saying is that this egg wasn't as lucky. Thur said it didn't absorb much of any elemental gem energy, making it unable to unlock even its consciousness? Precisely. When Felix and the others thought about it closely, they felt that it was the most likely scenario that occurred for the egg. Well, instead of contemplating about it, we can test it right now, Felix said while beaming 2 boxes filled with peak-grade gem elemental energy. They were part of the purchases spree in the Freedom City. He picked 2 energy stones that resembled sapphires greatly and placed them next to the hexagon gem. Felix pushed the stones until they were connected with the hexagon gem. Yet still, nothing much happened. Come on, do something, Felix said as he kept poking it with his finger. Alas, I guess we need to test out with purified gem energy, Thor suggested. Let's hope that I unlock the gem element then. Felix exhaled while beaming the elemental potions. Without unlocking gem element first, it would be impossible for Asna to absorb the energy and purify it. Felix drank the first elemental potion. Just like always, the process was fast and pleasing. When it ended, Felix requested from the Queen to scan him again and show him his unlocked elements. Poison element, 100% affinity rating. Illusion element, 100% affinity rating. Sand element, 100% affinity rating. Lightning element, 100% affinity rating. Void element, 100% affinity rating. Wind element, 1% affinity rating. Good start. Felix smiled in approval, favoring wind element since there were many natural treasures related to it. Though the only downside of using elemental potions was having to start from 1% affinity rating. When he was taking Lady Sphinx's specified potions, he was unlocking at least 30% from the get-go. Again, Felix picked another potion and gulped it in one go. This time he unlocked plant element. Felix threw the empty bottle and carried on the marathon, knowing that his body could handle unlocking elements consecutively. In 20 minutes, Felix had drunk 15 potions and unlocked elements ranging from common, uncommon, to rare. Fire, water, charm, ice, death, destruction, space, magma, silk, blood, fog, darkness, light, creation, metal, gems, and the list goes on and on. He was pleased with some elements like ice since he would be needing it soon, and at the same time annoyed by elements like death, life, and creation. He knew that those 3 elements could be considered as never unlocked since the natural treasures related to them were never seen before. At least I unlocked the gem element. Felix sighed in relief. Instead of continuing drinking the potions, Felix emptied the peak energy stones for the gem element on his bed. Then, he placed his palm on them and Asna took it from there. In a few seconds, Asna finished the purification and informed, "You can start now." Felix and his tenants took a deep breath in anticipation as they stared at his palm approaching the hexagon-shaped gem. The instant Felix's finger made contact with it, Asna released the purified gem energy into it. "You gotta be kidding me." A split second later,
Felix's eyes almost popped off their sockets at the sight of the hexagon gem, shining brighter and brighter, akin to a diamond under the sunlight.
He didn't need to hear it from Lady Sphinx or Asna.
He could feel on his own that his new purified gem energy was being devoured like a hungry toddler being breastfed for the first time. Well, it's official. Thor chuckled. Felix, you are most definitely going to experience an apocalyptic-level disaster in the upcoming years to balance your godly luck. Felix felt chills course on his spine at the sound of that.
He knew that Thor was messing with him, but he truly felt like something horrible was going to occur.
This sudden burst of luck was too good to be true. You guys love celebrating early. Lady Sphinx was the only one with a stoic expression, even though her guess had been proven right. Is there a problem? Jormungandr asked. A big one, Lady Sphinx clarified. Now that we have confirmed that this is an egg, the best course of action is to hatch it just like we did with Nemo.
Everyone nodded in agreement. In their eyes, the new gem primogenitor emerging from the egg would definitely be an ally to them and offer great assistance to Felix's journey.
Unfortunately, Lady Sphinx thought otherwise. I believe that hatching this egg will take a very, very long time, even if we fed it purified energy on a daily basis. Lady Sphinx sighed.
Felix and the others didn't like the sound of that.
How did you deduct so? Thor wondered. The speed of the egg's absorption. Lady Sphinx shook her head. It might look fast, but in my eyes, it resembled a child trying to drink by himself for the first time. In other words, this egg was literally still in its first days of formation. Lady Sphinx assured them with a firm tone. It can't be. Felix's expression turned sour immediately.
Felix understood that Lady Sphinx implied that the egg must have never tasted an ounce of elemental energy ever since it was created.
How exactly did that happen, and why did the universe even bother to create it if the result would be like this? He had no answer to those questions. All he knew at the moment was that the egg would most likely take eons of constant feeding before finally hatching. Unlike Nemo's case, who was already past 90% of growth and needed only that last push, Felix would be forced to start from the scratch with it. Felix had no time to babysit the egg every day by feeding it purified energy.
He could invest a decade or so, but not an entire lifetime just for the sake of bringing a new gem primogenitor to the real world. By the time you hatch it, you will be either dead or already part of the primogenitor's circle. Thor sighed in disappointment. I knew that it was too good to be true. Felix smiled wryly while eyeing the illuminating gem that was still absorbing energy from him.
If it were Nemo, he would have sapped him clean in less than 5 seconds. So, what are we going to do? Asna inquired. I think the best option at the moment is to place the egg within a rich environment filled with gem elemental energy and leave it there. Jormungandr suggested.
I concur. Thor nodded. You will free it from your hands and can continue your life as normal. From a decade to another, you can check on it.
This might not be the best solution, but it was much better than keeping the egg with Felix and forcing him to be a feeding machine for eons. He would always need to buy gem elemental stones and force Asna to keep purifying them every single day. Since the egg was a bottomless pit, he would never be given a break.
On the other hand, placing it in such rich environment would keep it fed for 24/7. Before doing so, I still need to get it. Lady Sphinx disclosed, I couldn't research Nemo since he was stuck with you, but I can do it with this egg.
I have no issue with that. Felix shrugged his shoulders while beaming the egg back. Maybe you will extract something useful out of it. The moment Felix realized that the egg would take unfathomable level of effort, he removed it entirely from his mind. He had no issues even if Lady Sphinx took it out of his hands and gave him something else more practical.
After ending up with such disappointing results, Felix carried on with drinking the rest of the elemental potions. When he finished them, he created a long list of all unlocked elements and another one with the natural treasures in his inventory. Then, he requested Queen AI to arrange the natural treasures with their correspondent element.
Fire, wind, ice, metal, and plant topped the charts. Felix murmured while eyeing the list. He made this list to let him decide which elements he would prioritize, increasing their affinity rating. After all, he needed 100% affinity rating to assist his devourer's heart a little in absorbing the natural treasures.
Since he had more than 30 unlocked elements, it was truly going to be a pain in the ass for Asna. Fortunately, with his current body limitations, Felix was able to absorb much more purified energy, making it possible to reach 100% affinity rating in a mere few days. If it wasn't for so, Asna would have thrown a much bigger fit.
Back in Furland Realm, inside the Queen's throne chamber.
Ma'am, we have a report to make. Speak. Queen Elfreda nodded at a holographic screen showing a green-skinned elf with a stoic expression.
This was one of the 3 guardians sent to keep an eye on Selphie in secret. The White Clan has just announced holding a party for the sake of the Dragonslayer's arrival. The guardian informed. Queen Elfreda went quiet for a few seconds before asking calmly, "Is he staying in the White Palace at the moment?"
Based on our intel, it's believed that he is staying with the 2 princesses.
Sigh. My intuition was right after all. Elfreda smiled bitterly. Should we bring back the princess? The guardian inquired. At the moment, Elfreda wanted nothing more than to break Felix's limbs and scold Selphie until her ears start spewing smoke. She absolutely abhorred the thought of her little sister being in such a close approximate to a human when she was clearly interested in him. Alas, she knew that it was already too late to pull her away.
It will be too rude to make her return before she finished her official duties. Elfreda rejected while massaging her temples.
Selphie had been sent as the ambassador for their realm, and she shouldn't be returned until the ceremony ends. In other words, she was going to be spending 4 years nearby Felix. Just the thought alone made Elfreda grit her teeth in anger.
Relax, Selphie might be naive, but she isn't stupid to let herself get taken advantage of by that barbaric bastard. Elfreda took a deep breath to regain her composure.
I will call the clan head personally and tell him to allow you free entry to the White Palace. Queen Elfreda ordered with a cold tone. So, make sure that scoundrel won't lay a single finger on Selphie. Understood. Yes, Ma'am. Yes, Ma'am.
Yes, Ma'am.
The 3 guardians assured with stern voices before getting hung up on by the Queen. After they left, Queen Elfreda called the clan head Curson immediately. If it was possible, she would have simply called to request that Felix get thrown out of the White Palace. Unfortunately, Felix was clearly a special guest to the White Clan too. If it wasn't for so, they wouldn't hold a welcoming party for him.
Vile humans, scum of the universe, I will be a fool to let my own sister go through the same trauma as I. Queen Elfreda's eyes oozed with bone-chilling hatred as she eyed Felix's holographic face.
On the other side of the capital Juham, Prince Domino could be seen standing in his dragonoid form at the peak of a pencil-thin dark tower. The dark tower was long enough, it had penetrated the clouds and was about to cross the troposphere, making him able to see the planet's curve. It was truly a magnificent view, but Prince Domino wasn't paying it any attention. Why did he come here? Prince Domino frowned as he eyed a holographic invitation to a party held for Felix's sake in 7 days. Is he here to increase his strength with our resources? Prince Domino wondered while recalling his last meeting with Felix in the event. When he teleported outside, he believed that it would be a long while before he hears about Felix or meet him again. After all, he had retired from the platform for now, and he couldn't participate in another event for the next decade just like Felix. Good thing you came. I have been feeling like shit ever since our confrontation was ruined. Although Mananangle had been punished exactly as he wanted, he still felt pissed off for months over the notion of having 3 days of his life wasted on nothing. Time to settle things once and for all. Prince Domino narrowed his eyes coldly at the picture of Felix and jumped down. He merely kept nosediving without extending his wings to lift him up. The moment he penetrated the clouds, he disappeared for a few seconds.
Whoosh! When he emerged again, he was in his black dragon form. His destination wasn't the ground but the White Clan territory.
He didn't take permission from his clan or bothered to even inform them. He simply acted on a whim.
3 days later, Prince Domino's arrival at the White Clan had been announced thunderously the moment he stepped inside the White Palace.
It came as a surprise to everyone since no one expected an heir to make an appearance in a simple party like this. Don't even mention being the first to arrive.
Soon, everyone's doubts were cleared as Prince Domino ignored everyone else and went straight to Anastasia's floor, knowing that Felix was staying with her.
Felix, Prince Domino came here for you. Selphie informed Felix with a nervous tone. Did he now? Felix reacted indifferently. He expected as much the moment he was told that the party was going to involve the other three clans. He knew that Prince Domino wouldn't miss this opportunity to have a rematch, so he could completely get him out of his mind. Even though he was knowledgeable about this, Felix still gave the White Clan his blessing to expose his whereabouts.
Everything for the sake of his true goal in this galaxy.
Dragon Slayer, I have come to talk. As quick as lightning, Prince Domino had already arrived before Felix's room while being accompanied by Selphie, Anastasia, Izzy, and some officials. He was the son of the Elder Dragon, the ruler of the dragons, and the strongest being in the Alliance. No one would dare to block his path.
Come in, just you. Felix permitted calmly.
Prince Domino pushed the door open and slipped inside before closing it shut in everyone's faces disrespectfully. He is still as impudent as ever. One of the officials scoffed in irritation before leaving the area, not planning on waiting like some sort of guard. The other officials followed him too.
Let's head out, Anastasia said while pulling her brother and Selphie away.
But he might be in danger, Selphie said with a worried tone.
Although she knew that Prince Domino wasn't foolish to make a move on Felix within the White Clan's territory, she was still uneasy about his sudden visit. Based on her calculation, she realized that Prince Domino must have spent 3 days and 3 nights straight flying towards the White Clan ever since he received the news. For him to be this eager was truly worrying. Meanwhile, inside the room, Prince Domino and Felix were sitting on a table with 2 cups of tea before them. They had yet to say a single word as they kept merely sizing each other while sipping tea once in a while. I want a rematch, Prince Domino stated abruptly.
I don't, Felix replied bluntly.
Why you scared? Prince Domino frowned. We will have it in the UVR without the death penalty. Furthermore, I will limit my strength to be as equal as possible to you.
Prince Domino might be too arrogant and proud, but he wasn't a bully. If he was going to defeat Felix, it would be on equal grounds to leave absolutely no excuses.
I'm not you. Felix said, I don't fight unless there is something in it for me.
A bet? Yes. What do you seek? Prince Domino's eyelids twitched, not planning on arguing with Felix. What I want is something you can't afford to give. Are you trying to provoke me? Prince Domino's expression turned frigid. In this galaxy, there is nothing I can't get my Han.
Ancestral dragon scales.
Prince Domino's sentence was cut off abruptly by Felix.
You were kidding, right?
Prince Domino felt like Felix was merely giving an absurd reward, knowing full well that he couldn't deliver it, so he could avoid fighting him. I wish. Felix smiled wryly. He isn't lying. Why does he need the ancestral dragon scales? Prince Domino got curious about Felix's purpose of the scales.
How could he not? The ancestral dragon scales were pretty much useless without their historical value to their race.
The only practical use for them was as a shield. As for being forged,
it was already attempted by the greatest forger in the Dwarven Empire, and he failed miserably to make an artifact out of them.
In layman words, the materials level was simply too high for his expertise. Still, this didn't mean that Prince Domino could visit his clan's treasury and pick up a couple of scales for Felix. Useless or not, every single inch of the ancestral dragon was well kept and protected by all 4 clans. It was the responsibility of every clan to keep their portion of the ancestral dragon corpse intact and well maintained.
May I ask why you need them? Prince Domino asked in a straightforward manner.
No need for you to know. Fairs. Prince Domino wasn't fazed by his rejection. He added, as much as I hate to admit it, you are right. It's impossible for me to get those scales without the approval of the clan head and the officials in my family.
Not even a single scale? No. Prince Domino shook his head. I don't care much for them. If it were up to me, I would have given the ancestral dragon a proper burial with his treasures instead of cutting his corpse into 4 portions and splitting it between the 4 royal clans.
It does feel a bit blasphemous. Felix knitted his eyebrows in dislike. He had no idea that the ancestral dragon was handled like this. Outside the dragons and a few authoritative individuals, neither did the rest knew about it. In the dragon's culture, a magnificent burial must be built for the dead dragon based on his contribution, authority, and strength. Naturally, he would be buried with his hoarded treasures to accompany him in the afterlife.
The explorers weren't risking their lives seeking those burial grounds for just the corpse only, but also because they knew that every burial ground housed many precious treasures. I wonder what happened for you guys to go this far? Felix asked bluntly too.
Wanna know? Yes.
Fight me.
Not happening.
Tisk. Prince Domino clicked his tongue in annoyance and stood up.
You're leaving already? Felix smiled. Not staying for the party? You came this far after all. I will celebrate your title when you defeat me. Prince Domino sneered. As long as you haven't won against a royal dragon, your title means little to me. In a sense, Prince Domino must be pissed that Felix was being called the Dragon Slayer for simply killing red dragons.
Sure, it was a truly extraordinary achievement that had never been done before, and most dragons felt that Felix deserved their respect.
However, Prince Domino didn't think the same. In his eyes, the title should be called the Red Dragon Slayer instead of pulling even the royal dragons into the mix.
If it wasn't for his pride being pricked every time he heard Felix's title, he wouldn't have bothered to participate in the event or come down here to challenge him.
Too bad. Felix wasn't planning on letting him go too soon. His scheme to obtain the ancestral scales depended on him heavily. How about we help each other out? You want to fight me and I want the ancestral scales. Felix smiled. I have a way for both of us to get what we wanted.
I am listening. Prince Domino's ears perked up in intrigue. I need you to increase my value before the other 3 clans. Felix smirked faintly. I will take it from there.
Increasing your value? Prince Domino frowned. How do I increase something that doesn't exist?
Stop being a dick about it and hear me out. Felix ignored his insult and leaned closer. Then he shared his plan with him in great detail.
After a few minutes, Prince Domino started giving Felix a piteous look like he was staring at a delusional idiot. I don't care how you think about my plan. Felix's eyelids twitched and asked, just tell me whether you are in or not.
It will be shameful for me, but it's a small price to pay to restore the royal dragon's pride. Prince Domino spoke with a determined tone.
Felix could only stare at him speechlessly. If anyone heard him, they might think I made him get naked in public or something. Felix's lips twitched. Whatever, as long as he is on board.
See you at the party.
Remember, you promised to fight whether your plan worked or not. Prince Domino warned. If you won't keep your words, you will stop seeing the polite side of me. Polite side my ass. Felix shooed him away. Just leave already. I have work to do. For days later, at the great spacious hall of the White Palace, many white, green, red, and black dragons could be seen socializing in their dragonoid forms. This implied that no one here wasn't considered as a royal dragon. Even the red royal dragons were capable of turning into their dragonoid forms since their bloodline was much purer than the others spread out in the universe. That's why their true color was actually crimson, setting them apart from the rest. Though, their bloodline purity was still not high enough to let them have an attributed sacred flame like the other 3 clans. In other words, they were still considered as inferior to them.
The numbers of the attendants from each clan backed it up, as the Red clan had the largest numbers of attendants after the White clan. In comparison, the Black clan merely sent 2 dragons to be polite. In truth, if they had known that Prince Domino was planning on attending the party, they wouldn't have bothered to send anyone.
Soon, an official white dragon took flight in the air and cleared out his throat to attract everyone's attention. Welcome everyone to our humble celebration. I know that the journey must have been a pain in the ass for some of you, and we greatly appreciate your attendance.
The official spoke fluently with a voice that echoed thunderously throughout the entire hall, making it hard for anyone to ignore him. We are here to do nothing than celebrate the rise of a challenge, a hero, and bright future. When he first slayed the first red dragon Exodial, he was immortalized with the greatest title that could be given by our race.
Now that he has 4 red dragons under his belt, he made it impossible for us not to respect his strength. The official extended his hand behind him and announced as loud as he could, please, give your loudest round of applause to the one and only, the Dragon Slayer Felix Maxwell. Clap, clap, clap. The instant Felix emerged from the staircase in a formal tuxedo suit, while being accompanied by Selfie, Anastasia, and Izzy, the dragons in the hall started clapping until the air started to twist and turn around. This level of respect wasn't directed only to Felix, but also Anastasia. In fact, more than 70% of male dragons here had come specifically for Anastasia, hoping to create a sparkle with her.
In the dragon's circle, her attraction was no joke, as she had everything a dragon desired in his mate.
After the introduction was over, Felix went on his own to mix with the guests, knowing that staying in the royal dragon's favor would always be beneficial. The empire might rule over the dragons, but not in their territories. In other words, if Felix ever needed something from a royal dragon's territory, he needed to have permission of the owner first. Even if he had the backing of the White Clan, if that dragon refused to give him entry, Felix could only stay outside obediently. As for the girls and Izzy, the moment Felix left on their own, they got surrounded by tens of suitors for Anastasia. Izzy didn't like it and went to the open buffet to fill his stomach. "We heard that Prince Domino has paid you a visit. I am curious about his purpose." A pistachio green scaled dragon with a long face and a gray gem embedded on his forehead asked Felix causally. No wonder many green dragons have decided to participate, Felix thought as he looked at the group of dragons around him. Most of them were from the Green Clan, staring at him with their ears perked up in anticipation. He knew that black and green dragons had the greatest rivalry in the royal family, and they constantly tried to defeat each other in almost anything. Since the Black Clan heir had bothered to come all the way here, they believed that it must be something important. "Well, they just made my life much easier."
"It was nothing." Felix lied with a sincere smile. "He wanted to invite me to join his team."
"Bullshit."
With an instantaneous unified response, everyone around called him out on his lie. "I guess you are nothing but a bragger after all."
"If you want to avoid telling us the truth, just say so."
"Heir ceremony? Even though you obtained a dragon status with your title, it didn't mean that you can consider yourself as a true dragon.
Tens of royal dragons are close to the Empyrean rank, and they have never been invited to the ceremony. How dare you consider yourself as an option?" Not even the green dragons entertained the thought that he was telling the truth. They knew Prince Domino's personality fairly well, making them certain that he would have actually come all the way here to put Felix in his place than do such a crazy thing.
Another issue they found about his story was his strength.
Sure, he was strong enough to slay red dragons, but they knew that it would be impossible to repeat the same feat against royal dragons. Don't even mention the elite royal dragons participating in the ceremony. Their foundational strength was simply a chasm that couldn't be crossed by Felix anytime soon. As for his void domain and other killer moves, they knew that all of his strategies were now in the open and had been studied by everyone interested in creating defensive measures or counterattacks against them. Hell, they doubted if he could even slay royal dragons at the Radiant rank with the same abilities and strategies. "I understand your reasons for doubting me, but I am really telling the truth." Felix still maintained the same sincere smile even though he was under their barrage of doubts.
Unfortunately, everyone's expression turned cold the more Felix stood for his story. This time, none of them bothered to even spare him a couple of curses as they all dissipate away from him.
Seeing that Felix was left all alone in such a disrespectful manner naturally attracted the other guests' attention and made them wonder about the reason. The spread-out dragons from Felix's group felt no obligation to cover for his lies as they exposed him to anyone who asked them. One by one, the news carried on traveling from a group to another until the entire hall knew about Felix's proclamation that he was invited to join the ceremony by Prince Domino. "I don't get it. Why did he lie? Does he have anything to gain from it?" Anastasia frowned as she asked Selfie telepathically. As one of the White Clan heirs closest in age to Prince Domino, she knew him even better than some of his clan members. There was no doubt in her mind that Prince Domino absolutely didn't invite Felix to his team. First, he was too proud to do it on his own.
Second, for such a decision to include a human in an all-dragon ceremony, he needed an approval from his clan head. There was no way the head clan would allow Felix join his clan's team when he had many other black dragons as candidates.
"I don't think he lied. Felix doesn't need to make such a lie to look cool before others." Selfie defended Felix with a worried expression, not liking the sight of him being shunned in his own party. Just as Anastasia wanted to explain her reasoning to Selfie,
Her eyes landed on Prince Domino stepping into the great hall from the corridor in his dragonoid form. He looked as cold and easy to piss off as always. His arrival in the party had shocked the guests since they knew that he had left the White Clan city after his meeting with Felix. They all thought that he had returned to his clan. Without an ounce of hesitation, Prince Domino ignored everyone and went straight for Felix. The moment he stood before him, he asked casually, "Why aren't you mixing with the others?" "Well, no one wants to have me around after I told them about your invitation," Felix sighed. "Even though I rejected it, it looks like trouble still follows along. This prick is seeking death. He actually brought it on his own. Crazy. The hell? Don't tell me he was telling the truth?" The dragon's ears were pretty sensitive to noise and speech, making them able to pick up what Felix said, even the ones at the furthest side of the hall. The fact that everyone stopped their conversations simultaneously to listen to them made it much easier. When Prince Domino saw everyone's startled expressions and focused eyes on them, he wanted nothing more but to bust Felix's mouth apart to stop all this crap he kept spewing. Hold it in. Hold it in. Alas, he could only keep his emotions in check, knowing that their deal would crumble if didn't act his part. "You still won't reconsider my invitation?" Prince Domino asked coldly. "I am willing to pay you immensely for your assistance." Everyone went as quiet as mice after hearing Prince Domino's direct confirmation. They all doubted their ears, making them look around him with stunned expressions, wanting to see if they were the only ones tripping over here. Alas, no one, matter how they tried to deny it, the truth before them stood as tall as a mountain. How can this be? Anastasia and the White Clan officials were even more shocked than the rest. Anastasia simply felt that Prince Domino would never do such a thing, while the officials were shocked for a different matter entirely. Prince Domino came all the way to invite him to his team. Does he know something we don't? Maybe he has increased his strength significantly in the past months after the event? This must be taken to the head clan as fast as possible. The officials conversed with each other with agitated looks. In their eyes, they would be considered as the greatest fools if Felix had gotten recruited into the Black Clan's team when he was being their guest for an entire week. They never bothered to consider Felix as a potential candidate since they had judged him as weak asset after they watched his latest games. With everything he showed and displayed, they still believed that he wouldn't push their team forward and help Anastasia in topping the ceremony. That's why no one mentioned the ceremony in his presence for the past week. Even Anastasia felt that he wasn't strong enough to be part of her team. But now, everything had changed. One of the officials swiftly went to inform the clan head, who wasn't attending the party. This was more than enough to show Felix's position in the White Clan's heart. He was a guest but not an important one for even the clan head to greet him personally. "Tisk, it's your loss then." Prince Domino turned around and left the party after seeing that Felix had gotten the reaction he desired. "Thanks a lot for the help. Just fucking fight me after this, or I swear I will torch you during your sleep." "Don't be so feisty." Felix chuckled in his mind as he watched Prince Domino disappear through the corridor. "Now let's get out of here before the questions start raining on me." Felix eyed everyone and acted like he was aggrieved, then he swiftly exited the hall, returning to his room from the same staircase. Felix? Seeing Felix's disgruntlement made Selfie's heartache for him, not realizing that he was faking the whole thing. "I am going with him," Selfie informed Anastasia before chasing after Felix. "Selfie, wait." Anastasia knew that Selfie was upset with her and everyone's terrible treatment in his own party. Being shunned like this, even though he was telling the truth, made her feel guilty as well. If only she realized that Felix orchestrated the entire scene to push his value significantly before the three clans. The Black Clan almost never bothered to invite someone to join their team. It was always the other way around. When they do invite another dragon, there was simply no other option but to accept it. The benefits were too great to pass by even for the richest royal dragons. This without mentioning the honor and glory of assisting the heirs in their quest. Felix being approached already put him in the eyes of everyone, but to reject the invitation? It made him desirable even more. Back in the courtroom, the clan head Curson had called for an abrupt meeting with the rest of the officials after he was updated with what happened in the party. "It's really hard to believe,"
But I don't think Prince Domino had a reason to lie, clan head Curson said. The officials nodded in agreement.
If the Black Clan wants him in their team even though they had already other stronger candidates, this only means that he has something we don't know about it yet. Clan head Curson narrowed his eyes. We need to get him in our team no matter what.
We do agree too. But will he accept our recruitment even though he rejected the Black Clan's team? One of the officials doubted.
Maybe he rejected them because he is waiting for our invitation? Another one suggested he does have a good relationship with the princess. Perhaps he felt that it would be improper to assist another clan instead of us.
Enough guesses.
Clan head Curson ordered, call Anastasia and tell her to bring him here. We have to get to the bottom of this.
10 minutes later,
Felix was escorted to courtroom by Anastasia and Selfie.
Selfie, you can return if you like, Anastasia said while standing in front of the courtroom's door.
No, I am staying here. Selfie shook her head. If she was given permission to enter with them, she wouldn't have hesitated to follow them in.
We will be back soon.
Felix patted her in the head gently before stepping inside. The moment the gate closed shut behind him, Felix focused on humongous round table and the many white dragons on it. They were all in their dragon forms, making them appear as intimidating as ever. Felix ignored the rest and kept his eyes affixed on the clan head Curson, feeling a crippling authoritative pressure directed at him. Spiritual pressure. Felix knew instantly that he was being subjected to his spiritual pressure.
It was much higher than his, making him understand that the clan head Curson could literally kill him off if he went all out. Before he could think too deeply about clan head Curson's motives, the pressure had dissipated akin to a gentle breeze. Mr. Felix, please join us. Clan head Curson welcomed with a kind smile. I am truly honored to meet one of the top 10 strongest beings in the Alliance. Felix bowed his head respectfully before walking towards the table. Since the table and the chairs were suspended in the air, Felix wore the symbiote suit for a split second before blinking on top of the chair. Then, he removed it and affixed his tuxedo while still standing above the chair's top rail. It was simply impossible for him to sit on it when the chair was big enough to accommodate the dragons. Before anything else, I would like to apologize with how the party went. Clan head Curson sighed. We dragons can easily get agitated if something happened that affects our pride. When Felix told everyone that he had been invited by Prince Domino to his team, this was naturally going to rub them off in the wrong way. After all, they were trying their absolute best to get recruited to any team, yet they still had small hopes of getting approved.
I don't mind. Felix smiled faintly. I have part of the blame too. I should have refrained from telling the truth.
No, we dragons value nothing more than the truth, Curson stressed. I guess we have something in common, Felix joked, making Asna roll her eyes at his shamelessness. The clan head and officials didn't see through Felix's facade as they smiled in approval. May I ask why I was summoned here? Felix inquired in a straightforward manner. We like to know your reason for rejecting Prince Domino's invitation, clan head Curson said bluntly, not trying to hide his intentions.
I am simply not interested. Felix shrugged his shoulders. I want to spend the next few years in the galaxy in peace instead of involving myself in politics unrelated to me.
That's understandable. Clan head Curson nodded, knowing that Felix was right to feel this way since the ceremony could get pretty political in the blink of an eye.
However, do you know everything about the ceremony? One of the officials asked.
I know it's a ceremony held between the 4 royal clans for the sake of deciding on the next challenger for the Elder Dragon's position, Felix answered. This time he was being truthful.
His intel was limited about the ceremony since anything related to it was blocked by the Queen AI from leaving Icarius Galaxy.
All he knew was that every century, the Elder Dragon must be challenged for his position by another dragon from the royal family.
It was done like this so the Elder Dragon wouldn't feel too complacent in his position and give up on seeking strength.
At the same time, it was a chance for other dragons to dethrone the Elder Dragon and become the new leader of all dragons. Since the royal family was split into 4 clans, it wasn't easy to decide on a new challenger with simple conversations or by taking turns.
Dragons respected strength fore and foremost.
This meant that every century, only the strongest could be picked from the current batch of heirs. The way decided to achieve so was by holding the heirs ceremony every half a century.
You are right, but even though it's called heir ceremony, the 4 clans can send anyone they wanted to represent them. Clan head Curson shared. If only the heirs were being sent every half a century, there would be no point from the ceremony in the first place, since they would keep sending the same dragons over and over again. That's why all royal dragons could apply to be the team leaders or part of the team to represent their clans or even other clans. Nevertheless, the final decision still belonged to the clan heads. Unlike the previous cycles, this ceremony will be led by my daughter Anastasia, Prince Domino, Prince Arentis, and lastly Princess Kazatsa. All of them are direct heirs of the clan heads, making the upcoming ceremony even more serious for us. An official said with a stern tone. I see. Felix nodded in understanding. He already knew that the White Clan must be desperate to win the ceremony. He had read that they almost never won a single ceremony. This tradition was going on for a long, long while now. God knows how much their losing streak had reached now. The fact that Anastasia would be representing them this time against other heirs meant that their lose would taste even worse. Honestly, we don't really care about challenging the Elder Dragon. We know that it is simply impossible for anyone to defeat him. Don't even mention doing so with our healing sacred flames. Clan head Curson smiled wryly. Felix had to agree with him. There were still recorded battles of the current Elder Dragon, completely dominating the platform and anyone in it. Although he had retired eons ago, he was still being challenged once in a while by one of the top 10 players in the platform, hoping to dethrone him. Alas, no one managed to achieve so. To make matters worse, the Elder Dragon never allowed his challengers to survive. This meant that the moment someone decided to challenge him in a battle for the number 1 spot, he better make sure to write his will beforehand. We know that you want to keep yourself out of the politics in our royal family, but we still wish that you can lend a hand to our clan. Clan head Curson stopped beating around the bush and finally came out with it. Naturally, it won't be free. One of the officials enticed. Just with your participation, we will help you get what you desire. If you helped us win it, then our rewards would make you leave our galaxy without an ounce of regret. This without mentioning the sacred treasures and other goodies you would find in the dimensional pocket. You can trade them with imaginable treasures from any dragon you find. Felix knew that their offer was already too generous, since most dragons were fighting for simply a chance to enter the dimensional pocket. In fact, most of them would have paid the clans anything as long as they were allowed entry. Who could blame them? The dimensional pocket was left by the ancestral dragon himself. It was filled with sacred treasures that were able to enhance their bloodline purity significantly. There were even cases of some Red Clan royal dragons taking them and being able to awaken unique new attributes. Naturally, this was merely a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, but still, most dragons would pay anything to get their hands on this opportunity. If the news of Felix getting paid to participate in the ceremony, there would be definitely an outrage. Your offer is really tempting, but still, Felix shook his head. I have to decline. Why? Clan head Curson frowned. Is our offer too little? We can always negotiate. It's not that. Felix smiled faintly. I am seeking only one thing, and if you can give it to me, I will assure you that the next ceremony would belong to the White Clan. What is it? An official asked with a pleased smile, knowing that the White Clan could obtain anything in this galaxy. 20 ancestral dragon scales. Felix answered calmly. The instant the words came out of his mouth, the atmosphere had gotten tense and heavy all of a sudden. This was bound to happen when every dragon in the courtroom was eyeing Felix with a frigid stare. Do you think this is a game? Clan head Curson dropped the kind facade immediately and narrowed his dreadful slits at Felix like a predator watching a tiny prey before him. Take it back quickly, Felix. Anastasia yelled at Felix telepathically with a worried tone, fearing that he may not leave the courtroom in one piece. That's my request. Felix crossed his arms together and held his ground composedly. Take it or leave it. This brat sure knows how to run his mouth. One of the officials scoffed. 20 scales? You don't deserve to even visit his burial. The rest of the officials followed along with their own snarkily remarks, feeling insulted by the thought of removing their own worshipped ancestors' scales and hand them over to a human. They knew that if the news ever gone out, they would be crucified by all the dragons around the universe. Do you even understand the severity of your request? Clan head Curson said coldly.
If it wasn't for my daughter, you wouldn't be standing here anymore. Felix knew that he was being for real. What he requested was the same as asking a worshipper to remove a piece of his god and hand it to someone else. Such a blasphemous request was more than punishable. Elders. Looks like you are misunderstanding something, Felix clarified. You will be giving me the scales only if I helped Sister Anastasia win the ceremony. If we lost, you don't need to give me anything at all. In fact, to pay for your investment, I will hand over all farmed sacred treasures from the dimensional pocket. Upon hearing so, the clan head Curson and officials' expression had softened a little. They got to admit that his terms were quite enticing. Still, it wasn't enough to let them disfigure their ancestor for their gains. When Felix saw that they were still not convinced yet, he pushed harder. Think about it carefully. At this point, which is more beneficial for the White Clan as a whole? 20 scales taken from thousands or restoring your clan's honor and dignity? As you mentioned already, your loss in the upcoming ceremony would suck even more since it would be a battle between clan heads' true heirs. Felix paused. Many eyes would be on the ceremony, and if the White Clan didn't perform adequately yet again, they are bound to think lowly of you. I am not too informed about the dragon's culture, but even I know that strength is valued more than anything around here. Felix shook his head. No matter how better you turn the empire for everyone. You know deep down that not a single dragon would respect your clan like the others because of your perceived weak strength. Clan head Curson, officials, and even Anastasia couldn't help but contemplate his words silently. They wanted to retort back and call him ignorant, but Felix spat nothing but straight facts at them. In the dragon race, strength rule above all. Period. Although they could hide behind the fact that their healing attribute was holding them back, no other dragon would bother to listen to them. That's because attributed dragons already had enough bloodline purity to boost their foundational strength above all red dragons. To make matters even worse for them, their ceremony teams could include dragons from other clans as long as the leader was a white dragon. Yet, they still lost almost 99% of their ceremony meetings. Seeing that he had everyone rethink their decisions, Felix went for the last push. If you recruited me, we can sign a contract to keep me quiet about our deal. As long as no one here leaks it, no one would bother to think that your portion of the ancestral was missing 20 scales. Upon hearing so, most of the officials finally had a change of heart. At the start, none of them bothered to even entertain the thought of agreeing to Felix. Now, they were actually considering doing so for the sake of their clan's future reputation. What do you think? Clan head Curson asked everyone telepathically. As much as I hate to admit it, the brat is right. One of the officials sighed. We can't spend the next 50 years with our heads buried in the sand again. I really don't want to meet the Elder Dragon with another defeat added to our belt. Same. It makes us looks like we have lost our touch in battles. I feel the same. Clan head Curson agreed. I can't deal with the other clan heads if we get our asses swept yet again. There was nothing much that mattered to the dragons besides their pride. As the Dragon Slayer said, he will be given the scales only after he wins it for us. If he lost, we will be getting his sacred treasures at least. An official added, it's a win-win situation for us as long as we can part with 20 scales. Honestly, we already defiled the ancestral corpse by splitting it into 4 portions. Clan head Curson smiled bitterly. Removing 20 scales for a good cause shouldn't matter much to us anymore. We're already going to get beaten to pulp by the ancestor in the spirit realm. If the ancestral dragon corpse was still intact, Clan head Curson wouldn't have even entertained the thought, regardless of the stakes. After all, the ancestral corpse would be protected by the 4 clans, making it impossible to even remove a single scale without causing a scene. But now, as long as everyone in this courtroom keep his mouth shut, nothing much would have changed from their lives. So, what do you vote? I say let's give it a try. Me too. For the brat to have such a confidence and even attempted to get recruited by Prince Domino, he must definitely have something to rely on. I concur. One by one, the officials cast their votes in favor of Felix's request. In the end, only 3 officials abstained from voting as they still felt that it was a blasphemous action. Unfortunately, their opinions meant nothing after the majority agreed to go for it. Let's test him out first and check his reason for wanting the scales. Dragon Slayer, are you going to fuck us over? Clan head Curson narrowed his eyes coldly.
applying intense spiritual pressure on him. Felix was forced to have his knees bent over from the sheer pressure on his shoulders. He felt like a god was placing a palm on him and trying to squinch him like a bug. "You have my word that I am going to try my absolute best," Felix assured with a stern tone. Clan head Curson kept staring at him for a few seconds, wanting to see if his resolve was nothing but a gaslight. Alas, he found no such thing. Felix was in it for real since he knew that there wouldn't be a better chance to get his hands on the ancestral scales. "We will trust you for now." Clan head Curson removed his pressure at once and said, "But we still have to test your capabilities and see what you are capable of." "Not now." Felix shook his head. "The ceremony will begin in 4 years. I prefer being tested before it starts, so I will be at my best shape. If I don't convince you by then, you can always replace me with a snap of a finger." There was no way Felix would allow himself to get tested at the moment. He knew that his strength hadn't developed much from his last appearance in the event. In other words, his bluff would be called out after they find out that he had nothing special to rely on. Thankfully, his reasoning was accepted by the clan head and the officials, as they also knew that it was too early to make such preparation. "Before we conclude this, we need to know your purpose of wanting our ancestral scales." 20 of them, nevertheless, Clan head Curson asked. "I can't tell you, and I would rather not lie as well," Felix guaranteed. "But I can sign a contract right now to put your minds at ease that the missing ancestral scales won't bring any trouble to you." Felix refused to expose the fact that Elder Cyclope was making him a divine weapon. The fewer people knew about it, the better for him. Clan head Curson glanced at the officials and saw that most of them weren't pleased with Felix's refusal to share his use of the ancestral scales. Still, they would rather not cancel the deal because of it. "Let's sign the contracts." In the end, they agreed to make Felix sign the contract. As long as the ancestral scales didn't backfire on them, they didn't care too much about what Felix would do to them. Without further ado, Felix was given 2 contracts to sign. One for their deal and the other for his silence and promise. Felix signed them swiftly after checking for loopholes. Honestly, the dragons would never try to pull a fast one on him, as their pride held them from so. Still, for such a big deal, it was never wrong to be extra caution. After the contracts were signed, Clan head Curson's kind smile had returned. "You have 3 years to do whatever you want. But in the last year, you will be required to pass our test and also join the team for training," he informed. "I understand. You are excused." Felix nodded respectfully at all of them before jumping down the chair's top rail. Anastasia accompanied him silently, not knowing how to feel about how things developed. A week ago, she was stating that Felix would be embarrassed by royal dragons if he ever faced them. Now, he was part of her team and considered as their hope to win the ceremony. "Sigh, I don't know anymore." In a short while, Felix returned to his room, not caring that his party was still ongoing. He had already gotten what he wanted from the party. As for Selfie, he told her about his recruitment to the team since there was no need in hiding it. He signed a contract to stay quiet about the ancestral scales, not the participation entirely. "I am really happy for you." Selfie smiled. "The ancestral dimensional pocket is filled with unimaginable wealth that can help you develop both your strength and concoction even faster." Sacred treasures weren't the only thing found in the ancestral dimensional pocket. It was packed with extinct, unranked natural treasures that reached even S-grade and unique materials never seen before. Everyone wanted a piece of it. Unfortunately, the ancestral dimensional pocket opened up after half a century passes and remained open for merely 7 days. There was a limit to the number of people that could access it since the dimensional pocket was considered as unstable. That's why the 4 clans were able to send only 5 members to represent them. "I still need to pass a test after 3 years. Felix replied calmly. "My slot isn't locked yet." "I believe that you will pass it with flying colors," Selfie encouraged. "I hope so too." Felix had finally managed to secure an opportunity to obtain the ancestral scales. He knew that he couldn't lose it since the other 3 clans weren't as desperate as the White Clan to go this far for a win. If he didn't win ceremony and lost his opportunity, Felix knew that the only option left behind would be to request Mistress Candace to steal them for him. He really wanted to avoid using that option.
After he kicked out the girls from his room with an excuse of wanting to train, Felix called Prince Domino. "How did it go?" Prince Domino asked coldly. "It worked all thanks to you." Felix smiled. "Huh. I have no idea how did you manage to convince those old fogies. And I don't want to know." Prince Domino threatened calmly. "I expect to see you in our marked location in 2 days. Why are you being too hasty?" Felix sighed in annoyance. "Can't you wait until the ceremony? The stacks will be much bigger and everyone would be keeping an eye on the news. Don't you think it's far better to have our fight at such a stage instead of unknown location? Are you trying to back off from our deal?" Prince Domino gritted his teeth in anger. The deal Felix had with Prince Domino enforced him to fight him in 2 days after the party, whether his assistance helped Felix in getting the ancestral scales or not. "I just don't want to give you an excuse when I beat your ass up." Felix shrugged his shoulders. "In 4 years, I will be fighting you at your full strength, leaving you no choice but admit your loss." "You are really delusional to think that how it would go," Prince Domino snickered. "But, since it looks like you're unmotivated to fight me now, let's leave it until the ceremony. I would rather not have you whining that you went soft on me because of me limiting my strength. We will see who will be the one whining at the end." Felix hung up the call right after, wanting to irritate him one last time. "Phew, now that we have gotten rid of that nonsense, let's continue with the affinity raising." Felix sighed in relief while lying on his bed. He really didn't want to fight with Prince Domino at the moment when the fight would serve as nothing beneficial to him. He knew that it would take a miracle to beat Prince Domino even if he reduced his strength. He was simply a battle god that was born for nothing but for slaughter and war. He had hundreds of years under his belt as experience, making him a truly dangerous individual. Knowing the bastard, he would most definitely announce his win to the public. This would backfire on his plan to participate in the ceremony. After all, the clan head Curson and officials considered him to be their ace and the one who would carry their team. If he went and had his ass handed to him by Prince Domino, how could he be trusted anymore to carry such a task? Prince Domino would most definitely do this even if he knew that it would affect Felix's plan to get the ancestral scales. It wasn't like they were friends or anything to care about each other's businesses. 7 days later, the news about Felix's joining the White Clan's team was still under tight lid, due to the ceremony being quite far off. However, the news about him rejecting Prince Domino's invitation to join his team had created shockwaves throughout the galaxy for days. Prince Domino and the Black Clan had received great backlash from almost all dragons, even the ones with absolutely no hope of joining the ceremony. Dragonslayer or not, Felix was still a human. In their eyes, a human shouldn't be even considered as candidate, don't even mention going on their way to invite him. As one of the main progenitor to this drama, Prince Domino had received the biggest scold in his life from his clan head and officials. But he turned deaf to everything, knowing that his punishment wouldn't be much. As for Felix, he locked himself in Anastasia's floor. He spent most of his time raising his affinities and eating natural treasures. When he gets bored in his room, he hung out with Selfie, Anastasia, and Izzy. Naturally, all of this didn't affect his already busy training schedule. Right now, he was focused on his poison conversion technique. "You are quite close to converting neutral energy into peak poison energy," Jormungandr expressed. "It's good progress, but still not enough." Felix frowned. "I take 2 seconds to achieve it. It needs to happen instantaneously. One step at a time. I can." "Sir Felix, a unique-looking void creature is fast approaching," Mistress Candace abruptly announced. "It must be Lord Cow's subordinate." Felix swiftly logged out and exposed his void eye, making him spot the approaching void creature. It looked like he had slowed down tremendously after reaching his area. Felix opened a void rift for him and waited nearby it patiently. In a few seconds, the same tall void creature from the first time had appeared before Felix. Loyal to the cause, the void creature handed Felix a small solid void box. "Thanks." Felix took it. Instead of leaving right away, the unique void creature remained standing silently. That's because Lady Sphinx had already contacted Lord Cows and requested to hire his subordinate services to deliver her the hexagon egg. "Take it." Felix pushed a medium-sized void box towards the unique creature. The hexagon egg was protected inside of it.
After he took it, the unique void creature went through the void rift even though he didn't even need it.
Let's see what Lord Cows has made for me. Felix rubbed his palms in anticipation and opened the small void box.
Felix was surprised a bit when he saw a tiny pitch-black marble sitting inside the box instead of a spatial card. Is this the suit? Felix wondered as he leaned closer and examined the marble.
Felix knew that symbiote suits could also morph into spheres, but he never saw one reach such tiny size before. Pick it up.
Abruptly, Lord Cow's emotionless voice resounded in his mind, startling Felix and the others.
Greetings, Lord Cows. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully.
Lord Cows made an acknowledgement noise without showing himself. He was always with Felix, he simply never bothered to wake up his wisp and hang out with them. Without wasting time, Felix picked up the marble. It had a weird sensation on his fingers, like it was solid and in liquid state at the same time.
Now put it near your void eye, Lord Cows informed.
Felix did as he was told immediately.
The moment the marble aligned with his void eye, it broke off its form and moved towards the void eye like a living creature. It was creepy and hair-raising, but Felix didn't make any sudden moves and simply watched the marble touch his void eye. The instant the marble fully covered the void eye, it stopped moving at once. In 10 seconds, you will have complete control over the void suit. Figure out the rest on your own. Lord Cows returned to his sleep the moment he finished, not bothering to stay and entertain Felix's questions. Complete control? Felix raised an eyebrow. Does he mean I don't need to use Queen AI as medium for orders? Most likely. Asna nodded.
This was huge for Felix.
From artifacts to symbiote-related items, everyone needed to order the Queen to get their desired effect from those two products. For example, activating a Futhark or wearing and detaching the symbiote suit. Felix knew that if it wasn't for this, he would have done some much more with his symbiote suit. He could easily thicken it on the arm and turn it into a shield. There were many other better uses for it. Too bad, it was hard to go for them in the heat of the battle, where even a split-second decision would make a great difference. After 10 seconds gone by, the void marble detached from Felix's void eye and fell on his palm. Let's find out.
Felix took a deep breath and ordered in his mind while staring at the marble, suit up. In the blink of an eye, Felix found himself fully covered in a skin-tight pitch-black suit from head to toes.
So weird, I feel like I am wearing nothing.
Felix murmured while sizing himself up. Although his eyes were covered too, he could still see clearly through tiny dots in the suit.
There were many things he hated about the symbiote suit. One of the top 10 was its weight that made it hard for him to be natural in his own skin.
He took a long time until he finally adapted to its weight and made sure that it wouldn't hinder him too much.
But this void suit? He felt like he was wearing yoga clothes instead of a suit meant to protect him against the elements.
The lightweight is spectacular, but does it take away from its toughness? Felix wondered out loud while creating a holographic mirror.
The moment he saw his reflection, he instantly fell in love with the design. He assumed that it would be merely a pitch-black boring suit. But he couldn't get any more wrong.
The void was black all right, but there were dark purplish strings coursing through all of his muscles lines, highlighting them even better.
Yet, the best part was the slick purplish shape around the eyes, making Felix resemble a human in a suit instead of the murderer Shadow from Conan series. Not bad at all. Felix smiled with a satisfied expression as he kept turning around the mirror, checking everything like a girl trying a wedding dress for the first time. After he was done admiring it, Felix decided to log in the UVR and test it out thoroughly. But first, he requested from the Queen to scan it and tell him what it was made of. He wanted to ask Lord Cows in details about it, but he had already returned to his slumber, making resort to Queen AI.
Scan complete. Similar energy to void creatures detected. No further information. Queen disclosed monotonously.
Void creatures?
Interesting. Felix murmured, is it made from symbiotes or just normal void creatures?
How was he able to make it immune to void energy?
So many unanswered questions, he knew that even Lady Sphinx was unable to answer them. If she had this type of knowledge, he wouldn't have needed to ask Lord Cows about the suit.
Whatever, as long as it works. In the end, Felix cleared his mind from those unnecessary thoughts and logged into the UVR. Inside his modified UVR's room, Felix could be standing in front of a separated void domain.
Felix knew that Lord Cows wouldn't drop the ball and hand him a defective product, but he was still nervous that the suit wouldn't be able to handle the destructiveness of the void domain.
Here goes nothing. Felix let out a long breath and stepped inside the void domain.
The moment his entire body crossed to the other side, Felix couldn't help but grin widely in pure happiness.
The void suit was holding strong without a single tear, making him assured that it was equipped with the promised void immunity. At last, you won't need to show your ding-dong every time you enter void domain or the realm. Asna giggled while watching him from the side. This was Felix's main source of happiness.
Although his shame had long got corroded, Felix still didn't want to spend the rest of his life always having to strip when he deals with void-related matters.
The best part about the suit was the fact that his AP bracelets were finally going to be protected fully from the void energy. Hell, he knew that it was possible to travel through the void realm on his own without relying on Mistress Candace anymore. One suit had offered many important upgrades in his life. Let's test out other things now. Excited and eager, Felix exited the void domain and requested the Queen to create a few AI dummies around him. She based them off Prince Domino as per his request. He didn't start the battle right way. Instead, he kept fooling around with the suit's flexibility. Shield, Felix ordered while holding his hand next to his face. The part of the suit on his arm began to grow bigger and bigger until he appeared like he was holding into a black shield. Before Felix could react in delight, he glanced at his back after feeling that it was getting windy.
Doing so exposes my back. His back was completely in the open, making him understand that the size always remained the size regardless of what he did with it.
It was like playing with a gum. If I don't want to get fucked by the suit, I must not manually change its shape unless I know exactly which side would be affected negatively. Felix deducted. It would truly be an embarrassing death to create a shield for his face's protection just to end up getting killed from the back. Let's begin.
Without further ado, Felix permitted the dummies to attack him simultaneously. Because they were based on Prince Domino from the old data, they weren't as strong as he showed in the event.
Still, they managed to teleport next to him with a supernatural speed and swing at him with their dreadful sharp claws at his vitals. Reinforce vitals. Instead of evading, Felix ordered swiftly and held his grounds. Boom, boom, boom. The AI dummies all ended up bouncing back off him after their claws failed to damage his vitals. Though, the suit did end up shredded a little in the vitals areas. But it didn't take even a split second before it was restored to its natural appearance. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Felix paused the training with an odd expression.
He kept touching the suit in the shredded areas, trying to locate a single tear or such. However, not a single cut was found.
If this were the symbiote suit, it wouldn't repair itself for at least a few hours. I wouldn't feel bad even if I used a favor for it.
Felix was truly more than pleased with the void suit, and he felt that it deserved more than a favor.
If he had to rate it, he would place it even higher than his legendary Crescent battle axe.
1 month later, Felix could be seen sitting on his bed in a meditation position. Around him, there were mountains of blackened energy stones filling almost the entire bedroom. For the past month, Felix focused purely on increasing his affinities ratings to the max while making sure to train with the void suit.
Since his body was developed to a new height, he kept reaching 100% affinity rating of each element in 3 days max. I am finally done. Felix sighed in relief while stretching his arms behind his back. I should be the one stretching, you lazy pig. Asna cursed in annoyance. She really had been overworked for the past month as she needed to keep absorbing the energy stones and purifying them. Then, feed the purified energy to Felix on a daily basis. Stop whining. I will take you to a dinner later on. It better be just the two of us. Asna warned. I am not an idiot to bring you two again. Felix's eyelids twitched after recalling Asna's boldness in their last dinner. Sir Felix, now that you have finished with the affinities, what are you going to do? Mistress Candace asked. Felix rested his chin on his palm and replied, I have only one option at the moment. Entering a long slumber.
How long, though?
As long as possible. Felix sighed.
Felix knew that he had only 3 years before the test that would define his path forward in this galaxy.
He didn't know what the test would be, but he knew that it was going to be extremely challenging. After all, the clan head wasn't retarded to hire Felix simply based on Prince Domino's words. Sure, he was swayed to make an offer to Felix, but it didn't mean that he would send him to the ceremony without making sure that he had what it took to carry his team. At the moment, Felix knew that his foundational strength was way below even the worst royal dragons. In other words, he had not to waste a single second in these 3 years to gain as much strength as possible. The only way to achieve so was by consuming as many natural treasures his stomach could handle and force himself into a self-induced coma to hasten the absorption process. Master, when do you think I will wake up if I ate to the limit? Felix inquired. Possibly 2 years more or less. Lady Sphinx replied.
2 years, I will most definitely reach the 6th mark if I did so. Felix said with a serious tone. 2 whole years.
Asna murmured in dejection, not liking the sound of that at all.
I know, I don't like it too. Felix smiled wryly, but I really have to. I can't enter a coma and wake up then fall back into another. It will hinder my absorption and also will be tough on my mentality. Felix didn't want to eat just enough to sleep for 1 year then wake up and return to sleep.
He knew that his absorption speed would take a heavy hit, and he might even not reach the 6th mark, ruining his chances to get the perfect replacement of his bloodline.
It's just 2 years. Thor shrugged his shoulders. It will pass in the blink of an eye.
Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx nodded in agreement. For immortals like them with billions of years under their belt, 2 years truly was nothing. Just leave matters related to Fenrir to us and focus on your strength, Jormungandr assured. When you wake up, everything will be prepared for your replacement. Felix nodded his head in understanding. First, I need to alert the others, Felix said. 2 years was a long period in his eyes, and he would rather not leave his grandfather, teammates, subordinates, and friends unnotified.
So he wrote an email that emphasized that he would be unreachable for the next 2 years, and if anything urgent came up, they must reach out to Mallet.
She was considered as the head to his subordinates, and in his absence, she would naturally take helms over him. As for the Federation, Felix knew that he wouldn't be needed for the next few years.
The Federation was being led by true political leaders who knew how to run a federation much better than him. Since he had given them the agendas to work on, he wouldn't be needed until they finished all of their targets and required new directions to move on. As for his Earthling team, with Noah's new complete bloodline, Felix believed that he would lead them to a new height without him.
Now, I just need to deal with Selfie.
Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix left his room and went to Selfie's room. As he expected, he found Anastasia hanging out with her. You finished your training? Selfie's eyes lighted up after seeing Felix's unexpected visit.
Something like that. Felix nodded. We were just going to be having dinner. Want to join? Anastasia offered. I already have a prior engagement. Felix shook his head before coming clean. I came here to let you know that I will enter a closed-shut training for the next 2 years.
Huh? What does that mean? Selfie's bright eyes dimmed down, having a bad feeling about this.
I won't be reachable neither in real world nor the UVR, Felix said calmly.
But why? Selfie retorted, breaks are a must during even intense training.
It would have been much easier to tell them that he would be in a self-induced coma. But Felix knew that it would raise even more questions. The last thing he would do in this galaxy was expose the fact that he could devour natural treasures to increase his strength. It's my master's decision. They felt that I have been wasting too much time on earthly matters.
Felix used his masters as a shield, knowing that Selfie would never dare to question Primogenitor's decisions.
I see. It's a smart decision. On the other hand, Anastasia was pleased with Felix's closed training.
Now that he was going to be a member of her team, it would be more beneficial for her if Felix gotten even stronger.
See you girls in 2 years. Felix said his goodbyes and returned to his room, not planning on comforting Selfie. He knew that the nicer he treated her, the more attached she would get to him. Boundaries must be kept and respected if he wanted to avoid Asna's wrath. Sometime later,
Felix was sitting on his bed while having tens of containers stacked in front of him. He had just logged out after having dinner with Asna. Knowing that a marathon of inedible food awaited him, he made sure to cleanse his palates with the most delicious dishes in the universe.
Here we go. Felix took a deep breath and opened the containers one by one while throwing the lids away.
Then he picked the natural treasures with both of his hands and started shoving them down his throat with a twisted expression. The taste was simply unholy and would make anyone gag the moment the natural treasure touched their uvula. Still, Felix tightened his eyes shut and kept swallowing anything that entered his mouth. He had no issues with the soft-based natural treasures as he could easily swallow them in less than a second. Alas, there were many solid natural treasures that forced him to keep chewing over and over until he was left with either throw it up or swallow the mesh forcefully. "Keep it up, lad, keep it up." Thor and other tenants cheered for him.
10 containers. 20 containers. 40 containers. 50 containers.
The moment Felix devoured 50 natural treasures, he was hit with a sudden strong wave of exhaustion, like his body was begging him to stop and simply sleep.
Nevertheless, Felix fought through the sleepiness and actually hastened his eating speed. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
He knew that the moment he gave up to the sleep, he wouldn't wake up again for probably a year or more. This wasn't his limit yet.
60 containers. 80 containers. 90 containers. 100 containers.
With great difficulty and through sheer will, Felix swallowed the last natural treasures before his vision went black immediately. Thud. He fell hard on the empty containers and remained lying on them without moving a single inch. If it wasn't for his shallow breathing and bloated stomach raising and falling, the tenants would have gotten worried.
Mad lad. He really ate 100 natural treasures in one sitting. Thor chuckled with a pleased expression. He exceeded the limitation I set for him. Lady Sphinx commentated with a faint smile. I based my previous calculation on him being able to toughen through only 80 natural treasures. What does that mean? Asna's expression turned sour immediately, knowing that her words didn't spill well. He will most likely remain in a slumber for 2 years and a half at minimum, Lady Sphinx answered. Phew, that's good. Asna sighed in relief. She had no issues with waiting another half a year. She was merely worried that Felix might oversleep and miss out on his test. Candace, take care of him, Lady Sphinx ordered calmly.
Will do. Mistress Candace nodded and emerged next to Felix from the Void Realm.
She picked him up and placed him inside the UVR pod. Then she cleaned the room and returned to the Void Realm.
This wasn't the only thing Mistress Candace was responsible for. She was going to be bathing him every so often in that special liquid that was able to seal one of his inscriptions temporarily. Additionally, she would be the one feeding Nemo and keeping him company.
Now, it's up to us to convince Fenrir on dropping his weapon down, Thor disclosed with a stern tone.
Speaking of which, how's the other kid doing? Jormungandr asked.
He is settling quite well, Lady Sphinx replied. Noah had already arrived at Lady Sphinx Castle in the Witch Empire without an issue. So far, Lady Sphinx was simply helping him with his integration to hasten it a little. Since he was still at 30% or so, it would take a while before Fenrir get awakened at 99%. 3 months later, inside Felix's previous room within Lady Sphinx's castle, Noah could be seen sitting on the ground with just pairs of shorts. He was sweating buckets all over his body, drenching him completely. His head was lowered and hidden under his breathtaking icy blue hair, making it hard to see his expression.
Good job, kid, you have worked hard. Lady Sphinx's calm voice resounded in his mind, praising him over his efforts.
He ought to be praised as he had finally reached 99% in his integration in mere 3 months. This entailed that he was integrating with 2% every 3 days without taking a break. Silent as always, Noah nodded his head in appreciation and reached out to a towel near him. Then, he wiped his sweaty face with great difficulty, finally exposing his frigid and stunning pale face. If it wasn't for his deadpan expression, he would have truly resembled Prince Charming from a fairy tale. Go take a shower and leave the rest to me,
Lady Sphinx disclosed while sitting in his consciousness space all by herself. Even though no one was here, she was sitting on a table with 2 chairs and 2 cups of wine served. Fenrir, I know that you have awakened. Lady Sphinx requested while extending her hand at the chair next to her. Come join me and I will clear the fog from your mind. Silence, dreadful silence was the only thing that replied to her answer.
Still, Lady Sphinx refrained from speaking any further. She simply kept sipping from her wine glass while reading a book. The moment she tried to flip a page, A chilly cold breeze passed by her fingers and flipped the page for her. When she lifted her head, she found Fenrir already sitting on the chair with one foot placed above the other and the wine glass in his hand. "Explain," he said with raw, rugged, beastly voice and a face filled with nothing but absolute coldness. Although he was in a humanoid form, making him resemble any other white werewolf, there was something about him that would make anyone freeze in their places by mere glance. Being in his presence was like being in the presence of a king, an absolute alpha, who was meant to rule over everyone and everything by just existing. Thankfully, Lady Sphinx was immune to any of these sensations as she saw him as nothing more than her peer. "I don't know whether you can sense your main consciousness or not, but you are still sealed within the ice world," Lady Sphinx shared. "The current you is a mere wisp of consciousness that has been awakened inside this lad's mind after using your bloodline. Unlike Thor and Jormungandr, Fenrir didn't know if he was dead or still alive inside the ice world since it was a protocol that he used only once in his life. Hence, Lady Sphinx had to let him know of his current state." Unresponsive, Fenrir closed his chilling white eyes and tried to sense his main consciousness. As Lady Sphinx told him, he could feel a link between them, making him figure out that he was indeed still trapped inside the ice world. "So? Can you wake your main consciousness?" Lady Sphinx inquired in intrigue. "No," Fenrir replied bluntly while opening his eyes. He tried to take control over his main consciousness again through his link, but he failed miserably. He realized that his main consciousness was too deep in his slumber. It would be impossible to wake him up unless he actively merged this wisp of consciousness with it. "Why did you wake this wisp of mine? Is this one of your experiments?" Fenrir asked coldly. "It will be better to show you." Lady Sphinx snapped her finger and created a mirror that reflected her memories. They were arranged in such manner that Fenrir would understand everything without wasting too much time on going through Noah's memories. "Call me after you watch the whole thing." Lady Sphinx teleported to her house, not planning on wasting her precious time spectating him. Fenrir ignored her and focused on the mirror. While he was watching a small documentary on the new UVR era, the other version of Lady Sphinx was currently sitting with Thor, Jormungandr, and Asna. "Does he look pissed?" Thor asked nervously. "This is Fenrir. His expression is always giving a pissed-off vibe." Lady Sphinx chuckled. "What is he doing now?" Jormungandr asked. "He is watching the prepared movie." "Good. The moment he finishes it, we need to group up with him," Thor said with a serious tone. The movie had included Felix and the tenants in his mind, since none of this would have been possible without him. Fenrir would definitely ignore Felix's existence and focus primarily on his faction members. With how things ended up between them, it could only be solved face to face. 1 hour later, Fenrir placed the wine glass on the table and called calmly for Lady Sphinx. In the blink of an eye, Lady Sphinx manifested in the opposite seat. "I know that you have many questions, but it's better if you took them to your brothers," Lady Sphinx informed. "Let's connect you to the UVR." Expressionless as always, Fenrir nodded once in approval. By now, Noah had already finished his shower and was simply waiting on the bed silently for Lady Sphinx's next orders. "Kid, wear the second AP bracelet and place it near your eyes," Lady Sphinx said. Noah did as he was told obediently. In a few seconds, the second AP bracelet was bound to Fenrir's consciousness, making him able to enter the UVR. "You can do whatever you want for now," Lady Sphinx permitted. "Can I try Elder Fenrir's peak ability in the UVR?" "You heard him." Lady Sphinx glanced at Fenrir. "I couldn't care less," Fenrir replied indifferently. "Have fun." Lady Sphinx rallied the good news to Noah. Without an ounce of hesitation, Noah logged in and went straight to his UVR's room. In the past hour, he had already read the description of the peak active ability that he unlocked. The instant he read it, it took his breath away and made him unable to spend a single second without thinking about it. It was simply something that he believed to be impossible for a human to own. Only now did he truly understand why he was told that he might not be able to keep it if Fenrir rejected him. Although he knew that there was a high chance of losing it, he was itching to try it at least once in the UVR. While Noah was playing with Fenrir's ultimate ability, the owner could be seen standing in his empty white room without a change of expression.
A few seconds later, he received an invitation link to enter Lady Sphinx's house. Fenrir clicked on it instantly even though he knew that his brothers were waiting for him on the other side. After his body got reconstructed in front of Lady Sphinx's massive golden gate, he was escorted by a maid bot towards the gathering place. In less than a minute, Fenrir finally reached one of many the living rooms in this cosmic-sized pyramid and stepped inside the wide-open door. The instant he entered, his eyes were aligned perfectly with Thor and Jormungandr, who were sitting in the opposite seats of the door. Neither Asna nor Lady Sphinx dared to breathe out loud as they watched them staring at each other silently. Even though no words were exchanged, their eyes were filled with various emotions, ranging from guilt, regret, sorrow, remorse, self-reproach. Surprisingly, Fenrir wasn't displaying a single ounce of anger or hate as everyone anticipated. In fact, he was showing a single emotion through his lifeless cold eyes. Relief. Thor and Jormungandr were truly thrown off guard by Fenrir's relieved expression. They knew that their brother was easily pissed off even though he was supposed to be as chill as ice. With how things ended up between them, they wouldn't have surprised if he lunged at them and started beating the living shit out of them. Is this a scheme to get us close? Thor murmured next to Jormungandr. Most likely. Jormungandr supported. I can hear you, bastards. Fenrir's eyelids twitched in irritation while approaching them. Thor and Jormungandr stood up immediately and tightened their shoulders, expecting at least a punch or two for their betrayals. However, when Fenrir reached them, he extended his arms widely and hugged them both at the same time. Fenrir! You! I thought I will never meet you again. Fenrir tightened his grasp on their shoulders, making them feel like he was afraid that they would disappear on him. Thor and Jormungandr could only eye Lady Sphinx with dazed looks, having no idea how to react to this sudden burst of intimacy from their cold-hearted brother. Why aren't you pissed at us? Thor asked the moment they broke their hug. We left you to fend for yourself against the Darkin faction without any backup. Jormungandr frowned. If I were you, I would have been livid. I was pissed at the beginning, and you have clue how many years I spent cursing you and hating you for what walking out on me, but... Fenrir sighed deeply. After I woke up from my slumber within the illusion world, I realized that I have truly wronged you. Ha! Come again. Everyone was left speechless at the sound of that. The last thing they anticipated from this meeting was for Fenrir to make himself as the wrongdoer. It's not surprising. Sleeping within the illusion world has cleansed my mind and made me able to see clearly again without being clouded by hatred. With a clear mind, I finally understood that I was a selfish prick to push you guys into an endless war without a happy ending. He cracked a bitter smile. You always had my back against the Darkin faction even though you already reached your limit ages ago. I never appreciated that until it was already too late. I am the one who should be apologetic to you guys, and you should be angry at me. Upon hearing all of this, Thor and Jormungandr didn't know if they should feel glad that Fenrir had changed from his intolerable cold angry persona or mad that he did make sense. The conflict between them and the Darkin faction was solely risen from matter related to Fenrir and Mananangel. Saurus, Wendigo, and them simply got dragged into it due to being in the same faction. Because all of this started in the Primogenitor's era. All the fighting, hate, fury, had long been engraved in their souls, making them unable to tolerate each other. All of this was caused by Fenrir refusing to forgive Manangel for the heinous crime that he committed against his pack. Neither Thor nor Jormungandr ever turned their backs on him, even when they knew that his war would result in absolutely nothing. If it was any other primogenitor, they might have believed that there was a happy ending, but this was Mananangel, a true immortal with infinite number of blood drops spread throughout the entire universe. If he died, he could easily revive from any of those blood drops. Unless one destroyed the entire universe, it was simply impossible to kill him. Yet, Fenrir refused to give up on his hatred and dragged them with him for eons until finally, they couldn't carry any more due to their crippling depression. Their meaningless life was already shitty enough, and Fenrir kept making it much worse with his endless useless chase of revenge. No one could blame them for offing themselves without him, as they had already done everything in their power to help him. It's water under the bridge now. Jormungandr smiled with a relieved expression. I would have never held a grudge against you even through all of that. You did what you thought was right for your pack, and I did what was right for me. What he said. Thor agreed. You guys. Fenrir felt even more guilty to hear this as it made him feel like he was truly being too much of an asshole to his brothers. While he had a reason to keep living, his brothers were suffering in silence. He was always putting his agenda first even when his brothers made it always clear to him that it was getting harder and harder to continue treading on this meaningless life. Don't go cry on us now. Thor chuckled, we have left a strong impression on little Asna's mind that you are a cold-blooded machine. Don't ruin our efforts. As he said, Asna had no idea how to react to the current development. Whenever Fenrir was brought out as a subject, he gets made into the spooky cold-hearted monster who never get along with anyone besides his faction members and pack. Yet now, he was showing so much emotion. She felt that she was being cheated out of her fear. You saw nothing, right? Fenrir asked while giving Asna the most chilling look she had ever seen. See what? Asna stuttered as she looked away, feeling terrified for the first time in dealing with a primogenitor. Jormungandr, Thor, Lady Sphinx, and even Lord Cows. None of them gave off the same predatory vibes as Fenrir, making her feel like her life would truly be taken if she ever crossed him. Stop bullying her and tell us what happened after we were gone? Thor asked with a curious expression. We heard about your ending from Lady Sphinx, but I would like to hear the details. Everyone knew that Fenrir got surrounded by the Darkin faction and forced into hibernation within his ice world. But no one knew exactly how it happened. The Darkin faction refused to tell anyone about their battle. There is nothing much to tell, Fenrir shared briefly. After I woke up from my slumber in the illusion world, I decided to settle down and try to live my life without seeking my revenge. Too bad those bastards didn't share the same sentiment. They have stalked me for a long while until I finally let down my guard and got my ass ambushed by all three of them together. I did my best to escape from their grasp, but their ambush was simply too perfect. Fenrir smiled wryly. To entice me into giving up completely on escaping, they used Mananangle as their bait. I ended up killing him, releasing some of my anger, but I suffered from deadly injuries from the other two fuckers. Fenrir concluded his story. Knowing that it was hopeless to run anymore, I used my hibernation protocol that froze everything around me, making it impossible for them or their abilities to get close without being frozen. You guys know the rest. At least you killed that blood-sucking vampire once. Thor praised. Did it make any difference? Fenrir smiled bitterly. He revived to his peak form in a few years at best, while I ended up being sealed for ages within the ice world. It was truly not a worthy trade at all. I hope that didn't make you give up on your revenge. Jormungandr smiled coldly. Because we are not planning on letting them walk away freely after almost killing you. Indeed, Thor affirmed with a stern tone. Now, this is 100% our fight, and we won't stop until we have them all turned into cosmic dust. Fenrir was left somewhat at a loss for words. In the primogenitor's era, they were always begging him to just let go of his hatred and focus on other matters. But he refused vehemently. Now that he had finally decided to give up on it, his brothers were the ones actively seeking to fuck up the Darkin faction. How the tables turned. How exactly are you planning to achieve this? Fenrir wondered, aren't you guys mere wisps of consciousness too? You are within your right to feel skeptical, but hear us out. Thor shared with a confident tone. We have taken a student and bestow our elemental manipulation on him. So far, he hasn't disappointed us once, and based on his potential, we believe that a chance does exist for him to defeat or even kill the Darkin faction members. You guys serious? Fenrir was startled. Lady Sphinx's prepared movie didn't include too many things related to Felix, since she believed that it would make more sense to hear everything from them. So, he ought to be surprised to hear that his brothers had already given their elemental manipulations. You will understand if you met the kid. They're assured. Where is he, then? Fenrir asked. He is in a self-induced coma to increase his devourer's marks. Thor coughed. Fenrir looked at them speechlessly. I know what you were thinking, but trust me, he is the real deal. Jormungandr came to save the day by displaying a holographic list with all of Felix's perks that defined his infinite potential. Interesting. He is capable of holding into more than one elemental manipulation and also owned a devourer's heart? Fenrir raised an eyebrow a little. He knew that having Devourer's Heart was enough to help Felix reach the same ranks as the primogenitors in terms of physical strength.
as long as he carried on increasing his marks continuously. The multiple manipulations and ability to inherit ultimate abilities from primogenitors ensured that he would be the most versatile being in the universe. The fact that he was a human gave him the freedom to go further and beyond since there were no chains placed on him. I gotta admit, he does have the potential to reach new heights. Fenrir frowned. But potential will always remain untapped if the owner didn't live up to it. Does your student live up to it?
See for yourself. Thor displayed another hologram that showed Felix's struggles from the moment he met Jormungandr to this day.
When they were gathered and edited like this, it showed everyone that Felix had truly walked through molten rocks to reach his current height.
The shit he went through was unimaginable to anyone if they didn't see it for themselves.
Not bad, Fenrir finally praised. You have chosen well and taught him well. Before Jormungandr and Thor could feel a bit smug about his compliment, Fenrir soon shook his head. Still, I don't see a way for him to kill Mananangel. See it or not, it doesn't matter to us. Thor shook his head. All we care about is that fact that the kid has a chance to create a miracle unlike us.
We are simply betting on that miracle. Jormungandr supported. If you want to bet with us, this is your chance to let down your weapon and choose another path for your revenge.
Fenrir refrained from responding to his invitation, knowing that they were asking him to invest in their student too. A few seconds later, he couldn't help but burst their bubble. Guys, you do know that if I bestow my elemental manipulation, I will get squinched like a bug within the ice world, right? Everyone was caught off guard by his proclamation. They always believed that Fenrir would be freed from his ice world if he had given his ice manipulation. After all, his body was subconsciously converting neutral energy into ice energy and then expel it as the most terrifying chilling air ever recorded. Without an elemental manipulation, his body would automatically stop releasing the chill and the ice world would break into light particles since it lost its main supply of energy. As for Fenrir,
in their eyes, he should be able to resist the chill since his ice immunity had already been developed over the years without even needing the inscriptions. Yet what they failed to predict was the godly pressure of the ice world.
The only reason I am still alive in the ice world is because of the protocol ensuring that I get protected within a shell, Fenrir confessed. Without it, the ice world pressure is enough to kill me 100 times after it reached half the size of a planet.
Now that the ice world was as big as an actual star, God knows what would happen to Fenrir if he lost his protection. Sure, he was immune to ice, but not its weight when it had the size of a star.
We truly haven't thought of that. Thor frowned. We desired your manipulation for Felix, but if it is going to result into your death, we would have never suggested it. Indeed, Jormungandr nodded with a serious expression. Forget what we said. We can talk about it later on when we free you from the ice world.
Neither Thor nor Jormungandr were that extreme to request for their brother to die so Felix could grow stronger. In Felix's case, there were always other alternatives. It wasn't like he wouldn't live without the ice element.
I don't really mind doing it, though, Fenrir shared casually. I am semi-dead already.
Absolutely not.
Stop spewing such bullshit. Thor and Jormungandr shouted simultaneously. Now that it was established that Fenrir needed to die for Felix to own his ice manipulation, this option was taken off the table immediately.
It will be a great waste to get yourself killed over this. Lady Sphinx agreed with them.
You can help the cause much better if we freed you in one piece. Thor added. Well, I doubt any one of you can. Fenrir shook his head. The ice world size is already past a common star. It will be impossible to destroy it when the chill is enough to freeze anything in its ever-expanding range.
As he mentioned, the ice world was currently named as one of the 10 most dangerous universal phenomena.
The tourists get warned extensively to stay a couple of thousands of kilometers away from it if they didn't want their spaceships to get frozen instantly. To make matters worse, even abilities get frozen inside ice world range.
How about we use Candace and Felix's void abilities to free him? Asna suggested they can enter the ice world and reach Sir Fenrir in a split second, then drag him into the void realm. I doubt he won't be tough enough to survive a few seconds in the void realm.
That could work.
Thor supported her plan, knowing that void and space abilities were the only thing capable of extracting Fenrir from the ice world. Better yet, why don't we deliver Fenrir's wisp of consciousness to the main body through the void realm? Lady Sphinx proposed calmly.
Now we are talking. Jormungandr nodded. As long as Fenrir's wisp merged with the main consciousness, he can force himself to wake up and shut down the protocol.
It is truly the least risky plan.
I can see it working. Fenrir knitted his eyebrows. But who will deliver the wisp of consciousness?
He will need to have ice immunity if he doesn't want the chill to kill him instantly.
Obviously, a direct contact between the holder of the wisp and the main body had to be there for the process to work. It's gotta be Felix, Asna said. He is the only one with void immunity and can obtain ice immunity through your bloodline. Both immunities must exist for the plan to work.
This is getting tricky. Thor massaged his temples. He knew that if they went for this, Felix had to use Fenrir's bloodline. He felt that it would be a great waste in both scenarios. If Fenrir bestowed Felix his elemental manipulation even though he had been freed from the ice world, it wouldn't make much sense.
They had no issue with Felix getting Fenrir's ice manipulation when he was sealed in the ice world, since they believed that by doing so, they would free their brother too.
It was a win-win situation.
But now, they didn't feel thrilled by the thought. On the other hand, Felix's future would get fucked if he decided to save Fenrir, knowing that he wouldn't expect his ice manipulation. As I said, I don't mind bestowing the kid my manipulati.
No is a no. Thor eyed him sternly. It's much better to have you backing him up with your full strength than act as mere spectator like us.
Jormungandr nodded in agreement. Unlike Fenrir, they were already dead, and they had no choice but to go for this route. It would be mad to make Fenrir take the same route as them when he could simply act as the perfect protector to Felix. At the moment, Felix's safety literally depended on Lord Cow's intimidation.
If it wasn't for so, the Darken faction wouldn't have hesitated to either send subordinates or hunt him down on their own. With Fenrir's existence, this could change as Felix would truly have a real backer next to him.
Let's wait until Felix wake up and see what he thinks of this, Thor said. There was no point in discussing this subject at the moment when the true decider wasn't even with them.
It was up to him if he wanted to save Fenrir and give up on his manipulation or seek other methods.
How about the other kid, Noah? Jormungandr wondered abruptly. What about him? Doesn't he have ice immunity? Jormungandr implied. He can be the one saving Fenrir. If he is quick and daring enough, Candace will take him to Fenrir and return him when the deed is done. Thinking about it closely, everyone realized that his plan made some sense. Candace was capable of protecting anyone from the void energy if she morphed into a larger vessel. If it wasn't for this, Felix's clothes and AP bracelets would have been destroyed every time. There is a high chance of it working. It will be somewhat risky, though, Lady Sphinx assured after calculating all the odds. We can't ask the kid to go that far for us. Thor shook his head. He might lose his life for something unrelated to him. He has already worked extremely hard to wake up Fenrir in mere 3 months.
Well, it's not like he is going to do it for free. Jormungandr glanced at Fenrir and inquired, how do you feel about him keeping your ultimate ability as a payment?
I will have to see first if he deserves owning it, Fenrir replied calmly. Allowing Noah to play with his ultimate ability in the UVR was one thing, and giving it to him permanently was another.
He would rather spend even more time within his ice world if it meant that his ultimate ability didn't fall in the hands of the unworthy.
You have 2.5 years to make a decision, Lady Sphinx informed. We can't be doing this without Felix even if we wanted. Mistress Candace couldn't just leave Felix all by his own in a coma while she traveled to the opposite side of the universe to save Fenrir.
Lady Sphinx knew that the journey would take months even through the Void Realm.
Felix needed Candace to be there, so she could take care of his inscription seals and also Nimmo.
After all, there was no way Nimmo would accept leaving Felix behind.
If Candace tried to be tough, Nimmo would rebel and make her regret her choice.
Let's inform that Noah kid first. Thor said he might not go for it. Oh, he will. Lady Sphinx assured with a faint sigh. The things he went through in his childhood has made him hungry for strength even more than Felix. We will see about that.
Inside a humble UVR room that was modified for the sake of training, Noah could be seen sitting on the ground in a meditation position while being surrounded by a visible blue wind. It made him appear like he was sitting in the eye of a blizzard. Once in a while, Queen AI would throw an object inside the blizzard or even a dummy AI. The instant they touch the blue wind, they turn into frozen solid ice chunks before falling into the ground and breaking into a fine blue dust. This was Fenrir's ultimate ability. Absolute zero. The effect is unimaginable, but the range and the duration is too short. Noah frowned. My strength is really holding it back. Noah knew that Fenrir's ultimate ability was way out of his league. Based on the details he read after unlocking it, he understood that the blue chill was capable of freezing even space itself. Unfortunately, because of his low energy capacity, he wasn't capable of reaching that height yet. Tearing. Suddenly, Noah received an invitation to enter Lady Sphinx's house. Without being told what to do, Noah pressed accept instantly. In a short while, Noah joined the party in Lady Sphinx's living room. Noah nodded respectfully at everyone, not feeling intimidated by them this time. Though, his expressionless eyes did linger on Fenrir for a split second before lowering his head, feeling like his bloodline was getting unsettled just by mere eye contact with him. Sit down, Fenrir ordered coldly. Noah sat next to Lady Sphinx obediently. Do you want to keep my ultimate ability forever? Fenrir got straight to the point. Noah nodded immediately. How badly? I'll do almost anything for it, Noah stressed with a serious tone. Good, we have a mission for you. They're informed we need your help to rescue Fenrir from the ice world. Before Noah could feel the jitters at hearing such an impossible mission, Lady Sphinx carried on. You don't have to worry too much. You will be delivered inside the ice world personally by Asna's maid and taken out the moment your job is over. The risk is minimized. What are my odds? Noah inquired composedly. 80% success chance. Lady Sphinx answered. Lady Sphinx didn't give him a high number to trick him into going for it. In fact, she was being modest as she believed that he actually had more than 90% success chance. The last 10% was for unexpected variables. 80%. If I succeed, I will keep Elder Fenrir's ultimate ability. Noah thought inwardly. No matter how he thought about it, he had to agree to do this mission. The chances were high, and he truly didn't want to let go of Fenrir's ultimate ability. Not after having a taste of its extraordinary power. The only reason he didn't agree instantly was due to his sister. All of his moves were taken based whether it would benefit his sister or not. Opportunities like those never repeat. In the end, Noah had convinced himself that this was the right path. I agree. Noah accepted their deal with a stern voice. Good, now I have to check if you are worthy to own it. Fenrir stood up and went to Noah, followed by a crippling predatory aura, making Noah unable to move a single inch. Fenrir picked Noah by the shoulder like he was made out of feathers and waved at the others, Don't disturb me. Everyone could only give Noah a sympathetic look, knowing that he was going to go through hellish trials to convince Fenrir. If it were Felix, Fenrir wouldn't have tried to test him out since it would be a clear show of disrespect to his brothers. Since they had taken him as their student, it only meant that they vouch for his strength and character. Period. Unfortunately for Noah, he had no one to vouch for him. Inside Fenrir's UVR room that was already modified into snowy world with mountains, frozen rivers, dead trees, and gloomy cloudy sky. It was snowing heavily, making it hard to see anything or move anywhere due to how thick the snow had gotten built in. Yet, Fenrir and Noah could be seen sprinting on all four throughout the snow at an unprecedented speed towards one of the nearest mountain summits. What was more surprising was that both of them were in a full wolf transformation, making them appear identical. They both had milky white thick fur, blue chilling eyes, long fangs, and claws capable of splitting even boulders. The only difference between them was their size. Fenrir was big enough. Noah appeared like a pup following his parent. In a few moments, they reached the mountain summit. Fenrir went to the corner of the mountain that was peaking at an invisible abyss created from the snow blizzard. He sat on all four and stared at the humongous moon-white shadow behind the clouds. Sit. Noah sat next to him and eyed the moon silently with his bestial blue eyes. He knew that his energy was thinning out fast due to his Fenrir's semi-morphing active ability, but he refrained from saying anything. Kid, you have 1 year to convince me that you are an asset to my pack. Fenrir spoke coldly without glancing at Noah. Pack? Noah raised an eyebrow in surprise. not expecting that he would have a chance to join Fenrir's pack.
He knew that wolves valued nothing more than their pack.
They would fight and die for it without betting an eye. Winterwolves and werewolves around the universe were all parts of many packs. Sure, there might be some lone wolves here and there, but they were considered as the exception to the exception. Not being in a pack simply meant having no protection even with your own race, making you a target to almost anyone.
Even the Queen AI had no say in it since this was cultural related.
This signified that the moment a werewolf or winterwolf get born, he automatically joins his parents' clan. He only gets the option to choose if he wanted to stay or replace it after he reached adolescence. One would think that every wolf would be loyal to his birth pack and stay in it regardless of what. But one couldn't get any more mistaken. Gone were the days of absolute loyalty to the packs. Now it was all about selecting the best and strongest pack around. Naturally, selecting it was one thing and getting in it was another. At the moment, Noah was being given an opportunity to join Fenrir's pack.
In the mouths of the winterwolves and werewolves, it was referred to respectfully as the ancestral pack, the one and only true ruler to all packs.
You think that I will bestow you my ultimate ability just like that? Fenrir said. I have rules, customs that I created and have to adhere by it. Only my pack members can get something out of me.
Noah nodded in understanding.
Show me what you got.
Fenrir turned to Noah and reduced his size until they had the same height. Then he entered a battle position, forcing Noah to raise his guard to the limit instantly.
What an overwhelming battle intent. Noah thought with a serious expression while putting some distance from Fenrir. I will limit my strength to your level and remove my ice immunity. You will also be given infinite elemental energy. Fenrir disclosed calmly. So, go all out. The moment Noah heard so, he didn't hesitate to bend his knees and launch himself at Fenrir with his bestial jaw wide open. It might look like he was foolishly trying to contest again Fenrir in a melee fight, but he had a different tactic in mind. Cold breath.
Whoosh! A long condensed steam of coldness emerged from Noah's throat and headed towards Fenrir, forcing him to block it quite causally with a mere solid white wall risen from the snow underneath.
The cold breath collided with the wall and did nothing but spread out to the nearby trees, turning them into beautiful frozen sculptures. Snow manipulation. It's going to be tricky to hit him in this environment. Noah thought calmly as he retreated a couple of steps. Neither did he whine that it was an unfair advantage, nor did he waste time on feeling despair about his situation. I need to blow away the snow around him and seal him within my ice coffin.
Noah knew that Fenrir wouldn't wait for him to think thoroughly about the perfect plan, so the instant he came up with something to work with, he didn't hesitate to act upon it. Noah used snow camouflage to disappear within the scenery, making him absolutely undetectable by anything. It was one of Fenrir's common passives, but it came handy in this situation. After he went into stealth mode, Noah checked on Fenrir, wanting to see whether he could see him or not. If he really limited his strength based on my level, his perspective shouldn't reach this far. Noah deducted while approaching Fenrir, slowly akin to a wolf attempting to hunt a deer. Because he was given infinite elemental energy, he didn't remove his morphing ability. There was simply a giant chasm between his physical condition and senses when he used it. After Noah got close enough for his ability's range, he stopped right away, not getting too greedy. Then he narrowed his blue eyes at Fenrir and murmured under his breath, "Chilling blizzard."
Whoosh whoosh. The wind picked up its speed immediately around Fenrir, causing the snow underneath him to get hurled into the air.
To make matters worse, the chilling blizzard on its own was already a terrifying ability.
It was able to freeze anything after a short period that was based on the target's ice resistance.
Since Fenrir had removed his ice immunity, he was just like a commoner caught within a real blizzard.
Still, he didn't seem too worried as he remained affixed in his position without a change of expression.
Noah knew that something wasn't right, so he swiftly followed with the rest of his tactic.
Ice coffin. He slammed his palms into the snow as he activated one of the permanent abilities from his third replacement bloodline.
Thud thud.
For giant ice walls rose around Fenrir before merging together and locking him inside a sculpture of a giant wolf. Still not done yet. Noah opened his jaw widely again and dashed closer until Fenrir was in his chilling breath's range. Whoosh! The instant he was in, he launched his chilling breath at the ice coffin, causing new layers of ice to build on it. By the time his jaw started to hurt, The ice coffin had completely disappeared and was replaced by a giant ice dome that resembled a beautiful crystal. Even then, Noah had yet to conclude his attack. Ice explosion.
Noah finalized his attack with a snap of a finger, causing the ice dome to blow up into many fragments, launching them everywhere. When the snow had settled down, Noah glanced at Fenrir's location and saw that he wasn't there anymore.
Did I get him? He murmured under his breath, not daring to believe that it might be the case.
Alas, before he could feel a sense of accomplishment, Noah's vision started spinning around and around like his head was placed inside a washing machine.
Thud. A moment later, the spinning stopped, but his vision was now upside down. How? Noah had experienced this feeling a couple of times in the UVR, making him figure out instantly that his head had just got decapitated. His last expression was that of doubt and confusion. Having absolutely no idea how did he get his head separated without him sensing a single thing. After his corpse broke into light particles, Fenrir stepped into the light like he was always hiding behind Noah.
Battle report. Fenrir ordered the moment Noah's body got reconstructed in front of him.
How am I supposed to give a report when I don't know what happened? Noah knitted his eyebrows. Knowing that Fenrir wasn't the patient type, Noah started with what he knew. I created a strategy that was based on your imposed weaknesses. Blizzard to hinder your vision and also keep the snow away, ice coffin to lock you in, and ice explosion as last deathly blow. I don't know how did everything land on you, yet you managed to sneak up and decapitate me.
I didn't use anything that you don't already own. Fenrir stressed, now think again.
He used only my abilities to achieve this? Noah was startled at first, thinking that couldn't be right. But, when he gave it a portion of his mind, he finally figured out Fenrir's counterattack. Snowman mimicry. There you go. Fenrir nodded. Noah's second bloodline permanent ability was called snowman mimicry. It was able to create a stationary snow figure that was identical to the owner. It wasn't that useful without coverage since everyone would be able to spot the owner next to the copy. Noah figured out that when he used his chilling blizzard, Fenrir used the snow mimicry immediately and escaped from underneath the thick snow without leaving a single trace. It was too easy if he used snow camouflage. The moment he escaped from the blizzard storm, he circled him and waited for him until he dropped his guard when he believed that his ice explosion had succeeded in killing him. Amazing! Noah could only stare at Fenrir with eyes filled with awe.
Except Felix, Noah had never looked at anyone else with this sort of gaze ever since his parents' death. Do you have any excuses? Fenrir asked calmly.
No. Noah tightened his fists and requested, Can I have another go?
How could he have an excuse when Fenrir used two of his abilities to take him down?
He didn't even bother to use his ice manipulation.
You can have as many chances as possible during this year. Fenrir smiled coldly, just know this, as long as you don't defeat me with all of my imposed weaknesses, you can forget about keeping my ultimate ability.
Noah nodded with a serious expression, not daring to raise a single complaint about his condition. Let's begin. Fenrir cracked his neck and disappeared through the snow. Seeing his fading silhouette, Noah knew that it was going to be a long year. The next morning, Noah logged in immediately and went to Fenrir's UVR room. Unlike yesterday, the sun was out and shining through the cracks of the clouds, giving a new sense of life to this dreadful snowy environment.
Yesterday, he had fought against Fenrir until he lost count. In every battle, he never touched Fenrir or posed some sort of threat to him. This outcome while Fenrir had limited his strength to the level of Noah.
It could be said that he had less than 0.0000001% of his original strength. Nevertheless, Noah wasn't discouraged at all since he learned a lot in every battle and felt himself improving rapidly. Today he came early in the morning, hoping for new rounds.
He is up there again. Noah raised his head and squinted hard at the peak of the highest mountain in this room.
At the edge, Fenrir was spotted sitting in his humanoid form while staring at the sun. Noah morphed into a white wolf and started climbing the mountain at an abnormal speed. In a few minutes, he reached the top and approached Fenrir from behind.
Good morning, Elder. He greeted respectfully before sitting next to him, knowing Fenrir didn't pay heads to formalities.
Fenrir ignored him and kept staring at the sun, appearing like he was trying to win a staring contest with it. Noah returned to his silent self and observed the sun with Fenrir. Minutes went by, then hours. Yet Noah didn't grow impatient.
He had no issues staying like this for days if it meant staying with Fenrir and continue learning from him.
Kid, I have read your memories last night, Fenrir shared abruptly. Oh.
Noah's pupil expanded for a split second before shrinking back to normal.
I know that you have gone through some unpleasant stuff, Fenrir said. This allowed me to understand your motives better.
Noah remained quiet as memories of his childhood resurfaced in his mind after being reminded of them. He always tried his best to keep those memories buried deep within his heart.
You have never spoken to anyone about what happened even after you grew up. Fenrir gave him a side glance and offered. But I am here to listen. Listen. Noah glanced at the sun as he murmured. I am afraid it's a little too late for that. Primogenitor or not, Noah refused to talk to anyone about his childhood. Who could blame him? His childhood was nothing short of a nightmare compared to what Felix had gone through. 17 years earlier, two cute children were holding hands while sitting in front of a hospital bed. An pale skinny man was lying on the bed with his eyes closed shut. He had an oxygen mask, a 4-needle in his arm, and a bunch more of medical equipment attached to him. Still, a beeping noise flooded the hospital room, announcing his departure from this world. Sob, sob, Papa, Papa. Grace sniffled while clutching her brother's t-shirt. Noah tightened his grasp on his little sister's hand, trying his best to comfort her as her big brother. But how could he comfort her when he also needed a shoulder to cry on? Alas, his father had just passed away due to a serious case of lung cancer.
Because his mother had already died when giving birth to Grace, Noah was left to be the head of the family at the mere age of 8.
Unlike Felix, Noah didn't have any other direct blood relatives like his grandfathers or grandmothers to take care of them.
The Maxwell family was a big family, all right, but it was imbued with competition that made their bloodline ties as thin as a string.
In other words, not a single uncle or aunt was going to rush over here and take them under their wing. Especially when Noah's parents' status within the family was at the bottom of the barrel. Not every Maxwell was born with Felix's parents' genetics, making them top-notch businessmen and entrepreneur. Some were born with just enough talent to manage a car dealership, a small mall, factory, or something in this range.
Noah's father was a hard-working car dealership manager near the suburbs of the metropolis. As for his mother, she was a loving housewife. Their assets weren't high enough to lure in other family members.
Abruptly, a middle-aged woman entered the room and clapped her hands twice with an irritated expression. Let's go. Your nanny is waiting for you outside. No. Papa.
No.
It's time, Grace. Noah pulled his sister towards the door, knowing that the middle-aged woman was growing impatient with them.
He wanted to avoid upsetting the middle-aged woman since she held their fate in her hands.
She was the service worker sent by their family to handle their adaptation situation. Usually, orphan children get either picked up by one of the family members or sent to foster homes under their wing. However, Noah's father had bribed the service worker to leave his children under the care of their nanny, so they could continue living their lives in the same house. After they left the room, the nanny came forth and hugged them both with reddened eyes, appearing like she had done her fair share of crying. It's going to be all right, kids. It will be all right. Hearing her soothing voice and feeling her soft touch on his back was enough to break Noah's defenses and make him start sobbing next to his sister. Even though she was just their nanny, he felt like he could lean on her. Alas, he didn't spot the hidden glint on the nanny's reddened eye.
After Noah and Grace were dropped off at home, the nanny tucked them in their beds as they were too tired from all that crying.
The nanny closed the door and went to sit on the living room couch in silence. She simply kept looking at the walls and furniture with a pleased expression. That old turd has finally kicked the bucket. The nanny smiled widely while touching the soft texture of the couch. This is all mine, all mine. Noah's father would have never expected that the trusted and caring nanny he hired in the past 6 months was an actual opportunist.
It's been a hellish 6 months with that scrawny geezer breathing down my neck. The nanny raised her feet and placed down on the table. Now I can do what the hell I want.
To keep her as a full-time nanny until his children reach adulthood.
Noah's father had signed off this property in her name and also made it possible for her to get a monthly salary from his fund in that duration. In fact, she even had a bit of gain from his will. All of this to make her feel comfortable taking care of his children since he was literally asking her to be their guardian. Alas, human's nature was hard to predict even for normal people, don't even mention a very ill man on his last year. 1 week later, after the funeral ended, Noah finally started to spot some irregularities from his nanny. She started to scold them a lot for the little things, forced them into bed 2 hours before bedtime so he could go out and have fun, then return late at night. She rarely woke up in the morning anymore, forcing him to be the one preparing his sister for preschool. Because he was merely 8 years old, the only thing he could offer for food was cereal with milk. Still, Noah didn't complain. He was satisfied with just living under the same house with his little sister. Alas, he was too naive for his own good. Days went by, then months. The caring nanny was nowhere to be seen. What was left behind was a hideous witch who was easily irritable and had no qualms with resorting to violence to vent her anger. Smack! Didn't I tell you to not make noise when you are washing the dishes in the morning? The nanny cursed furiously with reddened, tired eyes after slapping Noah right in the face. Sorry. Noah lowered his head while holding his cheek. Fuck sake. Don't be sorry, be better. The nanny cursed loudly one last time before returning to her room. Thud. She slammed the door behind her, making Noah flinch in his place. Soon, silence befell the kitchen as Noah kept standing on a stool in front of the sink without moving an inch. This is fine. Noah ignored the pain of his tingling cheek and restarted doing the dishes a bit more slowly this time. Noah already knew that his nanny had fooled them and his father. Now she has finally shown her true colors when she realized that the Maxwell family absolutely didn't give a crap about Noah and Grace's existence. Even though he knew that the situation wasn't ideal, he still convinced himself that this was much better than entering a foster house. Noah felt like his nanny wouldn't go as far as land her hands in his little sister, unlike the foster kids. After all, it wasn't like Noah could make a call and request for immediate change to the nanny. The service worker was bribed to give them this treatment. In other words, there was no nanny replacement but a straight send-off to the foster homes if they got found out. In the worst-case scenario, they might even get separated if the foster homes were too full to accept two at once. Noah dreaded that thought very much. As long as I stay with my sister, this is fine. Alas, soon, Noah was going to be given a reality check on his decision. A few weeks later, the nanny's abuse and crappy attitude had stopped at some point. In fact, she even started to take care of them much better by cooking them good food, preparing their school meals, etc. Noah knew that it was due to a man entering her life, as she always talked about him to her friends in the phone. She was at age of 39 and still unmarried. Noah might be young, but he recognized that his nanny was seeking a husband to complete her life. Now that it looked like she found him, she wasn't as miserable in her life and venting her frustration on them. Alas, his happiness was short-lived. One day, she returned late in night and dragged him out of the bed while he was asleep, scaring him out of his wits. Before he could react, she threw him on the floor of the living room and started whipping him as hard as she could with a thick black leather belt. Because of you. He broke up with me because of you, little shits. The nanny kept yelling, akin to a deranged woman with her mascara smeared on her cheeks from crying. At the moment, her eyes were consumed with nothing but rage and indignation at her miserable life. The man she loved and believed as her future husband didn't hesitate to break up with her after she confessed about her current situation. He emphasized that he didn't want his own kids, don't even mention others' people's kids. Unfortunately for the nanny, she couldn't just run away with him and leave Noah and Grace even if she wanted. God knows she wanted it badly. Alas, Noah's father might have been a kind soul and naive enough to be fooled by her, but not to the point of trusting that she wouldn't run off after receiving his property and selling it. He made her sign a contract that made it her obligation by law to care for Noah and Grace until their adulthood. If she decided to break it and run off, the service middle-aged woman wouldn't hesitate to hunt her down. The bribe she received wasn't small, making the nanny part of her responsibility. So, the nanny could only return to the house with her heart broken for the millionth time. When she signed the contract, all she had in mind was the free property.
believing that spending a few years babysitting 2 kids was worth the trade-off. But now, she finally realized that they tied her down and made every man she met understand that she was a package of 3. Neither her fading beauty nor age was of any assistance as well. I am already 39. How the hell am I supposed to find a good man after 10 years? How? She screamed as she kept whipping Noah in the back, making him squirm every time the belt landed on his flesh.
Knowing that she was far gone, Noah could only curl into a ball and bit his lips as hard as he could to keep himself from wailing in pain.
Please don't wake up. Please don't wake up. Please don't wake up. Noah kept begging in his mind for the noise to not wake up his little sister. He understood that if she saw him getting beaten like this, she will start crying and try to help him.
With how the nanny's mind had snapped and was burning with fury, she wouldn't hesitate to whip her too. Because of you. You ruined my life.
You ruined my life. Alas, the nanny didn't hold her voice down at all. In this late hour, her voice was short of traveling out of the house's perimeter and wake up the neighbors.
There was no way Grace could sleep through it.
Big brother, she murmured with widened panicky eyes after seeing him getting whipped from the staircase. Big brother, she yelled with high-pitched trembling voice and rushed down the stairs, heading towards them.
When Noah heard her voice, he felt like soul left his body, making him get stiffened in his place.
Grace was still 4 years old and had never gotten even slapped once, making her unable to comprehend the current danger she was in. She rushed past the nanny and sat next to Noah with her tears rushing down her cheeks.
Big brother,
wake up. Wake up. She kept shaking him, not knowing that she kept aggravating Felix's bruised wounds.
Arg. Noah wanted to scream to vent off some pain, but he didn't want to scare off Grace.
Dawn, Aunt War, Rhea Boo, Teamy, Go UPS, Tears and Low, Cough Lock Your Room.
Noah raised his bruised arm with great difficulty and patted her in the head, trying to comfort her and most importantly get her away from the demon behind him.
Alas, Grace refused to leave him and kept hugging him tightly while shouting at the nanny. You bad person. Bad person.
You hit my brother.
You bad person. You too, you little demon. You too ruined my life and have the audacity to call me a bad person. The nanny glared at Grace with a hideous expression. You need to be taught a lesson as well. She tightened the belt around her hand, making the leather create that chilling squeezing noise. No, 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 no. The moment Noah heard it, he gathered every last bit of his strength to stand on his knees and hold his sister tightly. Then, he protected her head and fell on top of her. Smack! The whip came falling down hard on his back, making his toes curl up in pain. Get out of the way! Smack! 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 The nanny refused to stop striking him down, trying to get his grip loose on his little sister. Alas, the more she hit him, the tighter Noah's grip had gotten. As for Grace, she felt the whip tremors course from Noah's back to her skin, making her cry louder and louder. The nanny's furious screams on top and his sister's crying on the bottom. Yet, Noah was hearing only his father's firm but gentle voice in his mind. Your sister's protection is your #1 priority. You are all she has left.
Protect your sister, protect your sister. Noah kept repeating in his mind over and over again to keep himself from passing out cold. He could feel his consciousness slipping into the nothingness, but his father's voice and sister's crying kept bringing him back to the harsh and painful reality.
This kept on going for more than 5 minutes until the nanny finally got exhausted and couldn't lift her arm any longer.
When she saw Noah's ripped-out clothes and bloody back, she finally snapped back to reality.
What have I done? If he died in my hands, I will get killed by the Maxwell family. Scared out of her wits, the nanny threw the stained red belt into the floor and rushed to Noah.
She knew that the Maxwell family might not pay attention to Noah and Grace, but if they were killed or something, a full-on investigate would be carried out. After all, they also carry the Maxwell bloodline.
The nanny tried to pull him away from his sister, wanting to tend his injuries before it's too late. However, no matter how hard she pulled, Noah's arms were locked solid around Grace. Fucking let go, you shitty brat. She cursed while pulling his head from his hair, wanting to slap him in the face to regain some sense. You!
But when his face aligned with hers, she couldn't help but feel stunned.
Noah's eyes were closed shut while his head had no support, wobbling around.
She knew immediately that he had already lost consciousness, yet his arms were still locked around his sister harder than steel. Until the final moment, Noah hadn't let go of his sister or let her get tainted by a single blood drop.
The next morning, Noah opened his eyes slowly while wincing softly. He turned his head with great difficulty and looked around him. When he noticed that he was lying in his bedroom next to his little sister, memories of last night's abuse resurfaced in his mind. Arg! The ignored pain had finally settled in, making him unable to move a single inch without aggravating a welt. Still, Noah fought against it and pushed himself to check on his little sister, worrying that she might have been beaten by the nanny after he passed out. Thank God! Fortunately, he saw that she wasn't harmed at all, making him sigh in relief. Cluck.
Abruptly, the door to his bedroom opened up gently. The nanny came inside while carrying a bowl and a glass of water.
You finally woke up. The nanny showed a kind, worried expression as she asked, "Are you feeling better now?"
Noah merely kept eyeing her with a look filled with varied emotions, confusion, anger, hate, and lastly fear.
She has almost beaten him to death yesterday, yet she was standing here, asking for his well-being like he fell off a tree or something.
Be a good kid and drink this soup, it will hasten your recovery, the nanny said while filling up a spoon. She brought it close to his mouth and rushed him, drink it before it gets cold.
Noah opened his mouth and drank it with an expressionless face. If he was a normal 8-year-old kid, he would have either thrown a tantrum and refused to touch the soup or slapped the spoon away.
But Noah was different. He was forced to mature very, very early.
This made him understand that he couldn't agitate the nanny right now by acting childishly, especially when he had no strength to even stand up.
Most importantly, I need to recover faster before she falls off into another frenzy and target my sister this time. Noah drank the soup like his life depended on it for the sole reason.
He couldn't fathom his sister's ending if he wasn't there as a punching bag for the nanny. Good lad, good lad. The nanny had no idea about his thought process. She was merely relieved that he was behaving and assisting her in his recovery. After Noah finished the whole bowl, the nanny ruffled his blue hair like a loving mother and warned him, "Don't move too much, so you won't ruin your bandage. Just behave and keep lying here. I called both of your schools and informed them that you will be absent for a while."
The nanny had to do this, knowing that if Grace went to school, she wouldn't hesitate to rat on her to the teachers. Although she was merely 4 years old and most teachers wouldn't pay heads to her words, the nanny would rather not take that risk.
As for Noah, he couldn't move even if he wanted to.
Noah, what happened yesterday will never occur again. The nanny held his hand and tightened it. Then she requested with a kind expression, so let's keep it between us and continue living our lives as normal. She is afraid. Noah was clever enough to spot her bullshit from a mile away, making him realize that the nanny wasn't remorseful about her actions at all.
She was merely scared of the repercussions of him going down to the school or police station and tell on her. Unlike Grace, he didn't even need to speak. Just remove his shirt and show them his ruined and abused flesh. This was more than enough to get a reaction from anyone. Even though Noah knew this, he was also afraid of her. He experienced the nanny's rage beforehand to understand that such a crazy woman was simply unpredictable.
She has almost beaten him to death over a man. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him and his sister if he tried to ruin her chances at getting the property. So, he decided to remain quiet about any of this for now and keep the facade until at least he recovered his body functions.
Days went by, then weeks. Noah had already recovered fully and returned to his normal life. However, some welts had left thin scars on his back, making it hard for the nanny to send him back to school.
Since she had used just a leather belt, she knew that the welts were bound to disappear after a period of time.
If she didn't go too hard in her whipping, Noah's welts would have been disappeared by now. The nanny knew that was strong evidence against her. There was a huge difference between going to the school or police station with scars and without. To avoid prolonging the absence period, the nanny kept her word and didn't lay a finger on Noah or Grace. Still, Grace was too traumatized by the previous experience and treated the nanny the same as a hideous monster. She refused to even make an eye contact with her or eat anything that she cooked. Plus, she started to sleep in Noah's bed and always cling to him wherever he went. This had gotten on the nanny's nerves, but she held her anger inside and allowed her to do as she pleased.
Behave well today, I'm going to the grocery store. The nanny smiled kindly while informing them over breakfast.
Noah nodded silently in understanding.
Good bees. The nanny praised as she ruffled their hair lovingly, making them both flinch in fear.
The nanny ignored their reaction and picked up her purse. Then, she walked out of the door and locked it behind her with a key. She went to the driveway and started the car. Then, she drove away. The moment Noah heard the fading noise of the car driving further away, he dropped his spoon on the table and rushed to the house telephone.
He picked it up and dialed the number of the servicewoman. His father gave it to him in case of emergency situation that couldn't be handled by his nanny.
He told him that she was paid enough to do this much for him. For the past 3 weeks, Noah refrained from calling her even though the nanny left the house occasionally. After all, he had no idea if the nanny had truly left or faked it to see if they would tell on her. Now, he felt that it was the perfect time since he had shown the nanny that he was being a sensible kid. Ring ring. Cluck.
Who's this? The same irritated voice of the middle-aged woman resounded in Noah's ear. This is Noah Maxwell, son of Richard Maxwell. Noah introduced with a hasty but brightened voice.
Oh, you. Why did you call? I have a busy schedule today. I want to request to put me and my sister in a foster house. Noah came clean immediately. The nanny has been abusing us physically and locking us inside the house for months now.
Huh?
Are you pranking me? Kid. The servicewoman was taken aback by his confession. She couldn't believe him since she had met the nanny before in the hospital.
The nanny's display of affection in the hospital didn't strike her as someone who would do what Noah's proclaimed.
Noah knew that he was a mere kid and his words wouldn't be taken seriously. So he called after great preparation.
Call our schools if you don't believe me. They will confirm our store. Alas, before Noah could continue his sentence, his ears picked up a familiar engine noise fast approaching.
His hand was frozen in fear after his mind started replaying images of his latest beatdown, trying to warn him of his fate if he got caught. Noah fought over his crippling fear and besought one last time. She is here. Please save us. Cluck. He hung up the phone immediately and held Grace's hand. Then, he returned to the breakfast table and spilled Grace's food on the ground.
The moment he went to the sink, the door of the house was opened by the nanny.
She went straight to the kitchen with the same fake, creepy kind smile planted on her face.
When she saw that Grace was crying, her kind smile turned frigid in an instant.
However, her expression returned to normal after seeing the spilled bowl of cereal, making her believe that was her reason for crying. Noah swiftly started cleaning it up without paying any attention to the nanny.
Good, they are not up to anything. The nanny sighed in relief mentally.
I forgot my wallet upstairs. The nanny shared with a faint chuckle. She did indeed forget it. After picking it up, she went downstairs and headed straight to the door. However, just as she opened it up, the house telephone started ringing.
Who's calling me this early in the morning?
The nanny frowned and walked towards the telephone, not noticing that Noah had stopped wiping the floor and had an aghast expression. Cluck. The moment the nanny picked the phone, she greeted the caller and asked for an identity.
Miss Amelia, the handler of Noah and Grace. We have met in the hospital. The servicewoman introduced calmly.
Immediately after giving the name, the nanny turned around and gave Noah the most bone-chilling glare he had ever seen in his life. Oh no! Noah figured out that it was the servicewoman from the very get-go, knowing that their house telephone almost never received calls. I am calling for a routine checkup, Miss Amelia spoke. We have been informed by the schools that the Maxwell kids have been missing for a while now. Mind explaining that? Is that so? The nanny's face went pale at the sound of that.
She didn't think that the schools were in contract with the child service department of the Maxwell family.
At the start, she believed that Noah must have contacted Miss Amelia somehow, but now that doubt was removed from her mind or at least lessened significantly.
Unbeknownst to her, Miss Amelia had indeed called the principals a few minutes ago and was informed about the kids' sudden absence. Although she wasn't completely convinced about Noah's story due to her biased take on the nanny's first impression and her personal experience with the Maxwell kids, she was still clever enough to use the schools as her reason for contact.
I am so sorry. I was meaning to call you, but I felt ashamed of the situation.
The nanny brought out her crocodile tears as she spoke with aggravated tone. Those kids are really out of order ever since their father died. They keep cursing me, calling me names, throw food at me, and even hit me, knowing that I am just their nanny. They even refuse to go to school anymore, forcing me to call their principals personally and covering for their absence. The nanny sniffled like a wounded deer. I really regret accepting this deal and would rather give up on the property if it meant getting those monsters out of my life. Neither Noah nor Grace heard any of this as she had walked with the telephone far from them and spoke as softly as possible. If they did, it would be impossible to guess their expression really. Is that so? I'm so sorry to hear that. Miss Amelia softened her tone. The Maxwell's kids can be a pain in the ass. I had my fair share of clearing after their mess. This time, Miss Amelia wasn't taking Noah's side by trying to comfort the nanny. She truly believed in her story because she had dealt with the Maxwell kids for years now. As the sons and daughters of business empire leaders, they were more than a handful and made her life hell in her previous job as a personal PR worker for anything related to them. The whole reason she changed to this job was because of her inability to tolerate their crap any longer. Especially young Felix, who was always causing trouble, forcing her to keep clearing up his mess. So, even though Noah and Grace were orphaned and weren't really as rich and powerful as other Maxwell kids, she was still biased against them. That's why she was irritated in the hospital. Abuse, missing classes, favor from the father? Miss Amelia didn't care about any of this, believing that it was more likely that the brats were being entitled and going out of order based on her previous experience. It was wrong and shitty judgment. She didn't even pause to consider why Noah requested her to take them to the foster homes. When someone was heavily biased, words over the phone from an 8-year-old kid would be taken as a mere breeze over the sea. It is what it is. I will see what I can do to get those brats out of your hands, Miss Amelia promised. Thank you. Thank you so much for taking care of me. The nanny sighed with an indifferent expression. But I doubt that's proper after all. Their father trusted in my capabilities to take care of his children, knowing that they can be a handful. He is really a kind soul and treated me nicely. I don't want to disappoint him. There was absolutely no way the nanny was going to let Noah and Grace out of her sight. She would lose the property, her share of the will, and most importantly, Noah's scars would expose her lies. Are you confident? Miss Amelia replied. Yeah, they are just her children and simply needed to vent their anger. I don't mind if it's on me as long as they can grow up to be a better version of themselves. The nanny almost vomited at her own words. Yet Miss Amelia ate them like a fool. You're such a kind soul. Those little brats don't deserve you. Miss Amelia sighed. Make sure to keep them away from the phone at least. It would end up poorly if they ended up trying to be playful with the police next time. Huh? What is that supposed to mean? The nanny's expression turned cold all of a sudden, but her voice was that of utter bewilderment. Don't worry about it. Just stay strong and keep up the hard work. Miss Amelia had no time to explain as her schedule was truly too busy. Although Miss Amelia didn't say much, the nanny was able to figure out that Noah must have contacted Miss Amelia from the context. Goodbye. The moment the nanny hung up, her expression drastically changed to that of anger and resentment. He dares do that to me, he actually dares. She walked back to the kitchen, not caring about putting on her kind facade anymore. When Noah saw her devilish eyes, his blood went cold immediately, making him realize that his attempt to escape was busted. How? Why? Why did she tell her? For the life of him, Noah couldn't understand why did Miss Amelia expose them like this. He was merely 8 years old, but even him understood that she should have acted upon his rescue call immediately by sending down her own people here or even police. If he knew that Miss Amelia would be this uncaring and unbothered by their crisis, he would have called 911 instead. Why didn't she listen to me? Noah kept repeating this question in his mind over and over while backing away from the nanny. I'm really disappointed, Noah. I thought we had a deal. I don't touch you, and you forget about what happened. The nanny spoke with a suppressed, furious tone. How can I trust you anymore? Sure, it seemed like Noah had made a dumb mistake by not accepting her deal. Live in harmony? Trust each other? Noah might be a kid, but he wasn't a fool to believe her bullshit. He knew that she was a lost cause and another beating was bound to fall on him or his sister eventually. If one man breaking up with her had caused her to snap that badly,
He knew that it was bound to repeat itself if she got attached again.
He refused to live in that false sense of safety for even another day, don't even mention years. Don't make this harder than it should, come here and accept your punishment. The nanny reached the kitchen counter and picked up a big metal soup spoon.
No, brother. Grace started shaking and holding Noah's clothes, too scared to move a muscle. Don't worry, I am here. Noah comforted his sister even though he was also scared from the nanny.
He wanted to run badly, but he couldn't do so with his little sister quivering in fear.
It's now or never. It's now or never. Noah repeated while tightening his hand around a small butter knife in his hoodie pocket.
The moment Noah figured out the identity of the caller to be Miss Amelia, he picked the knife off the kitchen counter and hid it in his pocket just in case. At that moment, he truly believed that it was highly unlikely for anything bad to happen, trusting in Miss Amelia's judgment.
Alas, he had no idea that Miss Amelia absolutely abhorred the Maxwell kids from the get-go and was biased against him before he even made the call. I admit I made a mistake, so leave Grace out of this, Noah requested. Let her go upstairs and I will accept my punishment.
Is that so?
The nanny narrowed her cold eyes at Grace, wanting nothing more but to teach her a lesson as well. She knew that Noah wouldn't truly fear her unless she put her hands on his sister. After breaking him, she will be next. The nanny decided in her mind coldly, but her words were opposite to her thought process. Get her out of my sight. Noah sighed in relief after she agreed. No, I don't want to leave.
Grace.
Before Grace could throw a tantrum, Noah removed her hands from his clothes and stared at her in the eyes with a hardened expression. This was the first time he toughened his stance with his little sister, making her unable to react.
Please, do this for me. Trust me, nothing bad will happen to me. Noah placed his forehead against hers as he whispered, please, go upstairs and lock your room.
Brother? Sob. Grace wanted to stay with him badly, but she also didn't want to disobey him. So, she decided to trust him and do as he said.
After Grace left, both Noah and the nanny waited until they heard the noise of the door getting closed shut.
Come here. I would rather not dirty the kitchen.
Noah toughened his already tensed muscles and walked towards her with his blue eyes filled with nothing but hatred. Boy, you have the audacity to give me that look after betraying my trust? The nanny eyed him frigidly. You have the audacity to say such crap after betraying my father's trust and ours. Noah tightened his hand on the knife in his pocket and cursed with his teeth gritting, just hit me already, you miserable psycho. You were really asking for it, shitty brat. Infuriated, the nanny snapped immediately after being called miserable and struck him with a metal soup spoon right in the face.
Thud. Noah got thrown back to the kitchen counter from the force. Blood started to seep through his noose akin to a broken water tap. The nanny's mind was already clouded with nothing but fury to think for a second that hitting Noah in the face was going to be much harder to cover. She simply kept striking him over and over again, venting on all of her built-in frustration for the past weeks on him. As for Noah, he covered his head and curled into a ball again, trying to defend his vitals. The moment the beating started, he completely forgot the kitchen knife in his pocket or his plan to retaliate. Pain and fear consumed his mind, making it impossible for him to go as far as stab the nanny. Who could blame him? Even most adults wouldn't have the courage to retaliate against their abusers. If it was that easy, cases of domestic abuse would lessen and be replaced with news of men or women getting killed by their spouses. Terror was a powerful tool that was hard to overcome for anyone. After a couple of minutes, the nanny finally exited her frenzied blackout and started huffing in exhaustion.
The first thing she did was check on Noah. When she saw that the only obvious wound was his bloody nose, she relaxed her shoulders.
Not opening your big mouth now, huh? The nanny turned him around with her foot, making Noah's expression get twisted in pain. All of his injuries were bruises that get easily aggravated by a mere breeze.
You're lucky I don't have my belt on me. The nanny gave him one last cold stare before walking away.
Hearing her retreating footsteps, Noah was forced to fight through the pain and lift his head slightly. The moment he saw her climbing the stairs to the second floor, his heart fell to the bottom of his stomach.
She promised she won't do it, she can't do it. Noah kept trying to convince himself that the nanny wasn't going after his little sister.
He didn't dare to believe it, knowing that he was in no form or shape to protect his sister. Kai Arawia.
Alas, the instant he heard his little sister's high-pitched terrified scream, Noah's mind was completely broken.
Brother! Brother! Stay away! Regardless of what he felt, Grace's panicky voice kept penetrating his eardrums akin to sharp swords piercing his heart.
No. No. Non, no. No. Stop, stop, please stop, stop, God, please stop her, God please.
With each scream he heard, Noah's eyes get duller and duller like his soul was being ruptured apart and pulled forcefully from him.
The pain from his bruises were fading away with his soul, seeming like his mind had turned off his pain sensors just to handle the other crisis.
Alas, there was nothing much to be done. Noah could ignore and tolerate everything that happened to him. Everything. But he just couldn't close an eye to the sound of his sister crying for his help.
As silent as the night, Noah stood up on his feet. His eyes were wide open, but at the same time there was nothing in them, not a single ounce of emotions.
He reached his hand inside his pocket and held the kitchen knife in his hand. Then he walked towards the staircase and climbed it even though his legs and thighs were packed with purplish bruises.
The moment he reached the second floor, he continued his walk towards his bedroom.
The door was open and Grace's yells were still resounding throughout the house. This time, even the nanny's raging voice resounded loudly. Yet, Noah heard nothing but beeping noise, canceling everything else. Get out of there, you little minx. The moment Noah stood before his bedroom's door, the first thing he saw was the nanny lying on her stomach next to his bed. She had her arms stretched under the bed while peeking with her head almost touching the ground.
Grace's voice was picked from underneath the bed. If Noah was still in his full mental capacity, he would have sighed in relief by the sight, knowing that the nanny hadn't harmed his sister yet.
Sadly, he was already far gone. Noah approached the nanny from the back as silent as cat and tightened his grasp on the knife. Then, he zoned in at the nanny's neck akin to a vulture and hurled himself without a single thought coursing on his mind. Ha! The nanny's instincts kicked in, forcing her to turn around immediately.
Alas, she was a mere nanny in her 40s, making her unable to react in time even when her eyes spotted the incoming knife.
PSSPSPSPSPSP. In a split second, the knife pierced the side of her neck until it was lodged entirely inside. Because the knife wasn't removed, blood didn't gush out but leaked through the sides of the hole.
He. Still in utter disbelief and shock, the nanny kept eyeing Noah's dimmed blue eyes, not able to comprehend what had just happened. PSPS. Even though Noah was merely a few inches away from her face and was in direct contact with her eyes, he didn't hesitate to pull the knife from her throat. Because the nanny's throat was pierced, she was unable to utter a single word. She just kept choking on her own blood while clutching her neck as a last instinctive resort to save herself.
Alas, Noah wasn't done yet. He lifted the knife high up with both of his hands, and it brought down hard, stabbing her in the chest. Even then, the nanny wasn't dead yet.
Noah didn't even bother to think that the nanny would be dead on her own in half-minute at best if he left her bleed out. He just kept pulling the knife out and stabbing her over and over again, splashing blood all over his clothes, face, soulless pupils, and the bedroom.
He didn't stop to think about his sister, who had gone completely silent under the bed.
He just kept stabbing until he lost strength in his arm, making the bloody knife fall off it easily. By the time he stopped, the nanny's body was filled with more than 20 holes, gushing blood continuously until a small puddle was created around her.
Noah stood on the blood puddle indifferently and kept staring at the nanny's lifeless but still horrified eyes.
To the last second of her life, she still couldn't understand why she was killed.
Only after confirming her death did Noah finally break out of his murderous trance. The first thing he heard after the beeping noise died down was his sister's soft whimpering under the bed while repeating his name over and over again. What have I done? Noah glanced at his bloody hands and clothes with absolute shock on his face.
He wasn't shocked or even regretful that he killed the nanny. But the fact he did it right next to his little sister.
To make matters worse, there was so much blood around. He knew that it would be impossible for his little sister not to be traumatized for a lifetime. Brother! Noah paused his guilt trip and tried to comfort his distressed little sister. He got down on his knees next to the nanny corpse and peeked underneath the bed.
When he saw that his little sister was curled akin to a snail shell at the far corner of the bed, he sighed in relief.
Grace, I am right here, you're safe, Noah said softly. Brother. Grace cried out loud his name after finally hearing his response. Just as she tried to turn around, Noah besought, Please, close your eyes and don't ask me why. Okay. Grace was confused, but she did as she was told, not wanting to upset her brother.
Noah guided her to emerge from underneath the bed at the other side, not wanting her to touch even a drop of the blood. After she got out, Noah used a clean t-shirt to hold her hand and led her outside the bedroom. Then he locked it shut after giving the nanny's corpse one last indifferent look. The moment she tried to lay her hand on his sister, he didn't even consider her to be a human anymore. Did that witch leave? Grace asked in confusion while walking down the stairs. Yes, forever. Noah replied with a gentle smile. Really? Where did she go? Grace exclaimed in happiness. A very far place for bad people. Noah replied softly.
Good.
She is a bad person.
She really was. Noah tried to pat his sister, but ended up pulling his hand away after seeing the amount of blood on it. Noah wasn't traumatized by killing the nanny, or at least he believed that it hadn't affected him. But when the thought of touching his sister with his dirted bloody hand crossed his mind, he felt absolutely disgusted at himself. Still, Noah knew that if he went back in time and was placed in the same situation, he would have still done the same.
If he was going to change one thing, it would not be killing the nanny close by to his sister.
Unbeknownst to him, Noah's mind had already altered by the experience. He might think that he was fine, he might feel that he was fine, but at the end of the day, he still had killed a person for the first time in his life. He did it at the mere age of 8, where other children of his age would be still eating booger and fooling around.
Noah knew that he couldn't cover up for his crime, so he called the authorities on himself. He didn't even consider calling Miss Amelia, considering her as an invisible person. He made a mistake once by calling her, and he would never repeat it in his life. After the police arrived, they were left absolutely horrified by the bedroom scene. At first glance, anyone would assume that an animal or a sick murderess was the culprit.
So, it was even more shocking to find out that a mere 8 years old had done that. However, after finding out about Noah's bruised injuries and previous scars, all of them figured out that this was a case of child abuse going rogue. It happened many times before. Instead of taking Noah and Grace to the police station for further investigation, they took them to the hospital to treat his injuries. Kid, we are at your side. Just tell us what happened. A handsome young policeman asked Noah with a tired expression while standing next to his hospital bed. Noah remained silent and kept staring at his sleeping sister in the bed at the front. He must be traumatized. I guess we need to have them speak to a therapist first. His partner sighed and pulled him outside the room. They had been trying with him for more than an hour now without getting him to say a single word. They believed that Noah was traumatized, making him unable to react to anything. But in reality, Noah simply refused to talk.
He had already spoken to the nanny and she didn't listen. He spoke to Miss Amelia and she didn't listen.
No one listened to him even when he begged and prayed. So why talk when no one listens? What's the point? Let's leave for now. We already understood the majority of the situation from our primarily investigation. Based on the primary investigation of the house, the police were almost 100% certain now that Noah had fought in defense of his little sister.
They had located the bloody belt and metal soup spoon and packed them as evidence, waiting simply for final verification if the traces of blood on them belonged to Noah or not. As for how they reached the conclusion of Noah was defending his sister,
Noah might have been silent, but Grace was nothing but that. She confessed everything with her childish view of the world.
Soon, the news had reached Miss Amelia, the head of the Child Service Department, and lastly, even the elders of the Maxwell family.
As a business empire with reach even in the police station, they were bound to be the first to hear the news. A Maxwell kid at the age of 8 murdering his nanny. It sure came as a lightning bolt to all of them. Especially Miss Amelia. She was his handler and the one bribed to keep the kids with their nanny and outside the family system.
At first, the family elders merely scolded her but didn't really blame her for what happened since it was the father who chose the abusive nanny. But after the police combed the entire house down and retracted the last dialed number on the house telephone, the elders were absolutely livid.
They traced the number to her and the call recorded on her cell phone, making them listen to the conversion she had with Noah and the next one with the nanny. The fact that she bluntly ignored Noah's desperate cry for help and sided with the nanny made even the investigators consider taking her as an accomplice for the abuse. In their eyes, the situation would have never developed this far if she headed Noah's call for help. The nanny would go to prison, the kids would go to new foster home, and most importantly, Noah wouldn't have needed to take a life. So many ifs. Alas, what happened had happened. There was nothing to be done about this case anymore but to punish Miss Amelia mercilessly, keep the news under a tight lid, and help Noah and Grace recover from this trauma. Unfortunately, their wish had come true for only Grace.
As for Noah,
ever since that fateful day, he never spoke a single word to anyone unless it was his sister.
if body gestures wouldn't do the trick, he would rather remain silent than speak.
Over the years, he had been called many funny names by his cousins, their parents, and everyone who was ignorant about his childhood past, Felix included. Whether he was called a healthy mute, a siscon, an iceberg, or an arrogant prick, Noah ignored them all and continued working to the best of his ability to provide a better life for his sister. Even though she had grown to be a fine and intelligent lady without a single memory of what happened, Noah refused to rest until the day he was certain that none of this would ever happen to his sister again. Nothing changed even with the emergence of the UVR era. In fact, his thirst had just grown much stronger than ever with all the new dangers appearing out of nowhere.
Fenrir knew this, so as Lady Sphinx, who had read his memories.
But they knew that just as his motive for strength was going to take him a long way, it would also be his downfall. That's because the day his sister dies, his world would definitely fall apart. Back in the present,
Noah glanced at him for a few seconds before shaking his head. Let's fight. There is no point in talking about spilled milk.
Fenrir shook his head at his rejection, but he respected his choice. Everyone had a time when they were ready to speak out, and Noah hadn't reached it yet. Thud.
Suddenly, Fenrir extended his foot and kicked Noah from the edge, making him fall down to the abyss immediately.
Whoosh. Cool-headed, Noah used his chilling breath to freeze the mountain's surface, allowing him to lodge into it and start surfing down.
Naturally, he kept releasing the chilling breath to create a path for him.
By the time he reached the ground, Fenrir was already down there waiting for him. Begin. While Noah was having his ass handed to him, there was a meeting in Lady Sphinx's living room. As we anticipated, Fenrir will grow fond of the kid and will most definitely decide to keep him around. Thor smiled. This meant we can expect him taking over the mission and saving our brother.
But now we have a different problem, Jormungandr said.
Indeed. Felix is expecting Ice Bloodline after he wakes up. Now, he will need to find another.
What do you guys think? He's back to water element, I guess.
Asna said, is there no other option? He really does want to own a solid form element.
Well, that's not an option anymore.
As mentioned before, all primogenitors with solid form elements were either still alive or had their elemental manipulation lost over the years after bestowing it on their descendants.
Like gem primogenitor or glass primogenitor. If they didn't own their elemental manipulation, there was no point in using their bloodline.
How about the egg? What about it? Is there a way to extract the elemental manipulation from it or something? Asna suggested. That sounds quite far-fetched, Thor said. Everything is possible. I am still researching it, Lady Sphinx replied.
Ever since Lady Sphinx secured the egg, she had been having great success with her research. That's because the egg still didn't awaken its consciousness to cause her trouble. Getting elemental manipulation from an egg, if you succeeded, doesn't that mean Felix would be getting all the gifts which were meant for the new gem primogenitor? Jeremy narrowed his eyes.
The primogenitors were given many gifts in addition to the elemental manipulation, such as great intelligence, immortality, extraordinary physique, etc. The inscriptions were responsible mainly for the perfect elemental manipulation. That's why Felix hadn't inherited any of other gifts even though he had 2 inscriptions sealed in him.
As long as the egg doesn't gain consciousness, everything is possible. Lady Sphinx answered.
Let's hope for the best then.
Thor still felt that this route would be a dead end. He trusted in Lady Sphinx's capabilities, but this was out of their league. Tempering with the egg was the same as tempering with the universe's laws and decisions.
It was close to impossible to screw up with the universe's creations of such a high caliber. 1 year later, boom, boom, boom. Above a snowy mountain, explosions resounded thunderously all over the place. Snow was being hurled, and avalanches were being created. Yet the explosions kept on going. Amidst the chaos, Noah could be seen sprinting in his wolf form while firing off gigantic ice boulders behind him. Before they could touch the ground, he explodes them with his ability. Whoosh! Right behind him, Fenrir was on a full sprint, using the same tactic as Noah. Just as Noah believed that Fenrir would be launching exploding projectiles at him, he was shocked to find out he was being chased by tens of identical wolves to Fenrir. Did he sneak away, or he is hiding within their formation? Noah pondered inwardly while aiming at the wolves, hoping to reduce their numbers. Alas, just as he had gotten rid of 3 of them, 6 more rise from the snow. This kept going until he was being chased by an army. Noah knew that if he kept running, his situation would merely develop worse and worse. So he turned around and slapped his palm on the ground, resulting in the creation of gigantic sharp ice spikes. The spikes didn't target the wolves but actually got created in a circle around him, making it seem like he was shielded by spiky wall. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Noah murmured in his mind while squinting at the approaching army of wolves. The instant they trespassed his zone, Noah blew up the spiky wall instantly. This resulted in hundreds of sharp fragments to get hurled out akin to bullets at the army of wolves, destroying them by the dozens. Although his strategy had succeeded, Noah didn't drop his guard. Knowing this was the perfect opportunity for Fenrir to pop out of nowhere and kill him. In the past year, he fought Fenrir at least 20 times on daily basis. He lost all of his battles without an exception. Every time he was close to hitting Fenrir, he used a different strategy to evade it and counterattack instantly. This time would be no different in his eyes. Alas, it didn't go as he predicted. Come up here, it's time for your judgment, Fenrir ordered. Noah glanced at the peak of the mountain and saw that Fenrir was sitting at the edge as always. It's been a year already. Noah fell on his knees, feeling a crippling sense of failure assault him from nowhere. Every single day, every single defeat, Noah always believed that if he kept improving, the time would come when he lands a single strike on Fenrir. Alas, 7,000 fights later, and he had yet to even cut Fenrir's fur. If it was Felix, he would have defeated him in his first 3 rounds. Noah sighed. He knew that his performance was disappointing, and if it were up to him, he wouldn't think he was worthy enough to own such an extraordinary ability. Accepting his fate silently, Noah climbed the mountain and stood behind Fenrir, waiting for his final judgment. You are weak. Too weak. It makes me feel like I am just wasting my time here with you, Fenrir said bluntly without even glancing at him. Noah nodded in silence, having nothing to defend himself. Even if my life depended on your help, I refuse to allow any random weakling own my greatest weapon and pride, Fenrir said firmly. Do you agree with this? I do, Noah said with a serious tone. If he was in Fenrir's position, he would have done the same. He knew that Fenrir must have spent an unfathomable time to reach such a height in ice manipulation for him to create absolute zero. He couldn't even imagine allowing someone else to inherit it without lifting a single finger. Don't even mention someone as weak as him. I know that I don't deserve it. I know that I am way out of my pond. I know. But why does it feel like shit? Noah tried his best to keep his deadpan expression, not wanting to show an unsavory appearance in front of Fenrir. Getting rejected always feel like crap, no matter how different the circumstances. Fenrir stood up from his place and went in front of Noah. He extended his hand and patted him in the head with a faint smile, but weakness is temporarily and character is eternal. My kid has shown enough character in the past year that rivals anyone else in this universe. More than 7,000 defeats in 1 year. Yet Noah had never given up on challenging Fenrir. Fenrir was looking for this type of grit, resolve, courage, and tough mentality in Noah from the very beginning. He knew that Noah wouldn't be able to touch him even if he spent years battling him. The difference between them was simply too unfathomable. Fortunately for Noah, he didn't give up and fail the true hidden condition. Welcome to the pack. Fenrir patted him in the shoulder. I. This time, Noah was truly at loose for words. not daring to believe that Fenrir had allowed him in even though he hadn't fulfilled his condition. Look tough, you are the only member of my pack at the moment. The pack members speak for the leader, Fenrir said coldly while tightening his grip on Noah's shoulder, making him wince in pain a little. Understood. Noah pushed down his unsettled emotions and nodded with an expressionless face. Much better. Fenrir turned around and ordered, get some rest. You will start your training for real in first light. Not needing to word it out, Noah knew that Fenrir had decided to take him as his student. If it wasn't for so, he wouldn't need to bother with him anymore since rescuing him didn't require any of this. He gladly agreed to have Fenrir as his master, knowing that he had learned more in this year than all of his years combined.
I'll be there, Noah affirmed before breaking into light particles. 1 year and 5 months later, Felix's eyelids finally started to show some movement inside the VR pod. He opened them slowly, feeling like they were glued shut. The moment they were open, Felix looked around him with a muddled expression while yawning widely. After a few seconds looking here and there, his disarrayed memories were affixed and resurfaced in his mind, reminding him about his current situation. Good morning, sunshine, Asna welcomed with a pleasant, delighted tone. Morning to you too. Felix massaged his eyelids as he asked, how long was I sleeping for?
2 years and 5 months.
Lady Sphinx informed calmly.
I slept an extra 5 months? Felix frowned, not liking the sound of that one bit. Who could blame him?
The test was in 7 months and he had yet to even replace his bloodline. Felix couldn't risk entering the test without being in his greatest form.
I really need to hasten my plan. Not wasting a single second. Felix opened the VR pod and jumped out. Thud! The instant his feet touched the ground, a loud booming noise resounded throughout the room. Surprised, Felix glanced underneath him and couldn't help but gasp audibly after seeing that his feet had left 2 dents. Cracks surrounded those feet-shaped dents.
The ground is tough enough to support even dragon's weight. Thor grinned, for you to impact it this hard, it only means that your strength is edging closer to them.
Felix nodded absent-mindedly while tightening his fists, feeling untapped monstrous power within them.
It wasn't clear to him why, but he had the feeling that he was capable of wrestling even with dragons.
You must have crossed past the 6th mark and done already half of it. Lady Sphinx deducted. If that's right, doesn't mean that he must have increased his physical strength by an insane 20,000 bloodline force? Mistress Candace's eyes widened in shock. Before the coma, Felix's devourer system was at half the 4th mark. Since each complete mark rewarded Felix with a fixed 10,000 bloodline force, he would have naturally obtained that unimaginable increase if Lady Sphinx's deduction was correct.
Sheesh, no wonder the Devourers have the guts to decline the Alliance invitation to join them, Felix said. The Devourers were one of the few races to prefer remaining independent after being discovered by the ever-expanding SG Alliance.
If it were any other race, it would be a no-brainer to join the Alliance since they had gotten exposed to the Vultures, who wouldn't hesitate to invade them. But in the case of the Devourers, they were capable of reaching the same strength as dragons, making them one of the top dogs in the universe. Felix couldn't imagine how strong he would get if he went through his whole inventory of natural treasures. After the replacement enhancement, it will get even better. Felix smirked faintly while putting some clothes on. So, how did it go with Elder Fenrir? Felix inquired. Did you guys bury the hatchet? Well, old snake, you do the honor. Thor passed the baton, not wanting to be the bearer of bad news.
Spineless alcoholic. Jormungandr cursed him in annoyance.
What's going on, guys? Felix had a bad feeling suddenly. It's best to join us, Jormungandr said.
All right, Felix replied with a serious expression and dived back inside the VR pod. He wanted to take a shower and comfort Nemo before meeting them, but now?
Everything was scrapped. After Felix met with the tenants in Lady Sphinx's house, the first thing he did was give Asna a quick hug and a kiss, not caring about her embarrassed protests. For him, it was a quick nap, but for her, she had to go through 2 years and a half without talking to him.
This had never happened ever since they met. Hit me, what's with the long faces? Felix said after sitting next to the pouting Asna.
Jormungandr went and updated him on the whole development that he missed during his coma. He told him that there was no perfect ice manipulation since they had a plan to free Fenrir without weakening him. He also informed him about the current master-slash-student relation Fenrir had with Noah and that fact he was the one going to be saving him from the ice world. Everything I heard is good news. Felix eyed them speechlessly. Hearing your tone, I thought that you failed to awaken Fenrir or something. Sure, it stung a little that he wouldn't be using ice element when he quite liked it, but that was it. He could easily pick another element and go on with his life. In fact, the new element might even be better suited for him than ice since first impressions shouldn't always be taken as face value. As for Noah becoming Fenrir's student, shit, he couldn't be more happy about it. He understood that Noah was one of the most reliable people he had in his life, and if he had joined him much earlier in his journey, his path would have been much easier with his help. In the same coin, Noah would have been able to develop faster. But even if he wanted to do it, he had no control over his master's choices. It wasn't like he could force Lady Sphinx to help Noah the same way she helped him. Fortunately, Fenrir had seen his good side and gave him an opportunity to get better.
It's good that you feel that way. Jormungandr smiled in gratification. So, where are they now? Felix asked for Fenrir and Noah. I have called them over, they will be here soon. Lady Sphinx replied.
All right. Felix nodded. We need to start rescue mission as fast as possible, so I can join it too. I am sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I doubt that's possible. Mistress Candace shared. Unless you are willing to miss the test, it's impossible for me to take you to the ice world and return you here in a mere half a year.
The distance, crap, I didn't consider it.
He was so used to having no more than 2 months' travels with Mistress Candace. He completely forgot that the ice world was literally on the other side of the universe.
Idiot, don't forget that you need to start your replacement process as soon as possible. Asna gave him a hand chop in the head. How can you integrate while inside the Void Realm?
I know. Unless the test was delayed or the rescue mission, it's impossible for me to make it to both. Felix sighed in frustration. There was simply no way Felix would request Fenrir to wait for him until he gets his shit done here, so he could come and spectate the rescue live.
You won't even be needed there. Lady Sphinx said, just leave it to the kid, I believe that he will get it done.
Damn right he will.
Suddenly Fenrir entered through the open door with his trademark expressionless face. Noah was following behind him with the same expression, making them seem like a father and a son duo.
Good morning to you too. Jormungandr's eyelids twitched at Fenrir's impoliteness. I am honored to meet you, Elder. I have heard nothing but great things about you. Felix bowed his head respectfully immediately. No need to be formal with me, child, Fenrir said calmly. As long as you are with me, release your inner wildness. I will try. Felix was a bit weirded out by his request, but he was used to weirdness from primogenitors by now. Noah. Felix turned to Noah and smiled in delight. I am glad that you have found a new path.
Silent as always, Noah nodded in appreciation, knowing that none of this would have been possible without Felix.
Time is out of essence, so should we make a move now? Thor asked. If it wasn't for Mistress Candace being required to care for Felix and Nimmo during his coma, they would have already freed Fenrir a long while ago. I apologize for not offering much of assistance. Felix scratched his head, not getting used to being a mere spectator. You have already done enough. Fenrir cracked a tiny smile. Just keeping those old fogies alive is already an achievement of its own. Jormungandr and Thor were annoyed by the sound of that, but they couldn't retort at all. Candace, you can get going now, Lady Sphinx ordered.
Yes, Mom. Mistress Candace nodded slightly and exited the Void Realm, bringing out Nemo with her. The moment Nemo saw Felix in the VR pod, he went to him and started to scratch the glass lid with a saddened look.
Sir Felix, Nemo has been missing you, Mistress Candace informed. He spends most of his time sleeping next to your VR pod. Upon hearing so, Felix wanted nothing more but ditch the meeting and check on him. But he didn't want to be disrespectful before Fenrir in his first meeting. What did I just tell you? Fenrir said calmly. Don't be formal around me. If you want to leave, just go for it.
This was all Felix needed to hear. Be right back.
He swiftly logged out and exited the VR pod, making Nemo jump on his embrace with an excited expression.
Easy there, I am not going anymore. Felix chuckled in amusement as he rubbed his fur.
Nimmo ignored him and kept wagging his tail akin to an excited puppy. Candace, why didn't he grow bigger? Wasn't he eating properly in the past 2 years and a half? Felix inquired after seeing that Nimmo's size hadn't changed at all.
After such a long period, Felix had expected Nemo to reach at least the size of an elephant.
He did grow, Sir Felix, Mistress Candace shared. In fact, he got so big, he wasn't fit to stay in the room anymore. To stay near you, he reduced his size somehow. Is that so? Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect that Nimmo had already learned how to control his size. Maybe he had unlocked other abilities or techniques related to Void? Felix pondered. I need to spend some time with him later on and discover everything. For now, Felix logged back into the meeting, knowing that he couldn't leave them waiting for long. This time, he brought Nimmo with him. In a short while, Fenrir and Noah excused themselves from the gathering after establishing all final points for the mission. This was going to be a large operation that would send shockwaves throughout the entire universe if it succeeded. Felix had no intentions of missing it as he planned to watch the operation through the 24/7 stream of the ice world. As a popular tourist location, there were always cameras pointed at the ice world. So, have you made your mind about your next element? Asna inquired. You can't delay it any further. I know. Felix nodded. I have decided to just bait the bullet and go with water element. Now that ice was gone, and other solid form elements were out of the picture, Felix could only go for the second best option. The great Kraken bloodline.
Plus, I don't mind inheriting some tentacles as a mutation. Felix joked while giving Asna a lewd glance. Pervert bastard. Embarrassed, Asna kicked him in the foot.
It will be foo.
Shut up already. Asna swiftly turned to Lady Sphinx and asked with a beseeching tone, is there any hope for the gemstone egg?
Felix stopped teasing Asna after being reminded of the gemstone egg. What about the gemstone egg? He asked in intrigue.
We had a theory that it might be possible to extract the universal gifts from it and give them to you. Jormungandr shared.
Huh? Is that even possible? Felix was stunned. Well. They all turned to Lady Sphinx with hopeful eyes. She had 2 years and a half to research the gemstone egg.
If someone was capable of accomplishing such an impossible achievement, it got to be Lady Sphinx.
Alas, Lady Sphinx had to disappoint them by shaking her head. Told you guys. Thor sighed. Since Felix wasn't really given enough time to be hopeful, he didn't feel anything at her failure to make it happen. I guess I am still the tentacle. Stop jumping into assumptions. Lady Sphinx squinted at them both in annoyance. Before they could reply, she continued on. I have failed to find a way to extract the gifts or harness them in Felix's favor, but I did come up with a plan that might help him secure at least the gemstone manipulation.
You're kidding.
How?
For real. Everyone was left shocked at her bold statement.
I am not in the mood for jesting. Lady Sphinx explained her thought process calmly. To extract the gifts is simply impossible without enough data. I barely had time to poke around with it, so you can forget about getting the best of the egg. However, the same didn't apply to the elemental manipulation. Unlike other gifts, it can be passed down to anyone by the current inheritor. What does this mean? Lady Sphinx asked while looking at them. Since everyone here was pretty sharp, it didn't take them even a second to understand the gist of her plan. Your brain really is wired differently to think of this. Thor couldn't help but compliment. But will it work though? Jormungandr was a bit pessimistic. There is high chance. Lady Sphinx nodded.
A high chance isn't a certainty. He replied, still not sold on the plan.
There is indeed risk in it. Felix frowned, having second thoughts about the plan as well. Who could blame him? Lady Sphinx was suggesting to make Felix integrate with the gemstone primogenitor's bloodline and awaken him even though he had no manipulation anymore.
After doing so, they would try to place his wisp of consciousness inside the gem egg.
Lady Sphinx trusted that the gemstone primogenitor would be accepted and allowed by the universe to obtain all the gifts since they were his in the first place.
After he obtained the gifts, he would be given the option to be reborn yet again.
Jormungandr felt that there was a small chance that the gemstone primogenitor might decide to be reborn again with his gifts instead of bestowing the gemstone manipulation into him.
If he did so, Felix's fourth replacement would turn to be a bust since he would have no additional perfect manipulation or other benefits from it like Nemo's or Void Domain.
I just laid down another option. It's up to you to choose, Lady Sphinx said. How certain are you that the gemstone primogenitor will be willing to pass down his manipulation to me? Felix inquired.
Well, he did pass down his gemstone manipulation for the sake of an experiment before offing himself. The reasoned he is bound to do the same if we requested him, especially when our relationship is friendly.
Hearing this had tipped the scale in favor of the gemstone manipulation in Felix's mind. He knew that it wasn't 100% certain, but it was hard to overlook the pattern. I am not too sure on this one, but I think that if the gemstone primogenitor refused to do it, we can make a trade with him. Lady Sphinx interjected. I believe that he won't lose his other gifts if he bestowed his perfect manipulation. We can make a deal to help him hatch and be reborn only if he bestowed his manipulation.
Isn't that a bit too ruthless? Felix didn't like the sound of that one bit.
We are on friendly terms. But he isn't our friend. Jormungandr backed Lady Sphinx coldly. If he wasn't up for a deal, then why the hell will we waste our time and resources to help him be reborn? Indeed, we are not a charity, Asna added lazily. Don't think too deeply about it. Thor smiled wryly. I know the gemstone primogenitor. His condition was more severe than anyone else. In his eyes, there wasn't anything worth living for in this universe. So, I doubt he will even bother to stay behind after fulfilling our request. Now that he heard this much, Felix's choice became more apparent. I will go for it, Felix decided with a serious tone. Felix would rather trust in his instincts than pick water element because it was the safest bet. He had nothing against water element, he just felt that it wouldn't click with him. He truly desired a solid-state element to upgrade his prowess to a new level. You will be really a pain in the ass to your enemies if you got Gem Primogenitor's ultimate ability. Thor's eyelids twitched. Besides elemental domains, it's the most wicked and deadly ultimate ability to face against. That's strong. Felix was surprised.
You will understand when you unlock it. Jormungandr smiled faintly.
This only made Felix more eager to use the gemstone bloodline. But for now, Felix went to his UVR's room, finally going to be testing out his new increased strength. After a short while, Felix exited the UVR's room with a faint smug planted on his face. He merely spent a couple of minutes to test out his physical strength.
This was more than enough to let him understand that he had crossed another major checkpoint. Now he was capable of contesting against even Lord Giants and High Orc Chieftains in pure physical combat.
Those monstrous beings were considered as the strongest and most reputable individuals in their race. Everyone dreaded them since they could literally snap almost all races into halves.
Before the coma, Felix would have experienced the same fate, but now?
He didn't even need to bat an eye facing them with purely his physical strength. Unfortunately, he hadn't reached the same caliber as even young dragons. I am now at half the 6th mark, Felix thought. To reach Red Dragon's strength, I will need at least another 10,000 bloodline force and double that to deal with normal royal dragons. Felix knew that he would need even more to deal with the royal dragons in the ceremony. After all, they were cherry-picked from the best of the best.
Still, Felix wasn't too worried.
The real strength enhancement has yet to happen. Felix smirked faintly.
2 days later,
Mistress Candace had returned from Lady Sphinx's castle after picking up Noah, the gemstone primogenitor's bloodline, the gemstone egg, and lastly the promise devices that would be used to extract the void domain ability. Lady Sphinx had kept her word and developed a genome needle capable of extracting the void domain ability and also the injector pistol to put it back in.
Use them when you are close to reach 99% and replace it. Lady Sphinx informed, although I have high confidence that it will work, it's best to be cautious since this is an uncharted territory.
Even Lady Sphinx had never extracted primogenitor's abilities. Don't even mention ultimate ones. Since the abilities were made out of unique genome sequences, for those kind of abilities, they would naturally be extremely complex. My thoughts exactly. Felix nodded in appreciation while beaming the devices in his spatial card. Then, he beamed the materials needed for integration and sat on the ground, not planning on dilly-dallying any longer. In the past 2 days, he refused to leave his room and kept preparing himself mentally for the replacement process. As for Noah and Mistress Candace, they continued on their journey towards the ice world, letting Felix have a peaceful time for his replacement process. Felix didn't even bother to inform Selfie and Anastasia, knowing that he couldn't afford their distraction. All of this because Felix intended to replace his bloodline with a whopping 15% at once. With every bloodline replacement, he always increases 2% or 3%, so he could have higher chances of unlocking more useful mutations.
15% was a significant number since he would unlock 2 passives straight away if he succeeded.
Although he was confident in his current pain tolerance and toughness to handle the process, Asna was still distressed about him. "There is no need to push that far," Asna said in vexation. "You will most likely unlock a single useful mutation even with just 10%. "I want more." Felix stretched his limbs as he responded calmly. "I will be losing the Void Eye after I etch my Void immunity. I need more mutations to compensate for the loss." In all honesty, it didn't sting Felix that much to lose the Void Eye. That's because he would be losing all abilities that made it useful, such as the Void Rift, Void Beam, and Dimensional Senses. He was already assured that he wouldn't need the Void Eye to use the Void Suit.
In other words, the Void Eye would be a useless decoration that would merely enable him to glance through the Void Realm. With Felix's Truth Eyes, he could already obtain this kind of vision by simply reaching the 4th level.
Still, he could never complain about having more mutations.
If you don't unlock more than 2 useful mutations, you better return to 12% or less. Asna threatened.
Already planned on it.
There was no point in increasing the risk levels when the rewards didn't match it.
After spending a few more hours of meditation, Felix opened his eyes the moment he reached the perfect mental state. In a calm and collected manner, he reached out to the injection needle and placed it inside a bottle that was filled with a blue starry liquid. The needle he was using was made from rare, tough material capable of penetrating even steel. With Felix's increased strength, he had to use this type of needle if he wanted to avoid breaking it. Soon, he extracted 15% exactly out of it and closed it shut. Then, he pointed the needle next to his heart and took a deep breath. Even though Felix hadn't integrated for a very long time, his heartbeats didn't skip a single beat. He had gone through this so many times it became a routine for him. Here we go.
15 minutes later, Felix laid above a pool of his own sweat and blood without moving a single inch. There was so much blood going around, anyone would have believed that he was murdered.
All of this blood came mostly from his back as 2 stained angelic white wings were protruding forcefully from his shoulder blades.
Even through the blood, the wings appeared majestic and breathtaking due to being completely shaped from crystallized feathers.
At the upper wing coverts, there was a long line of refined diamonds embedded, adding to their royal dignified sensation. This wasn't the only mutation Felix received. His hair was completely painted red by the blood expelled from the emergence of 2 curved blue crystallized horns. They truly resembled 2 giant sapphires embedded in his head.
Because he had his face down on the floor, it was hard to see the last mutation. It was a gorgeous, transparent, unrefined gemstone centered in his forehead.
It replaced his Void Eye, making him appear less monstrous and more grandiose. Well, he wanted more mutations. Thor chuckled. Besides the wings, everything else seems just for decoration, Asna expressed. You're wrong. Lady Sphinx shook her head. I don't know about the hair or the horns, but the gemstone in his forehead is actually one of the greatest mutations he can obtain from the gemstone primogenitor.
Is that so? Asna was surprised and somewhat curious about its utilities to receive such a high praise.
Lady Sphinx didn't intend to explain it to her, knowing that she would be needed to repeat it again when Felix wake up. Thankfully, it didn't take Felix a long time to recover and regain his consciousness. Arg!
The moment he opened his eyes, Felix was assaulted by multiple waves of pain from his back, scalp, and forehead. Not thinking about anything else, he reached out to the pain relief potions beside him and drank them akin to vodka shots. After he took 10 of them, the pain disappeared as sudden as it appeared. What an unpleasant, shitty experience. Felix murmured in irritation after smelling his body's odor. He spent a couple of hours lying around in a pool of blood and sweat. It wasn't surprising that he would smell like absolute shit. However, the moment he spotted his folded crystallized wings, he completely forgot about the smell. He just kept eyeing them with a stunned expression, feeling like he was in a dream. Wings? I actually got a wings mutation, he murmured while touching the smooth, crystallized feathers in absolute disbelief. During the integration process, he did feel like his back was splitting in half and that something big was pushing out. But the pain was so agonizing, he wasn't given even a second to bother guessing the emerging mutation. You didn't get any wings, you got the wings of the royal carbuncle. Thor smirked. They are considered as the most perfect wings any being could possess. He is right, Jormungandr supported. Carbuncle's wings are light but at the same time as tough as condensed white adamantine. Condensed white adamantine? Felix gasped in disbelief. He knew that the condensed white adamantine was ranked as one of the top 3 toughest minerals ever discovered. To put it into perspective, the strucrace that was used to build the Shurima temple was merely ranked as the 9th toughest material. Felix and his crew weren't able to break apart even a tiny piece of it during their exploration. Meanwhile, the condensed white adamantine were so hard, not a single race had found an efficient method to mine them yet, don't even mention using them as alloys or such. The fact that he felt as light as a feather, even though he was carrying behind him 2 humongous wings made out of condensed white adamantine, was an unexpected bonus. I can fly with unhindered speed, and I can even use them as perfect shields? Felix expressed with a thrilled expression, Dear Lord, this is a dream mutation. Wait until you see the effects of the root gemstone in your forehead, Thor informed. Forehead. Upon hearing so, Felix brought down his hype a notch and reached out with a finger to his forehead. The moment he touched the solid, unrefined gemstone, he exclaimed in surprise, The hell? I don't even feel it embedded in my forehead. When he had inherited his void eye, Felix felt its existence in his soul. But this gemstone, he had absolutely no sensation of it. If he wasn't being told about it, he would have thought that the pain he felt in his forehead was due to the void eye removal alone. Why is that? Felix asked. We don't know that much about it. Lady Sphinx informed, the only thing I know is its ability to make all gemstones in existence abide to your will. What does that even mean? Felix frowned, how can you make objects abide your will? Isn't that just another version of gemstone manipulation? Looks like your knowledge about gemstones is quite limited. Lady Sphinx massaged her forehead and asked, What do you even know about them? I know that most gemstone bloodliners can only use abilities with attributeless diamonds and that only a couple legendary tier 7 beasts can give out abilities with attributed gemstones. Felix shared. Felix wasn't a fool to commit to an element without doing at least a basic research about it. He knew that gemstone element was more or less like metal element, fire element, and sand element. When he was using sand element, he was capable of switching between multiple attributed sands, such as the green sand that was able to absorb energy or the blue sand that was anti-gravitational. This was due to the sand being created from rocks breaking down due to weathering and eroding over thousands and even millions of years. Because there were all kinds of unique rocks in the universe, some of them get also turned into fine sand, allowing Felix the freedom to control them as he wished. In the case of the gemstones, there were many unique attributed ones around the universe, which weren't used just for decoration and jewelry. Felix knew that there were gemstones capable of exploding, inducing natural illusions, sucking energy, eroding souls, and even ones capable of healing by mere touch. All of them were discovered but not used since they were even rarer than natural treasures and sometimes impossible to be mined. Felix recognized that he would most definitely be able to cast abilities with many attributed gemstones just like with his sand element. If the gemstone element was merely based on controlling solid gemstones to increase his defense, he would have never bothered to pick it. Attributed gemstones? That's basic knowledge. Lady Sphinx shook her head. Have you forgotten that gemstones are also natural minerals, enabling them to absorb small amounts of neutral energy? In this universe, anything capable of absorbing neutral energy had a small chance of gaining consciousness and intelligence. Thor interjected. Inside the Elemental's galaxy, there is an entire race made out of gemstones. For real? Felix was surprised. He knew about the Elementals,
but he had never heard about an entire race made out of gemstones.
It's normal not to know them. Lady Sphinx said they don't use AP bracelets like the majority of elementals. To make matters worse, they live underground throughout their entire lives.
No wonder. Felix was truly enlightened.
He always knew that the elemental galaxy was a mysterious place filled with spiritual trees, mountains, rocks, seas, oceans, and even energy elements such as fire and lightning.
Yet, it went over his head that gemstones could also awaken their consciousness and create their own civilization inside that mysterious galaxy. You are telling me that I can make this race abide by my will because of this so-called root gemstone? Felix wondered while pointing at his forehead. More than that. Lady Sphinx corrected him. You can enslave any creature with relations to gemstones.
The moment Felix heard so, a horrifying thought occurred in his mind. Royal dragons have gemstones embedded in their foreheads. Will I be able to command them to?
Just as he was about to ask Lady Sphinx about the validity of such insane idea, she shook her head. I have no idea about that. Carbuncle had died before dragons were a thing. Since no one managed to inherit his root gemstone before now, no one had ever tried it. Don't get your hopes up though, Thor interjected. The royal dragon's gemstones were called as such simply because they resemble them. In reality, those stones were created from concentration in their ancestral bloodline.
Hence, the bigger the gemstone a royal dragon possessed, the stronger he would be compared to his brothers and sisters.
I see. Felix's shoulders slumped down a little. Although Lady Sphinx wasn't confirming it due to the lack of data, but Felix was certain that it wouldn't work.
Gemstones were one thing and concentrated bloodline essence was another. He would actually have more luck controlling the dragons with blood element. Whatever, it was a thought in the wind anyway. Felix stopped moping around and said, let's carry on after I clean up. I can't stand the stench any longer. Without further ado, Felix walked to the bathroom.
Fortunately, the doors were big enough for even giants, making it easier for him to enter while his wings were spread apart. Felix didn't want to command his wings to fold or open, knowing that he would most definitely make it even worse. He had a hellish time controlling his tail when he first obtained it. Wings were a different breed. After Felix exited the shower without a speck of blood in his skin, he went to the mirror to check on the root gemstone.
Instead, he was surprised by his new hair color after the blood was washed away.
It was now as white as snow on the outside while the inner side was sky blue, matching exceptionally well with his sapphire horns and the transparent glowing purplish root gemstone. This wasn't all. His eyes' irises were back to pitch black while his pupil remained as a white triangle.
Damn it, I went from a threatening three-eyed monster to a sissy pale angel. Felix murmured in vexation. You always hate your new appearance after each replacement, just to like them later. Asna rolled her eyes at him. I do no such thing. Felix retorted shamelessly while beaming a pair of scissors. Then he cut his hair until it was at shoulder length.
If I cut it too short like my usual hairstyle, the inner blue side will show much more. Felix tapped the scissors on his chin thoughtfully.
Felix much preferred to leave his hair appearing just white since it was less fancy and mature.
To achieve that, he knew that a new hairstyle was required to hide as much as possible of the blue color. If it wasn't impossible to dye his hair, he would have already dyed it completely golden, returning to his origins. Unfortunately, this was a mutation that enforced Felix's hairs to always have this exact color scheme. It was useless, all right, but still a hair mutation. In a short while, Felix had beamed his scissors and fixed his hair before the mirror. He didn't leave it at a shoulder length or cut too short. He comprised and picked a new hairstyle that kept his front locks of hair a bit longer than the back lock. At least it looks a bit styled than your previous idiotic hairstyle, Asna complimented while mixing an insult. It's not bad, I guess. Even Felix had to agree that it made him look much more stunning. Still, he didn't spend another second before the mirror, admiring himself. He swiftly returned to his bedroom and cleaned the ground. Then, he sat in a mediation position and closed his eyes shut. Before he could log in to the UVR and use his wings without breaking stuff, Felix had to check on his first two passives. In the past 2 days before he started his integration, he already requested from Asna to help him etch his void immunity within his 1% human bloodline. After all, He couldn't replace his void bloodline with 15% essence without losing his void immunity and interdimensional senses. The only reason everyone preferred etching abilities after the replacement process was due to the mutations. When one etched an ability, it meant keeping the mutation responsible for it permanently. This meant cutting off any future mutations that could occur for that specific body part. No one wanted to keep a mutation before making sure that he wasn't getting a much better one for that body part. In the case of Felix, he had to do it since he was at risk of losing void immunity. Gemstone immunity and gemstone concentration. In a few moments, Felix opened his eyes with a satisfied expression. Gemstone immunity ensured that Felix would be immune to any effect caused by the attributed gemstones. As for the other one, it allowed Felix to condense gemstones into smaller versions but carry a much larger power and effect. Felix couldn't imagine how well this passive would work with his various attributed gemstones. Knowing that he needed active gemstone abilities to make it happen, Felix shelved the passives for now and focused on what matters. It's time to test out my wings and my enhancement boost. Felix smirked faintly before logging in to the UVR. Because of the replacement process mentally demanding, Felix preferred focusing on getting to the right mental state instead of wasting time, fooling around with his new increased strength. It wasn't like he didn't feel it. He just ignored everything until he succeeded in his replacement. Now that it was over, it was time to unleash the beast. After Felix entered his UVR's room, he went straight for the machine responsible over testing physical strength. However, just as he wanted to deliver a serious punch, he realized that his wings were of a great hindrance. I can't find out my current peak physical strength unless I adapt to my wings first, Felix said while glancing at his folded crystallized wings. Let's leave it for later. Knowing that adapting to his wings wasn't going to happen in a few minutes, Felix moved on to the rest of his enhancements. Well, they weren't that many since there was nothing to test about his elemental capacity and mental capacity. The moment the etching process ended, he was able to sense straight away how much both of his tanks were capable of holding. Both of them had been boosted tremendously due to his insane improvement to his body limitation, enabling him to take more from the primogenitor's enhancement. The only one left was his mental defenses, as it needed to be experienced personally to gauge the new limitation. Should I try blocking Empyrean Hive officials' mental attacks? Felix wondered boldly. Before the enhancement, Felix's mental defenses were capable of resisting against even Radiant-ranked Hive officials. The Matriarch Fairy 10-hours-long ritual was simply too godly. Now, Felix felt that he should be able to block even Empyrean Hive officials. Without further ado, he started off against low-tier Empyrean Hive official. Because the Empyrean rank was the apex rank, anyone capable of reaching it was either very much well known throughout the universe or possessed a fairly high position in his race. In this case, Felix picked a copy of an ant official that was ranked in the top 20 hierarchy of his own race. Give it all you have. Felix squinted at the dummy's soulless eyes, making him feel like he was dealing with the real thing. However, after a few seconds of useless eye contact, Felix couldn't help but raise his eyebrow in bewilderment. What's taking him so long? What the actual fuck? Felix was forced to recoil as far as he could with a terrified expression after cosmic head of the ant appeared right in front of him. Its millions of eyes were all staring at him, making him feel smaller and smaller. In reality, he was indeed shrinking little by little while the surrounding area kept twisting like it was made out of jello. Felix ignored the gigantic ant head and looked at his arms, which were turned into bloody chainsaws. I don't like this. Felix sweated bullets after seeing those chainsaws getting closer to his face without a single ounce of control on them. He kept doing his very best to order his arms, but the more he struggled, the faster they approached his face. I am hallucinating, this isn't real. This isn't real. Knowing that it was hopeless to make them stop, Felix turned to his second strategy. He knew that as long as he was 100% certain about his situation, he wouldn't be harmed at all. It worked. Felix's eyes brightened up a bit after seeing that chainsaw dealt absolutely no harm to his face even when it passed right through it. Now that it checked out, Felix kept reinforcing the feeling of his fakeness about the surrounding reality. He recognized that his mental defenses had failed to stop the attack, but this didn't mean that he couldn't power through it.
This isn't real, this isn't real, this isn't real. Felix kept repeating in his mind while staring at the millions of gigantic, horrifying eyes. The more he repeated it, the weaker the hallucination started to get. In the end, the hallucination had completely fallen apart, returning Felix back to his modified UVR's room. The artificial dummy had a nose dripping with blood, making Felix smirk faintly. Not the best, but it's good enough to survive in the Empyrean rank. You really need to restart your climb, Asna said. I doubt anyone will be a match for you in your next 5 games. True, you will be at peak Radiant rank in no time. Thor praised too. You have been missing from the action for a couple of years now, Lady Sphinx added. I need you to go back there and win me more monoliths. Haha. I will. Let me master my wings first. Felix laughed in amusement at their eagerness while turning his back on the official ant dummy, not realizing that the ant was glitching a tiny bit. He knew that there was no point in testing his mental defenses against even higher-ranked Empyrean Hive officials. Just the lowest tier had given him this much trouble. This should be easy with all my flying experience. Felix took a deep breath and ordered for his wings to open up. As expected, his first attempt ended up in failure as the right wing opened up while the other remained folded. That's a start at least. Patient and collected, Felix carried on with simple orders such as spread widely, cover him like a blanket, swing left or right, flap once, etc. He wanted to avoid flying until he got the basics down. After 6 hours of repetitive boring hard work, Felix was finally confident that he could take up to the skies. However, before doing so, he wanted to take a short break. Master, can you continue from where we left about the root gemstone? Felix asked while chugging down a bottle of water. Forget about that and go to the games, Lady Sphinx repeated. I need you to win me more monoliths. This time, Felix didn't laugh. I mean, I can play one today. Felix replied with a small frown. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't weirded out. It was inconceivable in his mind to hear Lady Sphinx push him into fights and ignore educating him. It simply went against her entire belief. Can I hear more about the royal carbuncle at least? Felix said. You refused to let me watch his memories to avoid violating his privacy and incurring his irk. So, I really don't know much about him. Forget about that and go to the games. Lady Sphinx repeated like a broken record. I need you to win me more monoliths. The moment he heard so, chills coursed on Felix's spine. It was peculiar at the start, but when it happened twice, he figured out that something wasn't right. Asna. Tell me about the ones imprisoning you. I can't. Want to have sex instead? Asna replied with a naughty tone. Yep, that's Cap. Now, Felix was 100% certain that he was still fucking hallucinating.